aplicada a la investigación de los objetos arqueológicos, con estudios cada vez más sofisticados sobre materias y sobre restos. Estoy hablando de análisis cronológicos, pero también isotópicos o químicos, genéticos, de composición de materiales. Se están aportando datos enormemente interesantes sobre la cronología, las circulaciones de los bienes, por ejemplo, en el pasado. Incluso en el caso de los restos humanos, los restos óseos, las relaciones de parentesco, las paleodietas, en fin, quiero decir que hay como una gran cantidad de información arqueométrica de todo lo que son técnicas de laboratorio aplicadas al estudio de los bienes culturales y son unos avances extraordinarios, especialmente en la última década. Bien, por eso la perspectiva del encuentro aplicada aquí a otras disciplinas es interesante porque justamente mezcla, ¿no? Mezcla metodologías distintas sobre materiales distintos. Se va a hablar de pintura, de epigrafía, de vidrio, de escultura, etcétera, etcétera, según el estupendo programa. También hay un diálogo entre disciplinas, la historia del arte, las artes decorativas, la arqueología, componentes nacionales e internacionales, con miradas, con técnicas, con conceptos y con herramientas diferentes, el análisis estilístico o los inventarios, las tecnologías de última generación, pero también el mundo de las copias, de las reproducciones, de los falsos, que es un trabajo que además aquí en el Museo Arqueológico Nacional trabajamos especialmente de la mano de nuestro Ministerio de Cultura y con las fuerzas y cuerpos de seguridad del Estado, en este caso, por ejemplo, para los informes periciales. En definitiva, desde nuestra perspectiva de un museo nacional, ¿no?, como estos trabajos, estas tareas pues, que los técnicos del museo realizan en esa documentación, investigación de los bienes culturales, pues son esenciales. Aquí, en el Museo Arqueológico Nacional, contamos, afortunadamente, por suerte, con técnicos que tienen esa experiencia, que tienen ese ojo entrenado, ¿no?, que tienen esa formación y que dan respuesta a todos los informes y todas las acciones que requieren esa especialización. Pues desde informes relacionados con la protección y la lucha contra los delitos como el expolio o el tráfico ilícito, pero también informes que tienen que ver con el incremento, el enriquecimiento de los bienes culturales de nuestra colección o una propuesta, ¿no?, de adquisición de un bien cultural, en fin, o la conveniencia o no de aceptar una donación, que también recibimos muchas propuestas cotidianamente. En definitiva, todas estas funciones, tareas que se realizan en un museo como este, para todas estas tareas es esencial ese ojo experto, un profundo y un trabajado ojo experto que los especialistas en el museo tienen perfectamente entrenado. Por tanto, estáis en el lugar ideal, en el lugar perfecto, ¿no?, para la celebración de este curso, porque es muy coherente también con las funciones que se desarrollan aquí y con nuestras competencias en el caso del patrimonio arqueológico. Y, por tanto, considero que esa formación especializada y experta en las obras es absolutamente esencial en el conocimiento artístico, evidentemente, pero también, bueno, histórico, arqueológico, etcétera. Incluso para la propia salvaguarda y protección de los bienes culturales, ¿no?, que aquí es un tema que nos concierne muy directamente. Entonces, esa labor de investigación y de estudio de los bienes culturales es una base esencial en cualquier museo de estas características y es muy necesaria la presencia y el trabajo y el concurso de personal experto especializado en los museos, pero también en los centros de enseñanza y de investigación, ¿no? Entonces, espero que aprendáis, que disfrutéis en el Museo Arqueológico Nacional y quiero reiterar mi agradecimiento a los profesores Pilar Díaz del Corral y David Ojeda por la organización. Organizar un acto como este, que parece muy sencillo, luego tiene, ¿no?, mucha entretela, mucha tramoya, ¿verdad, David?, detrás y os agradecemos vuestra presencia hoy aquí.
Muchísimas gracias, Isabel, por esta gran acogida y por haber sido tan amables de decidir darnos esta sede para presentar lo que es básicamente el trabajo de nuestro proyecto de investigación del profesor Ojeda y mío, junto con varios compañeros más, relacionado con el estudio de las falsificaciones. En concreto nos concentramos en la Roma del siglo XVIII y esta conferencia pretendía abrir un poco más el horizonte y empezar desde la antigüedad clásica hasta nuestros días, analizando precisamente el problema de la falta de formación relacionada con lo que es un término complicado por sus connotaciones, que es el connoisseurship. Bien. Buenos días a todos, gracias por haber venido, todos los ponentes, algunos desde bastante lejos, francamente, y a todos los oyentes que están hoy aquí, que nos acompañan. Tenemos una agenda un poquito apretada en el día de hoy, mañana será un poquito más relajada, o sea que pido por favor a todos los ponentes que conserven y que controlen bien el tiempo de sus presentaciones. Sin más dilación, voy a presentar al keynote speaker de esta mañana, que es el profesor Jeffrey Collins. Voy a cambiar al inglés. He is a professor of art history and material culture at the Barnes Graduate Center in Nueva York, where he specialized in 17th and 18th century Europe and its spheres of influence overseas. He's the author of Papacy and Politics in the 18th Century Rome, Pius VI and the Arts, and a principal contributor to Pedro Friedeberg and History of Design, Decorative Arts and Material Culture. He's also a fellow of the American Academy in Rome, and he's broadly interested in how the arts shape culture and how culture shapes the arts. His current research explores the links between archaeology, museology, and neoclassicism in 18th century Italy by following the changing forms and fortunes of a group of ancient statuary from its excavation near Tivoli through installation at the new Vatican Museum, Caesar under Napoleon, and return to Rome after Waterloo. He has also published on architecture, urbanism, painting, sculpture, book illustration, museology, metalwork, furniture, and film. So thank you very much, Jeffrey, for being here today. The floor is yours. ¿Podemos bajar las luces un poquito? ¿Es posible?
Well, thank you, Isabel, for welcoming us to the Museo Arqueológico, and thank you especially to Pilar and David for including me in this symposium. I look forward to the exciting papers we'll hear in the coming days. Since it's my privilege to open this gathering, let me begin by reviewing its raison d'etre. The expert's eye, method, limits, and the practice of art history spotlights a central but endangered principle of our discipline, the first-hand study of works of art through meticulous, informed, and experienced observation. In their call for papers, Pilar and David describe the increasing abandonment of such work as part of a larger drift away from art historical fact, in favor of approaches more at home in departments of history or anthropology, to which I'd add literature, psychology, and sociology, among others. They observe that, quote, paradoxically, to stress that artworks are the center of art history feels almost transgressive at a time when basic questions of identification and dating are increasingly de-emphasized in training new generations of scholars and curators. The result is not only a decline in traditional expertise, resulting in the misidentification of masterpieces and the exhibition of fakes, but an inability of art history to fulfill its central mission of studying human creativity in its biological, chronological, and historical contexts. At the same time, they suggest that such expertise may have its limits, which the responsible practice of art history must recognize. With this in mind, let's look at the terms. Expert, experto, derives from the Latin word from experience, designating someone whose long practice in a given realm gives her or him a special claim to accuracy or authority. In an era when facts seem under threat, not just in art history, but in politics, science, and even medicine, it's no surprise that expertise itself has become a subject of academic inquiry. A 1988 anthology examined the nature of expertise from a perspective of cognitive psychology. More recently, a 2021 study by bioethicist Jamie Carlin Watson explored the concept's history and philosophy from ancient Greece to the present. Just last month, there was a conference in Finland on the history of expertise, asking how expert knowledge is made and given meanings, how it differs across culture, how it is resisted, how it intersects with broader social and material networks. These are all questions we should keep in mind as we examine issues regarding expertise in art history. Our second keyword, eye, ojo, might seem more straightforward, but it's worth recalling that the eye itself has a history, as does the canonization of vision as the primary means of perceiving and processing the world. In some sense, this development went hand in hand with modernity. When the Florentine humanist Leon Battista Alberti crafted Europe's first independent self-portrait in this plaquette on the left of circa 1435, he included 3 disembodied eyes, one winged directly below his own and 2 more flanking his name. A later medal by Matteo de Pasti enlarges this device paired with the motto quid tum, what next, to signal Alberti's godlike determination to seek truth wherever it lay. In a similar spirit, when the Roman nobleman Federico Cesi founded a scientific academy dedicated to the direct observation of nature in 1603, it took its name, the lincei, or lynx-eyed, from an animal renowned for its extraordinary eyesight. You see the Academy's emblem here from an early copy of its statutes. Using both microscopes and telescopes, the lincei aimed to penetrate nature's secrets by blending corporeal with spiritual acuity. Determined not to be misled by false appearances, they adopted the motto, minima cura se maxima vis, pay attention to small things if you desire the greatest results. In art history, of course, it's the connoisseur who unites expertise with vision, and when Pilar first sent me a draft description of our conference, it was titled Connoisseur Eye. The term originated as conoscitore, Italian for one who knows, and by the 17th century, it had migrated to France as connoisseur. In 1719, the English painter and theorist Jonathan Richardson adopted that term for both his essay on the whole art of criticism, as it relates to painting, and its linked discourse on the dignity, certainty, pleasure, and advantage of the science of a connoisseur. Convinced that one man may be as good a judge as another if he applies himself to it, Richardson set forth the techniques for assessing a picture's merit, determining its author, and assessing if it was original or copy. Above all, he stressed that, quote, "'Tis on the works themselves we must chiefly and ultimately depend, principally by giving us ideas which no words possibly can." In the late 19th century, a similar faith in observation motivated the Italian physician Giovanni Morelli to bring a diagnostician's eye to the science of attribution. Scrutinizing paintings as he would a patient, Morelli argued that it was in telling but often overlooked details such as hands, eyes, or fingernails that the artist's fingerprint emerged. The renowned American connoisseur Bernard Berenson, seen here at his villa near Florence, laid a similar stress on visual scrutiny over tradition or even documentation. Defining connoisseurship as, quote, comparison of works of art with a view to determining their reciprocal relationships, Berenson emphasized that, quote, the work of art itself is the event. Any other information, particularly if of the merely literary kind, being utterly incapable of conveying an idea of the precise nature and value of the event in art. In our own day, connoisseurship has gone digital, a development whose relation to older modes of expertise Pilar and David highlight in their call for papers. There has been particular interest in harnessing artificial intelligence for attribution and authentication, about which Adolfo Gandarillas will say more tomorrow. The jury on these initiatives is not yet in. Asking, will AI change art history forever? Art News recently profiled the use of facial recognition to determine with 97% certainty that the anonymous de Brécy-Tondo depicted the same model as the Sistine Madonna and was thus not a Victorian copy, but an autograph work by Raphael. Just 8 months later, a Swiss firm called Art Recognition used different software focused on brushstrokes and color harmonies with a database including replicas and fakes to conclude with 85% certainty that the Tondo was not painted by Raphael. As its founder explained, such divergent results do not discount AI's potential as a diagnostic tool, but they do require a clearer focus on what questions are being asked, what data is being evaluated, and how the results are used. In a book published last year, Amanda Wasilewski, professor of digital humanities at Uppsala University, critiques such computational formalism, as she calls it, as the latest chapter in art history's long-standing emphasis on visual classification and taxonomy. While Wasilewski recognizes the potential of computers to extend our powers of seeing, she warns that an uncritical embrace of digital connoisseurship risks overlooking historical context and perpetuating biases hidden within the data. Machine learning methods, she writes, may chart connections and uncover points of comparison among artworks that a human could never find on their own, but the art historian is still left to interpret it. Or as Angela Maria Aceto, a drawing specialist at Oxford's Ashmolean Museum, put it, quote, true connoisseurship relates to the expert judgment of the trained eye and is so much more than mechanically matching brushstrokes and images. Yet while the terms of debate have changed, what's interesting is that skepticism of connoisseurship is as old as the practice itself. As early as 1740, the French painter Chardin parodied the monkey antiquarian, so lost in his old coins that he is blinded to the present. 30 years later, the British artist Matthias Darley caricatured a would-be connoisseur who scrutinizes a blank canvas. Both point to ways that misdirected connoisseurship can limit vision rather than expand it. Indeed, one of Wasilewski's concerns is that by relying on existing databases of largely two-dimensional media, current computerized methods of image processing leave out vast swaths of Western art, not to mention the rest of the world. It's here that I want to turn to the so-called decorative arts, a problematic category often used to designate a broad range of artistic media beyond the paintings, sculptures, drawings, or prints that preoccupy mainstream art history. Early connoisseurial literature in this field is easy to parody for its entanglement with the market and the collecting of bric-a-brac. Today, we laugh at titles like Arthur Hayden's 1906 Chats on Old China, part of a series that encompassed lace, needlework, jewelry, and trinkets, as well as furniture, silver, clocks, and so forth. The dealer Albert Sachs' 1950 Fine Points of Furniture now looks equally outmoded, a visual dictionary helping buyers to distinguish good, better, and best examples of American antiques from grandfather clocks on the left to Windsor chairs on the right. Collectors are also the audience for books like Myrna Kay's 1987 Fake, Fraud, or Genuine, Identifying Authentic Antique American Furniture. Kay humorously deploys the language of detective work, On the Case, The Inside Job, to teach amateur sleuths to look beyond the surface for signs of age, repair, or alteration that will reveal the object's hidden story. Perhaps my favorite old-school take on the decorative arts is the BBC series Going for a Song, in which, quote, connoisseurs and customers explore the world of antiques. Each week, celebrity guests were invited to identify and guess the value of some intriguing curio, with two specialists on hand to provide guidance. Here you see the host Max Robertson and the resident expert and auctioneer Arthur Negus inspecting a silver gravy boat. Here is Negus again, taking a loop to a Wedgwood agate-ware vase. As my colleague Jennifer Mass puts it, Negus is conducting object proctology, the sometimes laughable habit of giving more attention to a work's backside than to its front. While this might seem its own form of myopia, I believe it offers a lesson to other sectors of our field. It couldn't be more different from Berenson's testimony during a trial about a disputed Leonardo. Called as an expert witness, Berenson admitted that although he'd seen the Mona Lisa 1,000 times, he didn't know if it was painted on wood or canvas. To Berenson, who considered only the front, the artwork's physical properties were as irrelevant as the kind of paper used by Shakespeare. The confession hurt his credibility in 1923 and would likely doom it today when the material turn in art history has refocused our attention on the tangible aspects of creativity. This is particularly true in the decorative arts, where the sheer thingliness of things makes it harder to forget an object's objecthood. At the same time, the composite nature of many three-dimensional objects requires us to foreground basic questions of date, style, authorship, fabrication methods, place of origin, and current condition. Scholars of decorative arts are constantly confronted with puzzles like this cabinet at the Rijksmuseum, made in the Netherlands but ornamented with panels of Asian lacquer. Recent study has shown that the panels derive from an older Japanese box, removed, rearranged, and reapplied in new configurations. The conservators were particularly interested in pebble-like surfaces that microscopy revealed to be ray skin, not used whole as in European shagreen, but cleaned and sorted into nodules suspended in a mastic. All are clues to the complex genesis and resonances of an object that, like many decorative arts, was the work of many hands, cultures, and periods. Even when works of decorative art have a single origin, it is not always easy to attribute them as one would do a painting. When the Augsburg merchant Philipp Heinhofer reported to the Duke of Pomerania on the progress of a sewing basket, he listed 12 different artists and artisans employed on its creation. The same is true of canonical masterpieces like the Kingston Tureens, prominently signed by the virtuoso designer and chaser Justerel Meissonier, but partly fabricated, the marks tell us, by other Parisian goldsmiths. Rather than obviating connoisseurship, such multifaceted or collaborative objects make it all the more essential in order to understand who or what brought them into being. The decorative arts, in sum, demand expert eyes to establish the data points for responsible interpretation. Let me support this claim with two examples that illustrate the opportunities and obstacles facing connoisseurs of decorative arts. In 2008 and 2009, the Henry Moore Institute and the J. Paul Getty Museum organized an exhibition titled Taking Shape, Finding Sculpture in the Decorative Arts. I highlight this project not just because it challenged conventional hierarchies, but because it foregrounded the process of perception as a problem in its own right. Quote, by taking the works in question out of their usual contexts, curator Martina Droth explained, the exhibition sought to stimulate new forms of visual appraisal and spark new associations on the basis of visual language between works that are otherwise unconnected. They achieved this, as you can see, by exhibiting ornate 17th and 18th century furnishings, not in stylistically sympathetic period rooms, but in white cube galleries more typically associated with contemporary art. Among the objects exhibited was this pair of French wall lights in gilt bronze, a gem of the Getty's collection that the museum dates to the mid-18th century based on style, quality, and the presence of a crowned C tax stamp applied to objects containing copper between March 1745 and February 1749. The pair is described as, quote, the height of Rococo design, their massive scale over 72 centimeters high indicating that they once hung in a large formal room. In Taking Shape, one of the pair featured in the section Seeing Things Apart, in which the isolation of one component of an ensemble brings out its sculptural qualities. The catalog entry by curator Charissa Bremer-David notes the sophisticated formal homologies between the arms of the children and the sinuous candle branches, united by a garland that echoes the backplate's curves and countercurves. At left, you see that wall light as displayed in leads and illustrated in the gallery views section of the catalog. Bremer-David notes that these visual features would have, quote, harmonized with other aspects of the interior, citing similar figures of children on the magnificent pair of chandeliers likely made around 1750 by the famous bronzier Jacques Caffieri for the king's mistress, Madame de Pompadour. And I'll show you a detail of Caffieri's playful cupids cavorting with the marquise's heraldic tower. Bremer-David offers a second comparison to the similar winged putti topping a lavish wall clock also in the exhibition, where they evoke the theme of love disarming time. She concludes her entry by exploring the revival of the ancient putto motif in post-Renaissance Europe, where it typically alludes to the elevated intentions and visions of the patron as a promoter of the arts who rejuvenates the field with his commission. This is the sense in which she relates the wall lights to analogous garland-wielding putti in the stucco cove molding at the Salon de l'Œil de Bœuf at Versailles, redecorated for King Louis XIV. In all, her entry is a triumph of sharp-eyed connoisseurship, expertly observed and just as expertly phrased. The wall lights' inclusion in Taking Shape may have sparked their selection by Michael Yonan for a brilliant article published in 2020 with the title Knowing the World Through Rococo Ornament Prints. You see the pair illustrated here as one of his 2 case studies. For Yonan, these exuberant but anonymous sconces exemplify the improvisational process by which design ideas migrated from 2-dimensional designs, like the one from Meissonier's Book of Vegetables on the left, to 3-dimensional objects like the wall lights, even if the latter's combination of floral and vegetal forms with purely abstract elements makes it impossible to pinpoint exactly which shapes correspond with which representational elements. Rather than duplicating Meissonier's designs, the wall lights capture the associative energy found in his prints, which function not as templates, but as springboards for creativity and stimuli for connoisseurs. Like Bremer-David, Yonan notes that the wall lights were not conceived for scrutiny with the careful eye of a modern museum visitor, but constructed to allow quick associative processes to occur without closing off the potential for new and unexpected references. Hanging these sconces on a wall, he writes, would do more than simply decorate a room or illuminate an interior. They would supplement the human environment with an unresolved tension between art and nature, and thereby provoke the inhabitants of that environment to sense a world beyond that perceived objectively. I love Michael's argument, and having used it in teaching, I was intrigued to discover that the same wall lights featured 2 years earlier in a 2018 paper on the dating of French gilt bronzes with ED-XRF analysis and machine learning, authored by the Getty's chief objects conservator Arlen Hegenbotham in collaboration with Robert Erdmann, senior scientist at the Rijksmuseum, and Leanne Hayek, a mathematical statistician at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History. Published in the Journal of the American Institute for Conservation, not generally read by art historians, the article outlines a new method for dating unsigned and often anonymous gilt bronzes through sophisticated computational analysis of alloy composition derived from elemental XRF spectra. The Getty wall lights offered an ideal test case since the museum's curator of decorative arts had in the early 2000s, before taking shape, raised questions about their authenticity that could not be resolved by conventional methods of technical examination. Hegenbotham had advocated those conventional methods in a 2014 paper entitled Bronze Doré, a technical approach to examination and authentication of French gilt bronze. They include close examination of the character and style of the gilt and chased surfaces, an approach he admitted is, quote, a delicate matter that relies heavily on the experience and judgment of the viewer. That is to say, it is a matter of connoisseurship. He illustrated this by comparing original and replacement mounts from within the same object. Here, for instance, he juxtaposes an original late 17th or early 18th century mount from a pedestal attributed to André Charles Boulle with a surmoulage or aftercast taken from that model in the late 19th or early 20th centuries to replace a missing part. While an observer might initially find the chasing on the left to be coarse or sloppy compared with the finer and arguably more accomplished chasing on the right, the expert eye will recognize that the freer approach of the former is more consistent with the character of Baroque bronzes, whereas the tighter treatment on the copy, as Higginbotham puts it, misses the expressiveness of earlier periods. Like Merneke or Arthur Negus, Higginbotham recommends equally close examination of rear and unfinished surfaces for telltale signs of fabrication. On the left, he illustrates the comparatively smooth surfaces produced by sand casting versus the rough, sometimes bumpy texture left by lost wax casting on the right, a technique not normally used for furnishing bronzes in the 18th century. He also points out the presence of a tinted varnish or resist, typical of electroplating techniques that help distinguish this from amalgam or mercury gilding. X-radiography completes the observer's toolkit by offering a glimpse into the hardware and assembly methods that are obscured in the finished object. In sum, Higginbotham concludes, connoisseurship of the chasing and finishing of gilt bronze surfaces is an important component of a technical examination and can focus attention on differences and incongruities between gilt bronze pieces or elements. However, it is the experience of the author that this enterprise is not without its hazards, and first impressions are not always borne out by further technical study. This sense of limits, in the language of our conference, is what prompted Higginbotham to supplement visual analysis with computer-assisted alloy analysis. Returning to the 2018 article, on the left you see graphs of the changing percentages over time of 12 common elements in 466 securely dated Parisian castings from the mid-17th century to today. When put together, these variations are far too complex for the human mind to quantify. On the right, you see a detail of the Getty wall lights and a table summarizing their predicted casting dates as generated using both random forest regression and support vector regression of the spectra obtained by XRF. Intriguingly, this yielded a weighted average of 1894, plus or minus 37 years, at 90% confidence. A follow-up examination using different instruments and additional sample sites generated closely comparable dates of 1898 and 1900 with the same margins of error. Collectively, this evidence strongly suggests that the wall lights are not 18th century objects, but products of the Belle Époque, a period whose nostalgia for earlier furnishing styles spurred a vast production of legitimate copies, revivals, and fakes. Which best describes the wall lights is not clear, since they are undocumented before their purchase by the Getty in 1989 from a London dealer who bought them from another dealer the previous year. What is more, their apparent uniqueness makes it impossible to determine whether they replicate a period model or are retrospective fantasies on a Rococo theme. The crown C marks on both wall lights, enlarged at right, are a further puzzle, since they are generally taken as a sign of authenticity. But since their meaning was not discovered until 1824, their presence here suggests that whatever the circumstances of the wall light's creation, these marks were added later in a deliberate attempt to deceive. To recap, what started in 2008 as poster children of the Rococo turn out a decade later to document a different cultural moment whose contours remain to be mapped. It doesn't make the wall lights any less interesting or visually accomplished, and it doesn't fundamentally alter Bremer David's or Yonen's larger points about 18th century design. But it does reinforce the need for caution in accepting received identifications, even from seemingly reliable sources. As of last week, the Getty's collection website was still dating the wall lights to the 18th century, suggesting that curators and conservators continue to operate in separate spheres, even within the same institution. Of course, science doesn't always deliver bad news. Higginbotham's second test case of XRF dating was this desk or bureau plat attributed to Joseph Baumhauer, also at the Getty and also bearing the crown C. Although its quality was unquestioned, similar doubts about its age had been raised, thanks to its extraordinary state of preservation and a construction method unusual for 18th century Parisian work. The known provenance petered out in 1907, and although the desk was reputed to have been a gift from Louis XV of France to Elizabeth of Russia in 1745, the number of late 19th century versions caused concern. In this case, XRF spectra from 12 different mounts yielded an average casting date of 1756, plus or minus 37 years. This conclusion was supported by dendrochronological investigation showing that the oak in the carcass was likely felled in northern France between 1730 and 1760. In this case, computing and connoisseurship agreed, confirming the desk's status as an 18th century masterpiece. Having dipped into gilt bronze, let's look at a second object from taking shape. This example featured not in the exhibition, but in a contribution to the catalog by Mimi Hellman titled The Decorated Flame, Fire Dogs and the Tensions of the Hearth. Hellman's essay examines the 18th century French fad for lavish sculptural andirons. It's the first of her 4 examples at top right that most interests me. Now in the Frick collection, the pair depicts the abductions of Ganymede and Aegina by Jupiter in the guise of an eagle. For Hellman, the Frick fire dogs exemplify both the use of mythological narratives to engage elite viewers and the encouragement of comparative looking through the use of pendants. She cites the gender differences between Ganymede's pose of triumph and Aegina's more defensive gesture. Hellman also stresses that the flickering firelight in dark 18th century rooms would have obscured fine details like feathers, but animated the outstretched arms, legs, and wings, quote, in accordance with the turbulent drama. For several years, Hellman's typically astute insights have spurred me to think more about fire dogs that, like the Fricks, seem to reference fire itself. In some sense, this is true of all high-style examples, which were typically produced from molten metal, finished with dorure au feu or fire gilding, and were typically described in 18th century inventories as feux, literally fires. To my eye, the Frick pair takes this literally, both by evoking Jupiter's rule as protector of the hearth and by baking fire into the design. On the left, the Jovian eagle that bears the Trojan prince to Olympus clutches flaming thunderbolts in his talons. On the right, as Ovid tells us, the god surprised the horrified nymph by appearing within the flames. Below, 4 snarling chimeras evoke fire-breathing dragons, while sinuous applied ornaments lick the plinths like tongues of fire. In their materials, iconography, and the design, the Frick fire dogs thus play with fire, my project's working title, in fascinating ways. I was quite excited then when a pair of this very model turned up at auction, cataloged as 19th century and thus sufficiently affordable for me to acquire for further study. To my eye, which I'm not claiming as an expert, a Morellian comparison suggested that the pairs were not only cast from the same molds, but chased by the same craftsmen. I'll show you just a few parallels in the treatment of skin, drapery, feathers, and fur, or dragon's teeth and eyeballs. I thought it was convincing. Further research revealed that this same pair had been dated to the first quarter of the 18th century when it was previously sold at Sotheby's in 1993 for a far loftier sum. 1 year before, Ted Dell's catalog of the Frick collection had identified 2 other examples of this model in European royal or public collections and 8 sales at auction over the previous 70 years. As I tracked those down and found still others, I noticed a few interesting things. First, although my pair and 2 others have the same wide form of base as the Frick, the majority employed a narrower version, while several others show further variations in the skirt and applied ornaments. And I show you just 3 casting of the Aegina fire dog here. The Fricks on the left, an example of the narrow base type in the middle, and one of this taller narrow base at the right, which you see sold for a very significant amount in Amsterdam in 2003. And I've actually abbreviated this provenance, which involves restitution after World War II and is part of the story. I've also discovered that a surprising number of this model have passed through the sale rooms, so far 26 and counting, all of which seem to my eye similar in terms of quality and execution, despite a dating that varies between the early 18th century and the late 19th century. Now, although popular designs of fire dogs could be and were produced serially in the 18th century, 26 is a surprising number, and I know of no comparable model that approaches this one in the quantity of survivals. What is more, some of the examples I've found, including the pair at the Frick, are stamped behind the mounts with the initials JB or JR. You see those here in photos taken by Ted Dell that serendipitously have ended up in an archive housed at Bard Graduate Center. I've found virtually identical marks on other gilt bronze objects like this candelabrum that are typically, and I think correctly, identified as 19th century castings. To confuse matters further, I've discovered that the same 19th century countess who owned the tall base model I showed you earlier, here you see the full pair, also possessed this magnificent early 18th century skeleton clock topped with an identical figure, a vagina. The clock is better documented and was almost certainly commissioned in the first decades of the 18th century by Elizabeth Charlotte d'Orléans, Duchess of Lorraine, for her Grand Cabinet at the Château of Lunéville. Christie's, who sold the clock in 2011, took this as evidence that both were commissioned by the Duchess around 1710 and displayed together at Lunéville, which is how they are shown in a recent reconstruction of the room. You see them on the right. This scenario would fit beautifully with what Mimi Hellman has called, quote, the joy of sets that marked elite 18th century taste. But Christie's also acknowledged that the clock underwent updates between 1766 and 1850, including repairs to the movement, a new lower pedestal with dolphin supports. They don't include the lateral putti or the agina finial, but if those two were later embellishments, as I suspect, then the supposed link to Lunéville falls apart. Despite my initial enthusiasm, and so far for different reasons than the wall lights, I'm thus beginning to wonder if any of these 26 examples, including mine, the Frick's, and a pair recently sold to a US museum by a prominent Paris-based art expert, are 18th century objects, or if they even follow an 18th century model. Until a complete inventory can be made, the objects located and compared, and ideally their alloys dated according to Higginbotham's protocols, we must keep an open mind. Although I have my own theory about when and by whom these enigmatic objects may have been made, we simply don't yet know enough about the long production of 18th century style objects to be sure. So where does all this leave us? It may seem that the mistakes and misperceptions I've described remove any lingering faith in experts and their eyes, at least in the decorative arts. I've certainly learned that my eye is not as expert as I hoped. But if we were ready to give up, we wouldn't be having this conference. So in closing, let me suggest a few strategies for nurturing the ocular expertise on which I believe all art history still depends. Like Pilar and David, I believe the solution starts with pedagogy. When I was a graduate student at Yale in the 1980s and 90s, the heady days of the new art history, connoisseurship was a dirty word. For us, just connoisseurship was an insult lobbed at any form of scholarship that did not foreground the problems we found most interesting, which typically concerned social history, semiotics, or feminist theory. Little did we know that we were doing it ourselves. Whenever we considered questions of style, attribution, dating, authenticity, or even quality, we just didn't call it connoisseurship, perhaps because the history of that term wasn't part of our curriculum. It's true, to answer another of the questions posed in the call for papers, that those issues did not come up equally in all of our classes, but they were staples of curator Dick Field's class on prints, which met each week in the museum, and in courses on American material culture with Jules Prown or Abbott Cummings that made use of Yale's extraordinary Garvin furniture study. That magical basement, stacked high with chairs, chests, and cupboards, of course allowed us to look and compare, but it also encouraged us to touch, to feel, to smell, and to engage with the past at first hand. At Bard Graduate Center, where I've taught for 2 decades, I do my best to give that experience to my students. Whenever possible, I and my colleagues bring objects into our classroom, like this first day of the seminar I'm currently teaching with my colleague Meme Rado on Rococo Beyond Borders, From Style to Object, and we read Michael's essay in that class. On other days, we visit museums, such as the Metropolitan Museum's British Galleries or its American wing, where students presented sample objects. We're extraordinarily privileged to be within walking distance of major collections of many kinds, where generous curators and conservators give us the kind of access required to see and understand the graduated tones and techniques of 17th century tapestry. Rejecting my graduate school self, I've even taught a seminar with the Frick's then curator of decorative arts, Charlotte Vignon, that we called Learning to Look: Principles of Connoisseurship. We studied a different medium each week, inviting not just curators, but auction house specialists, dealers, and collectors to share their expertise. Ian Wardropper showed us how to look at Renaissance bronzes, while Eleanor Alcorn taught us about style in British silver. We descended deep into the bowels of the Frick to learn about French enamels with Julia Day, and we assigned each seminar member a disputed object in the Frick collection to sort out. No easy task with no easy answers. BGC does not have such deep holdings, but we do have an object lab where my colleague Jennifer Mass, a chemist by training, did some proctology on a mysterious candlestick as part of my Fire Dog project, and she's using an XRF spectrometer. We mostly use our object lab to house our small but growing study collection, which we mobilize for object hours, here I'm doing one on silver, and close-looking assignments in our first-year core course, Approaches to the Object. Visiting fellows jump into the act. Here's the Denmark-based cabinet maker Giovanni Acerbis leading a workshop on the intrinsic properties of wood and how makers have exploited it. When I take students to Paris, we go to the carpet and tapestry manufacturing workshops at the Gobelin, and here the gilding gilding workshop at the porcelain manufactory at Sèvres. And because we think it helps to get your hands dirty, we organize materials days in which students practice indigo dyeing or glass blowing, under supervision, at a studio in Brooklyn. None of this alone will create an expert eye, but we find that engaging fingers, arms, and even lungs helps stimulate the optic nerve. By reminding us of process, it also underscores Michael Yonen's dictum in his perceptive article arguing for a fusion of art history and material culture studies. Materiality, Yonen writes, has been an implicit dimension of art historical inquiry for over a century, one that has suffered at the expense of other artistic qualities. Art history has tricked itself into believing that it is a discipline of images, when really it has always been a discipline of objects. I think Michael is right, and I hope that this view from the decorative arts has convinced you that they have something to teach the discipline as a whole. In some ways, the mandate to study so many media in such varied times and places, often without established names or dates or taxonomies, parallels art history's ambition to expand from its Western roots and embrace the full range of human creativity. For that to succeed, the expert eye is fundamental. As David Ebbets, a medievalist then head of the Education and Academic Affairs Office at the Getty, reminds us, quote, "Connoisseurship fosters several skills central to our activity as historians of art: a practiced eye, visual memory, sensitivity to quality, and an ability to recreate the creations of artists. Connoisseurship also forces us to consider what texts often do not and cannot document, such as sources and preparation of materials, technical procedures, workshop practices, the role of models, and the division of labor. These considerations are the basis of art history, basis of any history of art, regardless of ideology. So whether we curate, teach, write, or support the arts in other ways, let's fly with Alberti's all-seeing eye, never forgetting to ask, what next? Thank you.
No, stay. Thank you very much, Jeffrey, for this wonderful presentation, and I think you set the tone perfectly for this conference, and you open up a lot of different paths in order to give us the possibility to enjoy a good discussion. I don't know if we have any questions through the streaming system.
I'm terribly sorry that I don't speak. You wouldn't want to hear my Spanish, but I understand it, so ask in whatever, and Italian, so ask whatever language you like, and I'll do my best.
So we open now the debate. We have time, so please don't be shy, and we can start a good debate just now. I'm switch to Spanish. Por favor, es ahora el momento de iniciar el debate. Entiende español, e italiano también, y francés. Así que no seáis tímidos y aprovechad la ocasión para hacer preguntas. Vamos a ver también si en nuestro streaming tenemos preguntas de los oyentes que nos están acompañando online. I would like to start myself with some questions. It is very interesting what you present about decorative arts, because normally, because of this hierarchy of arts, nobody look at them. And myself, my own background on Greek pottery was kind of decorative arts, and nobody really cares about that. Like, this is not art, this is archaeology, this is, so I feel what you are talking about, and I think it's very convenient to present these kind of artifacts here today, especially because of the problems they present us as an art historians, because they are kind of, sometimes they are kind of a pastiche. You present us this clock from the Duchesse de Lorraine, and it was really interesting to see how the object had a life.
It's grown over time.
It's grown.
I think.
So that's something I would like to go further, if you can elaborate a bit on, these additions. How do you deal as an art historian with them? And
with an expert eye. I should first make a confession that I don't consider myself an expert in decorative arts. I don't really even focus on decorative arts in most of my own work. It's been part of my training, which I thought was normal. And like any child growing up in a family, then you leave and you discover that the way your family does it is not the way anyone else does it. So it's been very interesting to discover that this sector of art history is mostly absent from training, and as I hope to argue, I think that's too bad. I mean, the prejudice against it is not just that the objects are lesser, but maybe as you got the sense that the discipline itself is backwards or old-fashioned or still preoccupied with old questions rather than new questions. So when you're faced with an object that is crying out for really interesting interpretation, I don't know what to say except be very skeptical. Take it apart if you can. I hope to be doing an exhibition on these fire dogs. And of course, I want to use XRF testing. It's expensive, it's slow, it's complicated, you need equipment. This may not happen. So what do we do other than that? That's why I would hate to say only the scientific method. And I think that what's powerful about Higginbotham's approach is he wants us to use all of these tools. I think he's confident that the eye can take us so far. There may be questions that they can't answer yet. But the more we start answering questions through, let's say, less subjective technologies, we can train our eye and be even better, and perhaps next time we won't be fooled because we'll see, oh, there was a sign, I didn't know to look for it. That's all I can offer, Pilar.
Thank you. And we already have a question. I don't know if we should have a microphone. Yeah. We have a microphone.
Is related with that objects that are not fakes but belonged to other original parts, and then in a moment of the century were mixed together and you can see another amazing object, and how, as specialized persons who is study that piece, you see that, okay, this is good, but it's not the object that we thought that it must be.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point, and I think that is in some ways a difference in the way the fields of decorative arts, let's call them that, and painting, have developed. And I think in a way it poses a problem for the use of connoisseurship as the umbrella for which one wants to put this sophisticated multi-pronged analysis of objects that have had long lives. I think it's not necessarily true, but I think most of us think of paintings as being created by one person at one moment. We know that's not true. There are many, many paintings that were painted by multiple people, and there were many paintings that even the artist herself revisited over decades. So these also have complex genesis, but I agree with you that many of the objects that go under the rubric of decorative arts are more complex. Connoisseurship, I think at its origin, certainly in Berenson and Morelli, they were concerned with privileging the moment of creation. It was that moment in the studio, figuring out who was in that studio that touched that painting, one name, one date, one place. It's really a kind of ideology of origins. And in these complex objects that have grown or shrunk or been changed or came from Japan and got reconfigured and all of this, where's the origin? And in fact, maybe that's the wrong question. It's the life of the object that is so interesting. It's a continual process of creativity over time. So whether we want to think of, when I taught my course on principles of connoisseurship, I was concerned about this question, so I used the term enlightened connoisseurship, to distinguish it from the old origin-focused connoisseurship to being the connoisseurship, meaning knowing the whole life cycle of the object. So I think painting scholars, though, could take a lesson from this and look again at some of these paintings that we give one name to and rethink that. Maybe it's a more complex story.
It is, thank you.
Thank you, first of all. Thank you for the talk. It has been just amazing. So I would like to ask, because I think that the art history world is divided into two categories, those who are conoscitori and those who are not. So my question is, how can you explain to these non-conoscitori people an attribution? Because, for example, the attributions I am working on, they are just for me like revelations. You see a sculpture, a painting, and you say, I have already seen this in other way, in other places. So you start working on that, and you realize that piece of art, that work of art, is made by somebody else. So how can you explain this to a person who has not that eye? How can you explain this revelation? Because that's the key about convincing other people that you are right, or you are saying things that are not nonsense. How can you explain this to these people?
I wish I knew.
I wish too.
But you point to one, I think, type of connoisseurship that has given it a bad name. I don't know if you all are familiar with Thomas Hoving, the famous director of the Metropolitan Museum in the 1970s, who he wrote about connoisseurship and his unmasking of fate, again, using a lot of the detective work. And for him, connoisseurship couldn't be discussed. It was a flash of insight. It happened in an instant. It was a feeling in his gut. He didn't need any rationalizations for why it was wrong or why it was right. He just knew, and he describes the genealogy of these people. So there's no arguing with that type, right? That's not what you're doing. The only thing I could recommend, how do you convince someone, is again coming back to the question of education. I think what sometimes people forget is that the non-conoscitori, right, who really have bought the new art history hook, line, and sinker and just take what they read, but they theorize about art. the generation who invented these approaches was actually trained in connoisseurship. They were just bored with it. Now we have another problem. We have a generation that has never experienced this type of looking. And I have to say, one reason we stress objects so much at Bard Graduate Center is that we're a master's and PhD program only of students who are very carefully self-selecting to come and study this material. When they arrive with us, many of them, sometimes with a BA in art history, sometimes with a BA in other things, they can't tell plastic from porcelain, from metal, from wood. It is astonishing. They simply don't know anything about like what it is, how it was made. They know nothing, and so we have to start from the beginning. So the only thing I would say is if are you a teacher, planning to be a teacher? So teach your students how to look. I don't know how other to say it. I think it's in assignment design. It's in teaching them the small tools of attribution separately, and then building up, perhaps teaching them to make an argument. I mean, when we did our Principles of Connoisseurship class, we went to the basement of the Frick, and Charlotte and I found a number of objects that they were embarrassed about. They didn't know what they were, they'd taken them off view, they were problematic, and we just gave each one to a student and said, okay, make an argument about it. Many of those arguments that the students made were wrong, but it was the process of making the argument that taught them. I would add one more thing. They all had the faith that science would give the answer. They said, well, I would just test it. We'll just test it and we'll have the answer. And so one thing we were trying to convince them is actually that will give you more information, but it won't give you the answer. That's not an answer to your question, but let's talk about it over the next day and a half. Do we have time? Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted also to say how much I thought it was a really great talk, really entertaining, and you learned a lot. And I wanted to, just as a, not necessarily pushback, but another side of the question of the name and that moment of origin, that yes, there's lots of complicated, interesting cases for paintings over time and different authors of the same author over time. But I also wanted to say that there is an important part of recognizing a name, a particular author, and that part of the problem, it seems to me, is that magical moment, claiming that you either see it or you don't, or I've got this intuitive feeling, that can be supplemented by, as you say, explaining, and there a lot of knowledge, also conoscitore, of historical, what you showed us, there was a dense web of knowledge about how things are made, that so that the eye is a part of the mind, as Leo Steinberg says, that
I almost quoted him.
A sharp eye, but it connects to a wealth of historical, and that's one of the things that I feel is part of the problem, is displacing of what constitutes knowledge. If there's too much emphasis on so let's say social arts, history, and now the current things, too much emphasis on knowledge about scientific, you don't want to put all of your eggs in that one basket. Aside from, as a last remark, and we may be hearing about this, you touched on an early case early on in your talk, where science can get things wrong because they're not looking at the right things. That's also part of the knowledge of how to formulate. And I know many, many cases where, and I'm going to be talking about, it seems that this new technical paradigm is leading us astray. And that's really knowledge as you present it. And I hope that with your articles, you're going to take the field, hold it from its going in the wrong direction, because that's very important.
I don't have that power. No, thank you very much. I think those are very important thoughts. And I do look forward to hearing about your origin stories. And I don't mean to deny that, and I would also say that even in even in the decorative arts, the question of who made it remains very, very important. It's a complicated question, and we always have to ask, why are we asking the question, and what are we investing in a notion of authorship that might not, in fact, be a period one? So this is...
I have one tiny thing I wanted to add, which is you said about the decorative art. With the Greek pottery is kind of one of the origins of our field, connoisseurship, the sixth technique and understanding. So there could also be something there about the forgetting about what it was, the field's task and knowledge, that it's not just about, oh, that's not high enough. There's a kind of convenient about putting aside what was considered old-fashioned that has to be, it's part of the limits, that knowledge goes together with limits, but...
Well, Ben, let me add this. When I was thinking about this talk, in the end, I decided to focus on the things I knew best, which is Bard Graduate Center. But the other strategy I thought I might do was just to paint a happier picture of what's actually taking place in our field. And you who talked about the field being divided into conoscitori and non-conoscitori, I do think there are people in the middle, but maybe we worry a little too much about art history being hijacked by theory and taking us away from object, because if we look at the broader practice of art history, like this museum that we're in now, I think what Isabel mentioned is that connoisseurship is alive and well in many, many sectors and even in many academic institutions. But if we take, contemporary painting or something, where connoisseurship is not really a key thing, if we make that identical with art history, we're only seeing part of the picture. So I had collected a number of examples that I thought were reassuring of study days for students to focus them on a museum collection, or to teach connoisseurship of the paper on which drawings are made, or of the hands of artists, or of techniques. I don't think this is, it's not dead, and I don't think it's dying, but it is separated. And that, I think, is what we would like to do. So I don't mean, my friend, the curator of decorative arts at the Getty is a good friend of mine, and she surely knows about these wall lights, but she doesn't change the website. So I'm not lampooning the Getty, but it is significant, I think, that these parties within the field are not talking to each other. So how do we get them to do that? At Bard Graduate Center, we started a program called Cultures of Conservation. And the specific aim of this was to train bilingual scholars, meaning bilingual in the language of art history and criticism and the language of science. We don't have a science lab and we don't train conservators, but I don't think an art historian needs to know how to do XRF analysis, but they do need to know how to interpret it, understand it, and question it if they think it's not actually answering the questions they want. So I believe that these fields can be, these specialties can be brought together. That's what we're doing with Pilar and David here.
I hope so. So we will finish this session with this optimistic note. Let's go to have breakfast. We will have a small pause until 10 to 12, and all the speakers are invited by the organization. So we will meet everyone here in 20 minutes, hopefully. A las 12 menos 10 nos reunimos de nuevo aquí. Todos los ponentes están invitados. Fuera. Por la organización. Al resto de los asistentes nos encontraremos aquí a las 12 menos 10. Gracias.
Hola, 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 sí, 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 ¿se escucha, no? Hola, 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 sí. ¿Se escucha? Pues tenía el micrófono abierto, ¿no te va?
Please, we invite Mateo Cadario also to join us at the table. ¿Sabes dónde están? So, I am happy to present our first speaker in this first session, the Professor Hans Ruprecht Goethe. He's professor of classical archaeology at the German Archaeological Institute in Berlin and the University of Gießen in Germany. He has done extensive surveys in Greece and has excavated on Aegina. He has published on Greek and Roman portrait sculpture and on ancient Greek topography and architecture. His publications include Studien zur römischen Darstellungen, Hoaxiologos de Musunion, Athens, Attica and the Megarid, an archaeological guide, and several co-author books in Attic sites such as Marathon and the Cave of Pan at Bari. He also edited Ancient Roads in Greece, Proceedings of a Symposium at Athens, and co-edited with Olga Palagia, Ludwig Ross und Griechenland. So welcome here, thank you for being with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction and, of course, for the invitation to this conference. I start with my talk. The appreciation of old and therefore pagan statues in late antiquity is a well-documented and generally recognized phenomenon. But the nature, extent, and distribution of newly produced marble sculptures during this period, especially those of a reasonable size, has been discussed for decades and was and still is highly controversial. Some archaeologists think that large statues of pagan motifs, thus giving the rise of Christianity an important impact in this development, have not been produced anymore in late antiquity. Others tried during the past 25 years to show that this view is not correct. A key role in this discussion is played by an ensemble of 5 life-size statues in the Nikolsberg Glyptothek in Copenhagen, the so-called Esquilin group, or, misleadingly, the Sette Saler sculptures, for which a long-lasting discussion has been going on with regard to their date of production. This aporia points to a fundamental methodological problem in classical archaeology. The current state of research on this group of sculptures is characterized by the fact that the methods commonly used in archaeology for dating sculptures have sometimes been applied only in a selection and not altogether. In this case, it is about epigraphy and prosopography, together with a find context, and finally, preferably at the end and not in the beginning, leading to the analysis of style. The statues in the Nikolsberg Glyptothek from the Esquilin in Rome have been interpreted up to the late 1990s, mostly as works from the late 2nd century AD, thus supporting the long-held assumption that after the Tetrarchic era, no large-formed images of pagan gods, especially not copies of older, here Hellenistic designs, were produced. At one point, in the 1980s, some epigraphists dated the sculptures according to prosopographical attribution of the sculptors as works of late antiquity. And from then on, the very influential archaeologists, the experts' eyes, relied on this epigraphical interpretation and looked for good arguments for stating that the stylistic analysis does not contradict a late antique production date of those statues. The phenomenon of the similarities of the late antique style and that of the Antonine era, which bothered so many researchers for a long time, was phrased by Niels Hannestad, one of the scholars who understandably fought for the acknowledgement of a big late antique production of small and large-scale sculptures. He said, that is what it is all about, meaning the late antique sculptors not only worked in a long-lasting workshop tradition, but they even competed with their forerunners to reach that very high quality of marble sculpting. In 2013, an article in German, some years before she published the same in Italian, which was not much acknowledged, in 2013 was published by Christiane Forster, an article, one of the experts in this field. She collected and discussed many examples of late antique sculptures made in Rome and determined their style. Doing so, she supported the views by Marianne Bergmann, who carefully argued more than 10 years earlier for a late antique workshop of Aphrodisias in Asia Minor. Both scholars reconstructed a workshop originating in that Carian town, whose sculptors were traveling around the Mediterranean and chiseling statues, statuettes, and reliefs, mostly using their hometown marble from the quarries of Göktepe, a little bit south of Aphrodisias, but other marbles from Asia Minor as well, so transporting that marble across the ancient world. After those studies, and after quite a number of research on that material by others, and by excavation and investigation in Aphrodisias itself, especially through the publication of a sculpture workshop in that town, we seem to know a lot more about late antique sculptures. And I want to confess here that I see in many cases the same. That is, there are pagan statues in late antiquity which have been chiseled anew, mostly for the decoration of lavishly furnished villas. We find them all around the ancient world as well, for example, on the Iberian Peninsula, two floors up here, and we can note that the majority of them are very fine mythological statuettes. I'm coming back now to the Esquilin statues and to the article by Christiane Forster with her fundamental critique, as the expert's eye obviously very influential for scholars who later studied those statues found in Rome. Almost all of them changed their mind and do not date them anymore to the high imperial period, but into late antiquity. What was her reasoning? Let's look at the evidence. The inscriptions and their interpretation, the fine context and the resulting consequences for the epigraphical explanation, and at the end, very shortly, the stylistic analysis. First, the inscriptions. On the front part of the plinths of those 5 statues in Copenhagen, there are Greek inscriptions naming persons from Aphrodisias, who tell that they made those figures. Epoiei in Greek. Although fragmented, we learn from them about a Flavius Zenon, a Flavius Chryseros, and a Flavius Andronikos. Interestingly, that those persons, or should I say those names, have been found in inscriptions in Aphrodisias too. The first of them inscribed his titles as a komes and as a diasemotatos, in Latin perfectissimus. These titles caused the expert epigraphist Charlotte Rocher to date the inscriptions to 320 to 350 AD, so in the time of Constantine to the mid-4th century AD. And this was and is the basis for the new chronology of the Esquilin statues and the analysis of their style. Rocher's short mention that all the titles are known from a few inscriptions to be dated already in the beginning of the 3rd century AD was usually ignored by the archaeologists, by Forster too. But recently, 2 other epigraphists gathered quite a number of epigraphical examples underlining the possibility of an earlier appearance of those titles. And in terms of methodology, I would like to emphasize that the chronology of an official title in the Roman social system, so komes and diasemotatos, I mean its first appearance, should be based on secured dates of the inscription itself, or on its fine context. The inscription itself does not give us any hint, so the fine context. And that leads us to the second part of the argument, the excavation on the Esquilin Hill in Rome. The fragments of the 5 statues and their inscriptions now in Copenhagen have been found built into a long zigzag wall, so purely used as stone material. All statues were intentionally cut into pieces after taken from their original setting. After their discovery in 1885, they have been restored, sold in 1893 to Carl Jacobsen in Denmark, and much later repaired anew to their present state, which you saw on these slides. And it is important to note that the 5 statues were not the only sculptural fragments built into that wall, but we know of many more sculptures, which were taken from that wall, which was then in private property, and therefore mostly could be sold to various museums, not only in Rome, but for example in New York or in Budapest or in Copenhagen as well. The chronological range of the production of those statues is from the late Republican times to the late 2nd century AD. As they could be reconstructed from their fragments, and since many of them show gold and color on their surfaces, it should be deduced that they have been taken almost intact and as a whole set from a place, maybe nearby, smashed into pieces and then built into the so-called statue wall. From all this evidence, we learn that there is, aside from the epigraphical interpretation of the signatures on the plinths, no hint and no argument deriving from the fine context about the date of manufacture of the Esquiline group. Scholars argued that the statue wall should be dated to medieval times, but they did not say for which purpose it has been built at that period. And how would it be possible in medieval times to find so many intact, even gilded and colored marble statues, to cut them into pieces and use them as stone material for that wall? Therefore, in recent years, it has been proposed to date the statue wall to the years after 270 AD or into Tetrarchic period, after the destruction of Rome under Valentinian II. If this is correct, it would provide a valuable terminus antequem for the production of the Esquiline statues in Copenhagen, and I will come back to this soon. Discussing the inscriptions of those Aphrodisian sculptors, we need to get to some other context on the Esquiline hill. There have been some more statues with signatures by persons from Aphrodisian workshops. While from all excavations in Rome 20 such signatures are known, 18 of these come from the excavations on the Esquiline hill and most probably belonged to the group of statues under discussion here. This means the debate is concentrated by now only on a very small percentage of the material once extant. So 18 statues, but 5 are discussed only. 2 of the inscriptions with signatures by Aphrodisian sculptors, one of them Flavius Zenon, whom we know from the plinths in Copenhagen, have been excavated in an ancient architectural context, namely in the foundations of a bath once belonging to a nice villa on the Esquiline. Today this bath is known as the baths in Via Ariosto, but at the time of the excavation in January 1874, this road did not exist, not yet. And therefore, in early reports on those finds, the bath is sometimes labeled as situated in a different road, like in the road on Settesale, which did not exist as well. But this incorrect naming did not prevent researchers like Forster to call the Esquiline group Settesale statues, and finally resulting in the hypothesis that the figures once decorated a villa on top of the water reservoir called Settesale. Here is the first hint to a very suggestive but circular argument, without any basis. In addition, the reasoning is getting even worse. Let me quickly quote in English translation the German critique by Forster. The attribution of the Flavius Zenon inscription above on the left to the bath complex of the Via Ariosto near Piazza Dante is not supported by any of the find reports. A connection between the Flavius Zenon inscription with the bath complex from Via Ariosto, which was completely excavated and destroyed in 1874, can be ruled out with a probability bordering to certainty. Additional confusion is caused by another Aphrodisioi signature. You see it with this red frame around it, which was found in a bathing complex on the Esquiline in the area of the Via Merulana. It is again a statue plinth, but only the last two letters of the artist's name have survived. Whether the location of this Aphrodisios inscription originates from a different bath complex on the Via Merulana cannot be decided in view of the extremely large number of late antique baths in this area. And Forster continues, here the methodological problem in classical archaeology comes into sharp focus, as the question arises as to how it is possible that the context of a single inscription, which is not documented anywhere, could be regarded as a certain fact, although it is in obvious contradiction to the well-founded results of the epigraphic, Rocher, and ancient historical research, and does not stand up to closer examination. Apparently, the hypothetical context of the find served as a welcome reason of traditional sculpture research that there were no large formed images of gods in late antiquity. End of quote. To note it from the beginning, Forster's fundamental critique she phrased as the expert against other, in her view, non-expert researchers, but prejudiced traditional scholars who do not recognize new research, has to be turned against herself. She's talking of one inscription from the baths in Via Ariosto, but the excavation reports give three, two of them naming Aphrodisios. She announces without any proving that there have been an extremely large number of late antique baths in this area, but we know from the old excavations, from studies of the archival material, and from new research that there has been just and only one, namely the one in Via Ariosto. She states that there is no reliable or even justifiable dating of the find context, but already the excavators in 1874 and again new excavation carried out in 2005 on the basis of stratigraphical research showed the contrary. By the way, the new excavations did prove that Forster's statement, all the remains of the bath have been destroyed, totally destroyed in 1874, again is wrong. The building had four construction phases, the first in the second half of the 2nd century AD, the third in the time of Maxentius, which could be dated by stamps on the hypocaust bricks to the early years of the 4th century. The excavation report from 1874 is very clear in that it states that the profiled plinth of a statue with the inscription of the Aphrodisian sculptor Flavius Zenon and that of the second one were found built into the foundations of that bath. This means, without any doubt, that the plinths need to be dated before the beginning of the 4th century, a clear terminus antiquem neglected by Forster and other expert researchers. And it is even more. The excavator explicitly wrote that the statues did belong to the earlier phase of that building, 2nd century AD. And of course, we need to think about some time period the statues were set up and did decorate a building before they've been cut into pieces. In addition, we know of fragments of 52 statues and 3 inscriptions incorporated into the foundations of the tetrarchic bath in Via Ariosto. The oldest sculpture is a late Hellenistic labrum with fine floral decoration. Most of the statues, some are copies of famous Greek types, are works of the 2nd century up to the late Antonine period. Statues by two Aphrodisian sculptors of late and antique times would be the only examples in this complex dating more than 200 years later than all the others. But, as I said, the excavation results exclude a date after Tetrarchic times. And it seems not by chance that this evidence coincides perfectly with the proposed date of the statue wall containing the fragments of the Esquiline sculptures and their inscribed plinths in Copenhagen, namely after 270 AD. Now, of course, the question arises if we need to follow the experts, Niels Hannestad, Marianne Bergmann, Christiane Foster, and others, in their stylistical analysis, our last point of discussion. In April of this year, I had the opportunity to discuss this matter in front of the statues with Mette Moltesen, who wrote several articles about the Esquiline group, dated them first to the 2nd century and then changed her mind, and changed her mind to late antiquity, and with Marianne Bergmann, who proposed the group being part of the late antique sculptural production of an Aphrodisian workshop. During that long-lasting discussion and the studies of the inscriptions as well as the sculptures, Bergmann confessed that she now prefers a late Antonine date for those sculptures in Copenhagen, not on the basis of the fine context, but on the basis of her expert eye on style. So she changed her mind since 1999. And this has been supported in 2018 as well by Julie van Vores through the study of some statues found in a workshop in Aphrodisias itself. The statues are worked from white and grey marble deriving from the quarries of Göktepe south of Aphrodisias. The workshop mostly used that fine-grained marble which was quarried even in a dark blue or black quality. Especially noteworthy is the fact that the muscles of the figures are very strong, exaggeratedly pronounced. This is a tradition the workshop took from Hellenistic sculpture and carried on down into late antiquity. The head of the statue of Heracles from the Esquiline group in Copenhagen shows hair with strands separated by deep channels produced with a drill. But in some parts, a very fine bridge over these channels has been left connecting two locks. Particularly, this is the only depiction without sculptural indication of the iris and the pupil of the eyes, something to be expected from Hadrianic times on, and as you will see, extant on the other figures. I guess that with this figure alone, as you see it in my slide, nobody would propose a late antique date for the statue. This can be supported by comparison with similar depictions of Heracles like those on the late antique reliefs from Chiragan in Toulouse. A detailed study of the way how the strands and locks have been chiseled shows the differences, while scholars are sure that the same workshop from Aphrodisias executed those sculptures. The same can be said about the muscular form of the bodies and legs, to be interpreted as a motif, but not as the style. The form of the statue's marble supports, like the tree trunk, with its finely drilled holes at places of broken branches, does not exist on late antique trees. And since several years, there are two more copies of the satyr type found in Aphrodisias itself, which recent scholarship dates convincingly to the late 2nd or early 3rd century AD. A look at the two centaurs produced by the Aphrodisian sculptors Papias and Aristeas, they inscribed their names, and found in the villa of Hadrian in Tivoli, and always dated to Hadrianic times, underlines clearly the exaggerated formulas of muscle depictions in Hadrianic times, and thus the long tradition already mentioned. The check on the style of the eyes may give us an additional clue. I do not show you comparisons of late Antonine portraits, which are very similar. If you go to Copenhagen, you can do so, because the group is exhibited inside the galleries with the portraits. But I show you some examples of late antique date, above of Valentinian II, then of the late antique owner of the villa in Chiragan, and below of an unidentified emperor in Istanbul of the 5th century AD. The differences are, at least in my view, obvious. Marianne Bergmann discussed the meandering scheme of curls with pointed drilling, which is best to be observed at the Helios figure of the Copenhagen group. A comparison with that motif on a statue of Helios from the late antique villa in Silataraga at Istanbul, or on the statuette of Christ in Rome, signify the differences in workmanship of the scheme, the formula, and thus the different date of production. To determine the well-known style of the Esquilene sculptures in Copenhagen, a look at the famous group of the Commodus Heracles bust in Rome with its accompanying tritons is valuable. All three sculptures have been found on the Esquilene nearby our group, and all three are produced from Göktepe marble by the Aphrodisian workshop. The workmanship of the long hair of the tritons is in its details the same as that on the mythological figures of the Copenhagen group. I could show it to you by a careful and time-consuming study, but I hope that you can observe the long channels between the strands and the fine bridges and many more details as very similar on the Esquilene heads and on the tritons. And the same is true when checking the mane of the lion skin on Commodus' head, and in an even finer work on his hair and beard. Of course, the motifs of the hair are different at the portrait from that of the mythological figures, but how the drill is used, how the surface of the strands is characterized like fine hair, that is so very similar that I see a close relationship in workmanship, in style, and therefore in date. A last word about the interpretation of the titles comes and perfectissimus, dies immortatus for Flavius Zenon on the plinths of the Esquilene group. Rocher wrote that the title dies immortatus, I quote, first appeared under the Severi for high officials in the equestrian administration by imperial officials. And later she writes, I quote again, the title comes was a rare and significant epithet of the emperor's companions, end of quote. So one may ask, is it possible that those Aphrodisian sculptors who worked in Rome can be regarded as such officials and companions of the emperors of the Antonine or Severan court? I think it may be possible because we now, only since a few years, know that the Aphrodisian workshop in Rome produced all the very best portraits and sculptures for those emperors, especially for their villas. The inscriptional term epoiae, that is, principally they made the statues, which we read on the plinths, can be understood as well as the signature of the workshop's owner, the head of the workshop in Rome and in Aphrodisias, so in two distant towns. Such an owner who delivers in Rome the very best portraits of the members of the imperial family and wonderful statues for their villas may have had an equestrian rank and close contact to the imperial court. He could be a companion of the emperor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Goethe. Let's leave the questions for the end of the session. You may stay if you want. If you prefer go, yeah. So, no, whatever you prefer. You can stay or
yeah, I can look.
So, it's my very pleasure to present now Professor Cadario. Lui è laureato in lettere classiche all'Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore di Milano con una tesi in archeologia romana e adesso sta all'Università di Udine. Dal 2004 al 2009 ha insegnato archeologia e storia dell'arte romana all'Università degli Studi di Milano e dal 2014 al 2015 archeologia delle province alla Scuola di specializzazione dell'Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore. Dal 2021 dirige lo scavo delle Termae Felices Constantiniae di Aquileia, un grande edificio termale di committenza imperiale. Lavora inoltre al catalogo delle sculture provenienti dall'Uni e partecipa a progetti di ricerca sul Libano romano e sui monumenti funerari di Narbo. Oltre a seguire lo scavo d'Aquileia e a curare lo studio e la pubblicazione dell'edificio termale, delle sue architetture e dei suoi materiali, si occupa anche della scultura greca romana con un interesse particolare per i contesti di impiego, per le immagini militari e per la ritrattistica. Adesso è qui per presentare i rischi dei giudizi stilistici nello studio della scultura antica. Grazie.
Grazie dell'invito, ovviamente della presentazione, e io parlerò in questo caso soprattutto del gruppo di Cartoceto di Pergola, facendo una premessa sostanzialmente che molto spesso i discorsi stilistici sull'arte romana devono confrontarsi con una difficoltà significativa, che è lo sguardo retrospettivo che almeno dal tardo ellenismo gli scultori hanno e il rapporto che hanno con l'arte greca, che rende spesso contemporanei i linguaggi formali più antichi, che sono citati in funzione del valore o del messaggio che ogni monumento doveva esprimere. Faccio riferimento in questo caso ovviamente alle pubblicazioni di Tonio Olscher e in particolare al Römische Bildessprache als Semantische System. In parte questo problema, che si pone soprattutto per le cosiddette copie di opera nobilia, si supera quando si guarda la ritrattistica, che segue tutto sommato uno sviluppo che siamo in grado abbastanza di ricostruire almeno dall'età imperiale, perché abbiamo ovviamente i ritratti degli imperatori che ci danno una linea, una diacronia, senza dimenticare però che anche i ritratti imperiali possono essere prodotti più tardi, ci sono degli Augusto del II secolo d.C. per esempio. E questo ovviamente rende sempre difficile un approccio strettamente stilistico. Io farò un esempio, in questo caso, che riguarda dei ritratti privati, sostanzialmente del gruppo scultoreo trovato a Cartoceto di Pergola, nel Piceno. È un gruppo comprendente 2 statue equestri in bronzo e 2 statue femminili stanti. Il luogo di ritrovamento è questo, è uno scavo casuale, avvenuto da parte di contadini nel 1946, Sottolineo il fatto che ci troviamo lontani da tutte le città romane della zona. Probabilmente il territorio è il territorio di Fossombrone, di Forum Sempronii, però siamo probabilmente su un percorso stradale che nell'interno del Piceno, da Ostra e da Suasa, giungeva a Forum Sempronii, ma sostanzialmente il contesto di ritrovamento è totalmente avulso da un contesto archeologico vero e proprio. Non ci sono intorno né vici, né pagi, né municipia o colonie che possano effettivamente essere messe in relazione diretta con il ritrovamento. Di fatto sembra di una fossa piena di frammenti di statue in bronzo. 318 frammenti, 9 quintali di bronzo, non tutti. Peraltro ancora una parte di questi frammenti non sono mai stati ricollocati e si trovano ancora al Museo Archeologico Nazionale di Ancona, mentre queste statue che vedete sono, per complesse vicende che riguardano anche la valorizzazione dei beni culturali, esposte in questo momento a Pergola, cioè vicino al luogo di ritrovamento. In origine dovevano andare ad Ancona tutte insieme, ma adesso sono separati, per ragioni. Ci sono state anche delle ribellioni, delle guerre, da parte degli abitanti di Pergola, che hanno rifiutato, hanno circondato l'edificio e si sono rifiutati di riconsegnare i bronzi, che quindi alla fine sono rimasti lì, anche se ad Ancona c'è una sala che dovrebbe accoglierli un giorno. Comunque una parte dei frammenti non sono mai stati effettivamente ricollocati. C'è un progetto in questo momento dell'Istituto Nazionale del Restauro che sta facendo modellazione 3D, che spera di poter ricollocare e ampliare le nostre conoscenze sul gruppo, ma lo stato della questione è quello che io più o meno vi presenterò. Le sculture sono state realizzate con fusione a cera persa in diretta in una lega di bronzo ricca di piombo, ma ne riparleremo, e sono state poi dorate. La composizione è la stessa per tutte le 4 statue, come era logico immaginare, fanno parte di un gruppo verosimilmente familiare. È importante osservare che le matrici sono stanche, quindi questo vuol dire che probabilmente abbiamo a che fare con una bottega abituata a lavorare, realizzare statue equestri, perché le parti in cui questa stanchezza, questo utilizzo frequente delle matrici sono più visibili, riguardano proprio i corpi, soprattutto dei cavalli. E questo già è un aspetto che dovrebbe metterci dovrebbe farci pensare che ci vuole un momento in cui a Roma le statue equestri vengono prodotte in una certa quantità, insomma, sostanzialmente. Le terre di fusione sono di origine vulcanica, non c'è un preciso riconoscimento, ma verosimilmente sono di area campana o laziale. Quindi probabilmente possiamo pensare a una bottega attiva o nel Lazio o nelle città, diciamo, della Campania che è abituata a produrre statue equestri e che produce queste statue. Le dimensioni sono leggermente superiori al vero. In realtà i 2 cavalieri probabilmente sono alti, hanno altezze diverse, insomma. Quello conservato, quello che è privo del corpo, il cavallo è leggermente più grande, quindi probabilmente era la statua del personaggio più importante del gruppo. Le statue verosimilmente non sono mai state montate. Non ci sono alcune tracce sostanzialmente di elementi in piombo corrispondenti ai tenoni. Non c'è nulla, erano pronte per essere montate, ma è molto probabile che non siano mai state realmente montate. Quindi questo, tra l'altro, ci toglie quasi totalmente un contesto a questo punto, ecco, perché di fatto non sappiamo in che modo abbiano incontrato. Stavano andando da qualche parte, ma non possiamo neanche essere certi che andassero in una delle città del Piceno, teoricamente. Potevano anche andare verso un porto, insomma, per essere spedite al di là dell'Adriatico, per quel che ne sappiamo, insomma, anche se sarebbe un po' strano, però verosimilmente non sono mai state montate. Ho fatto il confronto in questo caso con le statue equestri di Verona, che conservano ancora le parti dei tenoni visibili, mentre in quelle di Cartoceto non si vedono. Molto spesso le statue, lo stato di distruzione, diciamo, in cui le vediamo, ha fatto pensare alla damnatio memoriae, al risultato di una distruzione voluta sostanzialmente di statue fatte a pezzi per ragioni essenzialmente politiche, come spesso capitava nel mondo romano. Io devo dire che non ci credo molto, questo per 2 ragioni. Uno, che non avrebbe senso distruggere completamente anche i cavalli. La statua femminile non riceve alcun danno, insomma, sostanzialmente, ma non avrebbe senso distruggere in gran parte i cavalli quando di solito nella damnatio memoriae tendenzialmente i corpi vengono salvati, insomma, eventualmente si sostituisce la testa o si interviene sulla testa anche nelle statue in bronzo. Il secondo aspetto, che però mi sembra più importante, è che per quanto la testa maschile conservata sia in pessimo stato di conservazione, apparentemente non hanno colpito il naso, gli occhi e la bocca, che sono esattamente le cose che di solito la damnatio memoriae colpisce, perché quando si vuole colpire l'identità, come avveniva nella damnatio memoriae di un personaggio, di un ritratto, lo si colpiva negli organi sensoriali. Quindi a me sembra una distruzione scollegata, insomma, fondamentalmente da pratiche politiche, e mi sembra più probabile che sia avvenuta nella prospettiva, per ragioni che non conosciamo, di riutilizzare semplicemente il metallo fatto a pezzi per ragioni forse più di trasporto che altro. Oltretutto io non conosco, e lo ripeto, un caso di damnatio memoriae in cui eventualmente si decida di esaugurare così tanto i damnati da prendere le statue distrutte e portarle a 10-20 chilometri dai municipi più vicini. Mi sembra eccessivo, ecco. Quindi ci credo relativamente poco a una damnatio memoriae in questo caso. La questione è importante perché i tentativi di identificare i personaggi rappresentati si sono spesso appoggiati proprio sulla identificazione di una damnatio memoriae per spiegare le proposte di attribuzione di fatto di questo gruppo. Io la escluderei, quindi siamo sostanzialmente privi di informazioni specifiche, secondo me, provenienti, diciamo, dal contesto. Io ritengo che la statua maschile conservata, in questo caso, indossasse sostanzialmente la forma di habitus civilis, di una toga tipo trabea, insomma, sostanzialmente appoggiata in modo un po' precario sul corpo e adesso qui non so se posso indicare, diciamo, appoggiata sulla groppa del cavallo, insomma questa sostanzialmente sarebbe appoggiata, si vede passare qui indietro e poi essere appoggiata in maniera un po' precaria, non è un modo adatto, la toga non era molto adatta ad essere indossata, almeno la toga normale andando a cavallo. E come in altre statue equestri verosimilmente togate, come quella di Pompei, alcuni frammenti provenienti da Torino e da Petelia, e come nelle immagini di Transvectio Equitum, in cui siamo sicuri che l'indumento indossato è una forma, diciamo, di toga chiamata trabea. Quindi credo che sia un habitus civilis. L'altro, la gamba che vedete, che indossa i cosiddetti calci ai patrizi, appartiene all'altro cavaliere. Quindi le gambe appartengono a un cavaliere, il busto appartiene a quello meglio conservato. E anche i calci patrizi sono sicuramente delle calzature di prestigio, insomma, sostanzialmente, verosimilmente indossate solo dai patrizi, che ci fanno capire che il livello, diciamo, sostanzialmente della committenza e dei personaggi rappresentati era molto alto. C'è una complicata decorazione sostanzialmente costituita da falere con immagini di divinità che più o meno riproducono le stesse divinità disposte diversamente, e sul premetopidion centrale è rappresentata una figura di Marte appoggiata allo scudo, ovvero qui. L'unico elemento significativo di differenza in questa ampia presenza di falere, che presuppongono probabilmente anche una carriera militare da parte dei personaggi raffigurati, è rappresentata da questa falera che in un caso raffigura, ma la rivedremo, una divinità maschile, e nell'altro una divinità femminile. E questa è l'unica distinzione netta, visibile diciamo, gli ornamenti dei cavalli. Le due statue femminili stanti rappresentano varianti del cosiddetto tipo della pudicizia. Questo è il tipo KLM via Flaminia, insomma, sostanzialmente, che verosimilmente corrisponde a quella meno conservata, mentre l'altra la vediamo per esempio confrontabile con la statua della collezione Mattei. Questo tipo statuario era usato spesso per illustrare i valori tradizionali delle matrone romane. Un aspetto però estremamente importante e interessante è il fatto che questa, che conserva la mano sinistra, ha un grande anello con castone, che si vede, è questo qui, insomma, sostanzialmente dovrebbe essere più o meno questo tipo di anello, è un anello che è diffuso, diciamo, nella seconda metà del I secolo a.C., non è l'unico caso di pudicizie con anello con castone, che verosimilmente sono un modo per indicare l'uso signatorio dell'anello, e quindi il fatto che questa matrona verosimilmente avesse un suo patrimonio, come era normale per le matrone romane, e lo utilizzasse. Ed è un modo per comunicarcelo, insomma, fondamentalmente. Ricordo che per esempio anche quando Ottaviano eredita e utilizza l'anello sigillo usato da Azia, indirettamente ci sta facendo sapere quindi che la madre di Ottaviano aveva un patrimonio, aveva un anello con castone che usava, diciamo, per segnare con funzione segnatoria nelle sue decisioni anche per l'amministrazione del suo patrimonio. Lei ci sta dicendo la stessa cosa, amministrava un patrimonio personale. L'altra ovviamente non lo sappiamo, insomma, e non è la sola tra le donne raffigurate, diciamo, matrone della seconda metà del I secolo a.C. Altro e ultimo aspetto da osservare è che molto probabilmente esiste una replica dello stesso tipo ritrattistico. L'ha identificata, ha proposto l'identificazione in realtà John Pollini, è conservata al Museo Gregoriano Profano, e mi sembra che per quanto la resa, diciamo, di questa testa in marmo non sia eccezionale, soprattutto in questa zona, però sia abbastanza simile, insomma, da accettare la proposta di identificazione. La questione non è da poco, la testa del Museo Greco-Coreano Profano viene da Roma, questo ci confermerebbe ulteriormente che si tratta di un personaggio importante, non essendo un imperatore, essendo un privato, tra virgolette, il fatto che esistano due repliche dello stesso ritratto ci spinge direttamente verso un personaggio della alta aristocrazia romana, insomma, fondamentalmente, come del resto anche potevano far pensare i calcei patrizi. Ora, vediamo invece un altro aspetto interessante del ritratto della matrona, in questo caso, è che volevo osservare, oltre al castone, è la presenza di questo ricciolo, un po' arcaizzante, insomma, fondamentalmente, che di per sé la signora è una signora un po' matura, come potete vedere dalle rughe, ma non ha, diciamo, non voglio fare del body shaming in questo caso, però sostanzialmente è una signora un po' matura che non ha rinunciato evidentemente a mostrare i segnali di un'antica seduzione, perché di fatto il motivo del ricciolo è un motivo che si trova nelle immagini di Afrodite, che poi passa a immagini delle regine ellenistiche, anche al mondo cleopatrizzante, insomma, fondamentalmente, ma lo vediamo anche in ritratti come quello di Ottavia Minore e poi anche in maniera più simile a quello che vi ho fatto vedere in alcuni, questo ritratto proveniente dalla Turchia e in altri ritratti come questo di un rilievo funerario conservato ai Musei Capitolini. Quindi è una scelta, insomma, sostanzialmente che completa l'immagine della matrona, castità, pudicizia, ma anche una certa attenzione, insomma, all'acconciatura con il ricciolo ribelle che ne fuoriesce. Ora, queste sono le proposte avanzate fino adesso sull'identificazione del gruppo, insomma, fondamentalmente. Molte si addensano intorno alla metà del I secolo a.C. per ragioni che poi vi dirò, che sono legate sostanzialmente al rapporto possibile con il ritratto di Cesare. Solo Pollini è sceso, insomma, fondamentalmente fino all'età augustea, alla prima età augustea, e poi ci sono alcune proposte più tarde di età tiberiana che sono, secondo me, basate sostanzialmente sull'idea che lei possa essere Livia, ma onestamente in questo caso è un'idea che non si può assolutamente accogliere, insomma, fondamentalmente questa signora, questa matrona, a parte il ricciolo ribelle che Livia non indossa mai, sostanzialmente è una signora molto più anziana di tutte quante le immagini di Livia che conosciamo e se vagamente può ricordare il terzo tipo ritrattistico di Livia, che è quello che lei mostra in età tiberiana, l'ultimo, in realtà le distinzioni sono anche molto nette, insomma, tra l'altro qui dietro si vede poi un accrocchio che fa pensare che il velo abbia anche uno chignon, che sotto il velo ci fosse uno chignon, quindi l'identificazione con Livia sicuramente è l'elemento che ha portato a una proposta di datazione d'età tiberiana, è sicuramente da rifiutare perché non plausibile e semmai i confronti migliori di per sé, senza poi guardando così alla connoisseurship in questo caso, farebbero pensare, questa è Viciri Arcade, la madre di Marco Nonius Balbus, ed è un ritratto della primissima età augustea, diciamo poco dopo il 30 verosimilmente, fa parte di un ciclo statuario che si trova nella Basilica di Ercolano ed è datato in questo caso con buona sicurezza, quindi i confronti farebbero pensare al periodo 30-20, insomma, di per sé. E ovviamente il tentativo poi di riconoscere Nero Caesar che muore, poveretto, a 25 anni in questo signore pieno di rughe, sono una dimostrazione di come delle volte ci sono colleghi che vedono confronti che sono molto difficili da condividere, insomma, ecco, anche per ragioni in questo caso di minima logica. Questi sono i due più probabili Nero Caesar esistenti, ma comunque il povero figlio di Germanico di fatto non sarà stato più rappresentato dal 29, cioè da quando aveva 23 anni, e non può essere assolutamente questa persona molto calva, insomma, fondamentalmente, e con rughe frontali profonde, che viene rappresentata qui a Cartoceto. Altre ipotesi si sono spostate più nel periodo, diciamo, io non le discuterò tutte, potremmo dire nel terzo quarto del I secolo a.C., Ora, la proposta di riconoscere un ritratto di Cicerone ha di solito il tipo ritrattistico che di solito viene identificato con Cicerone, non tutti sono d'accordo, è questo. In ogni caso andava, insomma, bisogna scegliere. E di per sé il tipo ritrattistico di solito identificato con Cicerone sicuramente non assomiglia al ritratto di Cartoceto, condividono solamente la calvizie, insomma. Ma il problema in questo caso è che l'ipotesi poi era complicatissima, perché secondo Victor Bohm le statue di Cartoceto sarebbero state originariamente collocate in questa esedra nelle Raion di Samo, sarebbero state portate via dalle truppe di Marco Antonio, che li avrebbe distrutte per la damnatio memoria di Cicerone e quindi di tutta la sua famiglia, sarebbero finite in maniera difficile di nuovo da spiegare nel Piceno. Tutto questo già di per sé è molto complesso, ma vi faccio notare che questa è la ricostruzione di Bohm, che un'esedra semicircolare è il posto peggiore dove collocare una statua equestre. Non avrei mai pensato di poterla mettere, ci sta malissimo una statua equestre in un'esedra semicircolare, e soprattutto che qui si vede chiaramente che c'è una statua stante. Questi sono piedi, sono impronte di piedi. Anche qui ci sono impronte di piedi di statue stanti, probabilmente c'erano anche qui, e il posto per le statue equestri proprio non c'è. Quindi questa ipotesi è, come vedete, un altro esempio, diciamo, di ipotesi che vengono avanzate in maniera incongrua, direi, sostanzialmente, e per la cronaca questa è l'ipotesi, l'identificazione con Cicerone che viene citata di più nella stampa, diciamo così, mainstream, perché chiaramente Cicerone è più conosciuto di tutti gli altri, quindi di solito aggiungono qualcosa del tipo che non tutti sono d'accordo, però nella sostanza anche nell'ultimo convegno che c'è stato a Cartoceto alla fine di Cicerone si è parlato, quando è assolutamente certo che perlomeno non sia il gruppo, che il gruppo non provenisse certo dalle Raion di Samo, insomma, fondamentalmente. Tra l'altro un gruppo fatto in Campania dovrebbe essere andato a Samo, poi da Samo distrutto e portato nel Piceno, nel centro del Piceno, quindi capite che è una cosa inutilmente complessa. Ora, di norma i tentativi, diciamo, di inquadramento del gruppo di Cartoceto, insomma, si basano di fatto sul ritratto maschile, che ha una vaga, diciamo, rassomiglianza con il ritratto di Cesare, anche se c'è chi... sì. C'è una somiglianza di fatto con il ritratto di Cesare, condividono la calvizie sostanzialmente e questo ciuffo rimasto, insomma, di capelli al centro della fronte, ma verosimilmente il nostro ritratto può essere inquadrato in un gruppo molto più ampio di ritratti che sono il risultato della Bildnisangleichung, fondamentalmente dell'effetto che il ritratto di Cesare ha avuto sull'elite diciamo dell'età triumvirale, anche del secondo triumvirato poi. Il ritratto di Arles è stato identificato con Cesare, ma sicuramente non rappresenta Cesare. Quello di Cassino probabilmente è un ritratto augusteo, quello di Leiden è stato identificato con Cesare, ma verosimilmente a sua volta non rappresenta Cesare, e anche il nostro si colloca, diciamo, in questo gruppo di uomini maturi con una stempiatura molto avanzata e un ciuffo, insomma, sostanzialmente sopravvissuto al centro della fronte, che certo forse hanno il ritratto di Cesare come in mente, insomma, sostanzialmente anche gli scultori che li hanno realizzati, ma molto probabilmente non sono affatto, anzi sicuramente non sono affatto Cesare. Ma molti dei tentativi di conoscere, di riconoscere, il tentativo di Coarelli, c'è stato chi come Hofter ha riconosciuto direttamente Cesare e in particolare Coarelli invece pensa che sia un cesaricida, insomma, ma tutti quanti più o meno sarebbero stati influenzati nella costruzione della loro immagine dal ritratto di Cesare. Lo stesso vale per Andreae e la sua proposta di identificare Caio Asinio Pollione, in questo caso, nel personaggio rappresentato. L'unica proposta diversa, insomma, sostanzialmente, è stata quella di John Pollini, che è sceso tra il 30 e il 20 e ha pensato ai Domizio Barbi secondo un classico argomento che appena si vedono dei tritoni o degli elementi marini, in automatico si pensa ai Domizio Barbi, perché dei Domizio Barbi sappiamo che erano collegati in qualche modo al culto di Nettuno. Lo si è pensato per la cosiddetta area di Domiziano Barbo, lo si pensa adesso anche per la casa in corso di scavo, insomma, attualmente nella zona del foro, ma insomma in realtà questo è un argomento che diventa facilmente circolare. Sicuramente sui balti dei cavalli ci sono dei tritoni con uno scudo. Questo ha fatto pensare a Pollini, ai Domiziano Barbi e al fatto che loro avessero potenzialmente degli interessi adriatici, perché sappiamo che Gneo Domiziano Barbo effettivamente ha incrociato con la flotta prima della battaglia di Azio in Adriatico. Però insomma questi sono argomenti un po' labili. Pollini è un po' più specifico nella cronologia, un po' più bassa, spostandosi diciamo più verso il 20 a.C., quando per esempio ritiene che queste due ciocche dimostrino l'influenza del cosiddetto tipo actium typus o tipo Alcudia, insomma fondamentalmente, che è il ritratto, il tipo ritrattistico che verosimilmente Augusto, meglio Ottaviano, utilizza dall'inizio degli anni, dal 40 diciamo indicativamente, fino almeno al 29, cioè fino all'anno del trionfo. E questo potrebbe essere un elemento che effettivamente potrebbe essere utilizzato diciamo, per abbassare leggermente, sì, Cesare come stella polare, ma nella redazione diciamo, di questo ritratto il personaggio rappresentato avrebbe in mente i ritratti di Ottaviano nel periodo del secondo triumvirato. E questo potrebbe anche corrispondere a quanto detto sul ritratto femminile. Per quanto concerne in realtà l'identificazione, sostanzialmente l'idea che qui ci sia una citazione specifica di trionfi di partecipazione ai Bella Navalia, insomma sostanzialmente io ricordo che le immagini di scudi portati da esseri marini tritoni si possono trovare in età augustea da contesti funerari fino alle lastre campana e alla fin fine secondo me il motivo dello scudo può sempre alludere in qualche modo al clipius virtutis, quindi essere un motivo che non implica assolutamente un rapporto diretto dei personaggi rappresentati con campagne militari condotte sul mare, per quanto poi il motivo in età augustea non valga solo per i Domiziano Barbi, ma potenzialmente quasi per chiunque, visto che tutti hanno partecipato, più o meno i membri dell'elite, alle guerre civili e sono stati più o meno coinvolti o da una parte o dall'altra nelle battaglie navali che le hanno diciamo, contrassegnate e le hanno portate alla conclusione. Ora, questo è lo status questionis, insomma, fondamentalmente. Si può arrivare più o meno a una cronologia, secondo me, stilistica, iconografica, che si spinge fino all'età medio-augustea, insomma, mettendo insieme anche le varie proposte che sono state fatte, alla fine quella di Pollini mi sembra, dimenticandoci Domiziano Barbi, l'analisi più attenta delle tipologie di ritratti, se non fosse che a Valdghirmes, questo campo che si sta trasformando in una città nella Germania Magna, che viene abbandonato subito dopo la battaglia di Teutoburgo, che per ragioni dendrocronologiche potrebbe essere stato fondato diciamo intorno al 4 a.C., in una seconda fase in cui viene realizzata questa sorta di protoforo con una basilica e con 5 basi equestri. Di una di queste statue equestri che dovevano trovarsi su queste basi sono stati trovati diversi frammenti in un pozzo, probabilmente in questo caso sì distrutti dopo diciamo, l'abbandono del forum o del castrum, insomma, da parte romana al momento dell'evacuazione di fatto della Germania. E qui questi sono i resti, una testa di cavallo, un frammento di calce patrizi, un busto la falera con un busto di Vittoria e il prometopidion identico al nostro. Un motivo tra l'altro in parte che girava insomma anche sulle lucerne di età augustea. E tra l'altro se guardate le analisi del bronzo di Valdghirmes sono quelle che hanno un match più preciso con quelle di Cartoceto, sostanzialmente. E questo cambia un po' le cose, perché questo vorrebbe dire in realtà spostarsi decisamente verso la fine del I secolo a.C. Quindi l'analisi stilistica, diciamo, condotta sui ritratti, che più o meno conduce al 30-20, insomma, sostanzialmente, potrebbe in realtà scendere ulteriormente. Questo significa che non conosciamo abbastanza la ritrattistica augustea e le scelte a disposizione dell'elite, insomma, o forse dobbiamo pensare anche ad altre, dobbiamo ragionarci di più, insomma, su questi aspetti. Faccio notare che se uno dimentica i ritratti e si sposta ai cavalli, insomma, ed esamina per esempio il cavallo di Cartoceto e lo confronta con il cenotafio di Gaio Cesare in Turchia da Limira, che sicuramente è successivo alla morte di Gaio Cesare nel 4 d.C., forse è il cavallo che assomiglia di più in assoluto a quelli di Cartoceto. Quindi questo potrebbe essere che quando ci spostiamo dai ritratti, insomma, sostanzialmente, e guardiamo tra virgolette, il resto della statua, in realtà troviamo degli elementi che possono giustificare una datazione più bassa. Questo perché anche i ritratti in realtà possono essere delle copie e replicare dei modelli più antichi, fondamentalmente modelli che magari sono stati elaborati qualche decennio prima e che vengono ancora riprodotti in un gruppo familiare che potrebbe rappresentare genitori e figli, per esempio. Genitori raffigurati con dei ritratti creati diciamo, all'inizio dell'età augustea e contemporaneamente figli più giovani, probabilmente con dei ritratti, un figlio, diciamo, con la moglie più giovane, con un ritratto, diciamo, tra virgolette, più recente. Ecco, del resto questi tipi ritrattistici, insomma, proseguono anche nella piena età augustea. La statua cosiddetta di Varrone, perché Coarelli l'attribuì a Varrone, viene da un teatro che era nel frontescena di un teatro che viene datato nella piena, quasi tarda, diciamo, età augustea, verso la fine del I secolo a.C., quindi è difficile che questa statua sia più antica in realtà della costruzione del teatro stesso. Quindi dovremmo pensare a un gruppo di età pienamente augustea, diciamo verosimilmente, io penso, dell'ultimo quarto del I secolo a.C., forse non oltre, con due ovviamente statue equestri, in cui il personaggio più importante è quello non conservato, perché la sua statua è di dimensioni leggermente superiori. L'acconciatura del cavallo, di questo cavallo, è più elaborata, è quello che ha la rappresentazione frontale dello scudo sul balteo e ha degli ornamenti diversi delle Fippion, questi falcati che ricordano per esempio anche quelli del bronzetto raffigurante Alessandro da Ercolano. Quindi ci sono tutti quanti gli elementi sostanzialmente per pensare che questo fosse il personaggio più importante, ed è anche lui ad avere una falera con una figura di una divinità maschile, mentre l'altro, quello conservato che abbiamo esaminato fino adesso, ha una Venere o una Diana, insomma, cioè una divinità femminile. Quindi è probabile che ci fosse un gruppo familiare, insomma, sostanzialmente, io immaginerei padre e figlio con le rispettive mogli, e che verosimilmente questo gruppo sia stato realizzato verso la fine di fatto dell'età del I secolo a.C., insomma, sicuramente nell'ultimo quarto. E l'analisi stilistica che ha condotto una datazione leggermente più alta si potrebbe spiegare pensando proprio a un genitore raffigurato con un tipo ritrattistico pensato, diciamo, nel 30-20, riprodotto per questo gruppo che probabilmente si colloca però verso la fine del I secolo a.C. Poi chi fossero non lo sapremo mai. Il gesto nelle statue equestri si trova, insomma, in molti casi questo gesto è un gesto di saluto, ecco, che per esempio gli imperatori in visita fanno, lo fa anche Traiano sulla colonna traiana, però non ci sono degli elementi sostanzialmente che consentano una datazione e un riconoscimento, un'identificazione sicura del significato del gesto, secondo me. Quindi dovremmo pensare a un membro dell'elite senatoria urbana, probabilmente un amico di Augusto, se no non avrebbe usato con una carriera militare o civile, forse un governatore provinciale, ma se vogliamo giocare il gioco delle identificazioni, io ho fatto solamente un breve elenco, dobbiamo scegliere uno tra costoro. Ho messo in grassetto gli unici dei quali conosciamo il ritratto, quindi loro due non possono essere, tutti gli altri vanno bene e non c'è possibilità, secondo me, di risolvere diversamente il tutto. Grazie.
Grazie tante Matteo per questa affascinante presentazione. Ahora pasamos a nuestro último investigador de la mañana, mi colega David Ojeda. Vamos un poquito justos de tiempo, pero los que conocemos a David sabemos que es rápido y mortal. Ha dedicado su carrera académica al estudio del arte clásico, centrándose en el análisis tipológico, iconográfico y estilístico de la plástica grecorromana. Las representaciones estatuarias de los emperadores Trajano y Adriano ha sido el tema principal de sus investigaciones predoctorales. Pasó su etapa postdoctoral principalmente en Alemania y desde el 2016 regresó a España, primero a la Universidad de Córdoba y desde el 2020 en el Departamento de Historia del Arte de la UNED. Desde el 21 es investigador principal en el proyecto que codirigimos sobre las falsificaciones de las antigüedades en Roma en el 18. David, cuando quieras.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias por haber venido. Son ustedes muchos más de los que yo pensaba que iban a venir. Me enteré de lo que tenemos en casa. Estoy bastante contento con el resultado. No pensaba empezar así, pero espero que nos estén llevando a la impresión de que los que nos dedicamos a escultura clásica somos unos descreídos. Pero en las dos conferencias que han escuchado antes han visto que primero pues, han puesto en órbita una datación que está aceptada por la comunidad científica, lo cual no es mucho decir. Y en la segunda de ellas han visto otra vez lo mismo, con mucho detalle. Y ahora van a ver no un problema estilístico, sino más bien pues, otro problema de interpretación de una pieza. Voy a hacer una cosa que también es bastante inusual en mis conferencias, los que ya me han visto, y es que esta vez la voy a leer. Y eso es una cosa bastante extraña, pero como creo que voy a criticar algunas cosas, digo, voy a ponerla por escrito para que no parezca que estoy improvisando aquí diciendo lo primero que se me pasa por la cabeza. No es así. Lo he reflexionado mucho antes de decirlo. Voy a dividir la presentación en tres partes. Una introducción, un nudo y un desenlace. Y puede que al principio les parezca que la introducción y el nudo están inconexos, pero espero que cuando lleguemos al desenlace vean que esto tiene un hilo conductor. También voy a intentar hablar lento. Empiezo con la introducción. En España, los estudios de escultura antigua están sumidos en una grave crisis. La coyuntura vigente del sistema universitario español está destruyendo buena parte de los fundamentos en los que se basaba esta disciplina científica, mi disciplina científica. Una de sus víctimas más destacadas ha sido el Ojo Experto, es decir, como han visto ya en la conferencia de Collins, el investigador especializado en el objeto artístico en sí mismo. Ya casi nadie parece creer en la necesidad de responder a las preguntas básicas de la obra de arte del mundo clásico. Son dos preguntas fundamentales. ¿Qué es y cuándo se hizo? Indagar ambos problemas requiere de una inversión considerable de tiempo y esto entra en clara contradicción con la deriva universitaria actual. Solo por poner un ejemplo, alcanzar el ingente número de publicaciones necesario para acceder a puestos permanentes en la Universidad Española, tal y como demanda actualmente nuestro sistema de enseñanza superior y sus mecanismos de control externos, es inversamente proporcional a la redacción de trabajos científicos de calidad. Solo para que los españoles lo saben bien, pero los que nos visitan del extranjero se hagan una idea del punto de absurdo que se está alcanzando, voy a poner un ejemplo real. Hace muy pocos años, no digo los años para que la persona de la que voy a hablar lo sepa, un investigador de menos de 40 años ganó uno de los contratos de investigación más prestigiosos de España, el tuyo. En su currículum presentaba aproximadamente 15 monografías, 20 libros editados, 200 artículos y capítulos de libro y además 40 reseñas. Lo repito, 40 años. ¿Alguno de los miembros del comité de evaluación que aprobó su solicitud pensaba realmente que escribiendo a ese ritmo era posible que hubiera tenido tiempo de reflexionar sobre algo o de leer sobre algo? ¿De publicar algo con una calidad mínima? ¿De reflexionar con garantía sobre el objeto artístico? Ni siquiera los grandes maestros de la generación pasada fueron capaces de publicar a ese ritmo. Esta circunstancia está ocasionando un estancamiento científico sin precedentes y se augura un futuro aún más oscuro en los próximos años. Solo tienen que ver las últimas listas que van publicándose acerca de las solicitudes de acreditaciones que se están aprobando y el número de miembros que se están aprobando, de candidatos que se están aprobando. El objetivo de este estudio es intentar frenar esa tendencia. No la voy a frenar, pero por lo menos yo voy a intentar denunciarla ahora que no me pueden echar de la universidad. Para ello, usaré de hilo conductor una cabeza romana procedente de Osuna, esa cabeza. Su análisis demuestra cómo únicamente las incontables y pacientes horas de trabajo de un ojo experto descubren cosas que otras miradas pasan por alto. Paso ahora al segundo de los puntos, el nudo. Actualmente, los expertos en escultura romana han cerrado filas en torno a la interpretación de la cabeza de Osuna. Aunque existen propuestas alternativas, se ha decidido que se trata de un retrato de Lucio César, uno de los nietos del emperador Augusto. La hipótesis se ha presentado en algunos de los coloquios más reputados de Europa y ha contado con la quiescencia de la comunidad científica. A nadie parece importarle que esa identificación se base en dos argumentos falsos, muy falsos. El primero de esos argumentos del equipo de científicos que defiende que es Lucio César es que el tamaño colosal de la cabeza indica que debió tratarse del retrato de un miembro de la casa imperial. O lo que es lo mismo, como es muy grande, debe de ser alguien importante. Sabemos desde hace casi 20 años, yo por lo menos lo sé, que solo los retratos por encima de 34-35 centímetros medidos del mentón al cráneo eran considerados colosales en el mundo antiguo. 34-35. La cabeza de Osuna mide 30 centímetros del mentón al cráneo y por lo tanto no es colosal. Primer argumento en órbita. El segundo de los argumentos que utilizan los que defienden que es Lucio César es todavía más divertido y consiste en que su peinado recuerda al del nieto de Augusto. Conocemos bien los retratos del segundo nieto de Augusto, lo pueden ver en la pantalla, y ninguno de ellos muestra una distribución similar de sus cabellos. Creo que es evidente viendo al nieto y viendo el retrato de Osuna. Pero representa a Lucio César, claro que sí. La nota más característica de la cabeza de Osuna es la gran horquilla con la forma de una Y invertida que puede verse en el centro de su flequillo. Este detalle iconográfico jamás, y cuando digo jamás quiero decir nunca, se ha documentado en los retratos de los miembros de las casas imperiales de época romana. Por ese motivo, la única opción metodológicamente correcta es identificarla como la representación de un desconocido, es decir, un joven cuyo nombre no se ha transmitido y que era un habitante del imperio. Posiblemente fue realizada en época augustea, eso es algo más sencillo, como sugiere su parecido fisionómico con los dos nietos mayores de Augusto. Mírenlo aquí con Lucio y sobre todo mírenlo aquí con Gallo, cómo tienen ese cierto aire de época, como la Bildungsangleichung es muy similar en los dos casos, no así el motivo del peinado. Otra cosa bastante evidente es que el retrato de Osuna muestra un fuerte vínculo con la obra de Policleto. La Y invertida del centro de su flequillo, los mechones de las partes laterales de la cabeza y su fisonomía pueden encontrarse muy similares en distintas esculturas del maestro de Argos. Tienen en la pantalla 2. La comparación con el Doríforo y el Hércules de Policleto es suficiente para ver las semejanzas. Ese look policlético estuvo muy de moda durante el principado del emperador Augusto. Así lo demuestran otros 6 jóvenes, también de época augustea, cuyos retratos muestran evidentes guiños a la iconografía de los dioses y los héroes esculpidos por Policleto. Se los presento muy rápidamente. Tienen en la pantalla los 3 primeros, el primero en Atenas, en el Museo Arqueológico Nacional, el segundo en Tesalónica, en el Museo Arqueológico, el tercero en una colección privada de Écija. Miren no solo la fisonomía, sino también el motivo que configura el cabello en la parte central de la frente. Los 3 siguientes, también con esa amplia horquilla, son los que ven en la pantalla: Sevilla, en el Museo Arqueológico, Badajoz, en el Museo Arqueológico, y ese que ven que se encuentra en Bochum, en la Ruhr University. Tanto el joven de Osuna como estos 6 muchachos buscaron con sus retratos policléticos transmitir algún tipo de mensaje que sus contemporáneos debían entender con relativa facilidad. La influencia de Policleto en su imagen puede ser explicada dentro del programa iconográfico de la Aurea Aetas. El arte griego de época clásica fue un modelo para este movimiento político-cultural de época de Augusto. Los retratos del tipo prima porta, del princeps, son un buen ejemplo de cómo se aplicó esa política iconográfica. Tienen a la derecha el emperador Augusto y a la izquierda el doríforo de Policleto, para que vean ese juego policlético, esa policletización de la forma de los retratos de Augusto. Pues bien, por medio de esa policletización de la forma, Augusto fue representado en sus retratos del tipo prima porta como el modelo ideal de la sociedad de su tiempo. El mensaje fue tremendamente efectivo. Los jóvenes del Saeculum Aureum, es decir, de época de Augusto, se apresuraron a seguir el ejemplo del princeps y también incluyeron notas policléticas en sus retratos, como ya hemos visto. De esta manera, a través de la policletización de su imagen, estos jóvenes demostraron públicamente su adhesión al nuevo régimen. El muchacho de Urso, de Osuna, debió ser también un fervoroso partidario del emperador Augusto. Miren aquí otra vez el mismo juego que he hecho antes, ahora con el muchacho de Osuna y el doríforo de Policleto. Igual que Augusto juega con esa policletización, él no va a ser menos y juega también con esa policletización de la forma, que además se lo lleva a motivos iconográficos concretos como la Y invertida del centro del flequillo. Hasta donde sé, actualmente se piensa que la cabeza de Osuna debió pertenecer a una estatua de cuerpo completo. Argumentos a favor de esta posibilidad no hay ninguno. Dos detalles del retrato contradicen esa hipótesis. Por un lado, la zona posterior, la ven a la izquierda, está trabajada de una manera muy tosca, como si hubiese sido pensada para no ser vista por detrás. Incluso preserva una superficie lisa que parece indicar que estuvo en contacto con algo. Por otro lado, en la parte superior del cráneo se conserva un orificio cuadrangular. En un principio pensé en una representación togada y hablé con el señor Goethe, hablamos darüber haben wir schon geredet, pero una representación togada es bastante complicada porque no hay, la técnica de ensamblaje no va con la que conocemos, tendría que tener una forma de media luna, con lo cual la hipótesis también se perdió y hubo que buscar una alternativa. Creo que tengo una propuesta alternativa que podría funcionar. Uno de los clípeos de las termas de Mitra en Ostia, el que tienen en la pantalla, permite explicar los dos detalles que hemos visto antes. Es decir, la parte de atrás no terminada y con una superficie plana y el perno en la parte superior de la cabeza. El clípeo ostiense estuvo decorado por un busto cuyo retrato fue hecho en pieza aparte. Miren allí cómo aparece el busto sin las cabezas y los huecos para encajarlas después. La parte trasera de la cabeza contactaba directamente con el fondo del clípeo y para asegurar la sujeción de la cabeza, el escultor la fijó al clípeo por medio de un perno metálico. Este último no se conserva, pero ha dejado dos huellas, un orificio sobre el cráneo y otro sobre una de las lengüetas del escudo. Pueden verlo ahí marcado con flecha. La coincidencia en la técnica de trabajo no debe ser casual. El retrato de Osuna pudo formar parte originalmente de un clípeo. Ahí tienen una reconstrucción aproximada de cómo podría ir encajado en el clípeo. Si esta hipótesis se aceptase, se trataría del primer clípeo con un busto retrato documentado en Hispania. Solo dos apuntes más para reforzar esta posibilidad. Un orificio circular parece mostrar también la parte superior del cráneo de un busto que decoró un clípeo de finales del siglo I a.C. en el Museo de la Acrópolis de Atenas. Y un trabajo similar de la zona posterior, es decir, esa parte un poco alisada, muy tosca, no bien labrada, pueden ustedes verlo en un clípeo de la Basílica de Útica. Aquí lo tienen fuera del escudo y miren también la parte trasera tosca, lisa y realmente sin terminar de trabajar. Paso al tercer y último punto, que es el desenlace. Creo que ahora es cuando deberían de fusionarse la primera crítica y lo que hemos visto con la pieza de Osuna. Y van a ver ustedes el porqué. Hace pocos meses, una investigadora alemana de escultura clásica, joven investigadora, bueno, no tan joven, ya tiene sus 40 años, me contó que había sido convocada a varias entrevistas personales para optar a puestos permanentes en distintas universidades de su país. En todas, absolutamente todas, y son unas pocas a las que se presentó, fue rechazada por el número de sus publicaciones. Poco importó a los comités de evaluación que estas publicaciones hubiesen sido en las mejores revistas del mundo. Esta chica ha publicado en las mejores revistas del mundo. Aún menos importó que su Ojo Experto sea uno de los más potentes de Europa. Es una de las mayores especialistas en escultura clásica en nuestros tiempos actuales. Pero había publicado poco. Posiblemente nadie leyó sus trabajos para decidir si era apta o no para esos puestos. En palabras de una de las comisiones que la juzgó, abro comillas, si continúa usted con el ritmo de publicaciones que ha llevado hasta la fecha, coma, su progresión será demasiado lenta y sus resultados muy escasos. Cierro comillas, investigadora suspendida, no tiene puesto permanente en la universidad alemana. Va a ser difícil cambiar esta catastrófica deriva que está dejando ciego al arte clásico europeo. Espero que este trabajo contribuya en algo a hacerlo. Y aquí voy con el problema del tiempo. Yo he necesitado algo más de 8 años para elaborar este cuerpo de hipótesis y esta presentación que ha durado apenas 15-20 minutos. Ustedes juzgarán si la proporción entre la inversión de tiempo y los resultados obtenidos es adecuada. Posiblemente, me temo, el 99% de los comités para acceder a contratos / proyectos de investigación y plazas docentes en la universidad opinarán que no. Quizás hayan olvidado o no sepan que la velocidad está reñida con el trabajo de calidad del Ojo Experto. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, David, por esta presentación y por levantar un poco la polémica, por hacer la polémica sobre el problema de la productividad científica en estos tiempos. Vamos bastante mal de tiempo, así que vamos a abrir un turno de preguntas muy rápido y espero que las dudas más particulares y concretas se puedan desarrollar durante la pausa para el almuerzo. De forma que les doy la palabra tanto a los que están siguiéndonos desde casa como a los que están aquí para preguntar a nuestros ponentes.
Yo tengo una pregunta, ¿puedo preguntar? Mateo, ¿hay alguna posibilidad de que los dos caballos estén hechos por el mismo taller? El de Balmogen, ¿has dicho?
No, i baltei sono diversi.
Okay.
I baltei sono diversi e cambia la posizione dello scudo. I baltei sono diversi, cambia la posizione dello scudo. In un caso i due tritoni lo rivolgono, diciamo, di fronte, nell'altro caso è di profilo.
Okay.
Quindi i due baltei sono comunque diversi.
Ok, sono botteghe differenti.
No, non credo che sia una bottega differente, penso che abbiano voluto cambiare, perché comunque la bottega che lavora è la stessa, è una sola bottega. Diciamo che le analisi fanno pensare, da quello che hanno pubblicato fino adesso, se poi l'Istituto del Restauro nei lavori che sta facendo cambierà le carte in tavola, questo non lo posso sapere al momento, ma il gruppo appartiene comunque fatto dalla stessa bottega, cambiando delle matrici, insomma, sostanzialmente. Quindi per i baltei evidentemente hanno usato matrici diverse, ma probabilmente si direbbe, diciamo, che il cavallo leggermente più grande, quindi la statua equestre leggermente più grande, ogni volta abbia ricevuto un'attenzione maggiore. Ecco, che secondo me si vede anche nel balteo, insomma, leggermente nel fatto che lo scudo sia mostrato come il clipius virtutis di fronte. Ecco, quindi penserei che il personaggio più importante sia quello che aveva sicuramente i calci cosiddetti patrizi, insomma, che è il più grande, mentre quello il cui ritratto vi ho presentato è leggermente più piccolo.
E il cavallo che hai mostrato come parallelo nel campamento militare è anche un'altra bottega o è la stessa bottega?
No, questo è molto difficile da dire, sembra però che girino le stesse immagini, il prometopidio nello stesso. Quindi
forse può essere.
Può essere, però c'è qualche minima differenza comunque nella composizione, anche se la composizione è molto vicina, le differenze sono minime. Penserei che siano una bottega, diciamo, che lavora o nel Lazio o in Campania, insomma verosimilmente che fa queste statue equestri, per esempio quella di Augusto che è andata a Val Girmes, che probabilmente fa queste statue anche per committenze non strettamente augustee. Del resto Augusto con chi è stato rappresentato a Val Girmes non lo sappiamo. Secondo me c'era anche Varo da qualche parte, per dire, ma non sto dicendo, non voglio ricadere nel solito, non voglio dire che sia... Ecco, però mi immagino che anche un governatore provinciale potesse avere la possibilità di avere una statua equestre nei nuovi fora, insomma, fondamentalmente. Quello che succede a Val Girmes succede probabilmente dappertutto in Germania, e non solo in Germania. Noi a Val Girmes abbiamo avuto un colpo di fortuna colossale a trovare sostanzialmente bloccato l'inizio della romanizzazione, i primi, diciamo, della cosiddetta romanizzazione nei suoi primi 10 anni di vita, ecco, più o meno, perché poi lì finisce tutto. Se non finisce tutto con la battaglia di Teutoburgo, finisce tutto con la campagna contro Arminio di Germanica, ma più probabilmente con Teutoburgo, insomma, perché poi la Germania Magna viene abbandonata. E il confronto, insomma, è veramente molto preciso, quindi perlomeno se non è la stessa bottega, ci sono delle botteghe che rappresentano, che riproducono gli stessi modelli di cavalli, insomma. Quindi questo secondo me si spinge verso la fine dell'età del primo secolo a.C., perlomeno. Grazie.
Any more questions? There.
Thank you for such an interesting panel. I wanted to come to this question of limits, because Matteo, you were the only one in your title who specifically questioned the limits of stylistic analysis, but in a way I think you all demonstrated this, right? You certainly showed us previous stylistic analyses that in your demonstrations are no longer compelling, right? So I guess my question is the limit of stylistic analysis intrinsic to stylistic analysis, or is the limit bad stylistic analysis? Because in a sense, you all did revert to stylistic analysis, you just did it right.
Surely there are bad stylistic analysis anyway. There are bad statistic analysis, and probably there are also on Cartoceto bronzes in my case study, as the identification of Cicero or the identification of Livia or Nero Caesar. It is absolutely full from this point of view. There are probably, surely there are better stylistic analysis or very good stylistic analysis, but sometimes there is the danger of finding something that in the context or also in the archaeometry that have to change our opinion. Also, in my case study, if we in the moment when we have in the Val Girmes group, we need to change the result of the first stylistic analysis. Now we have a better context, and maybe looking at the horse and also trying to find an explanation, a better explanation, we can have more data, and we can also have a better understanding also of the style. And it depends. The stylistic analysis often are the only strategy we have. An ancient art historian has not the data of the modern art historians. There are the intrinsical problems in our work as art historians. We have no data, we have often a paradigm with a stylistic evolution, and but in the reality, You know that Perusino and Raffaello erano contemporanei. In our, we have not the same information about ancient art, and also on the Greek art we have usually we have only the model of the protos euretes, the first who has invented something, who has found something. So it's not easy, but it is the better strategy we have when there is no context. We have always to improve our data to find a better stylistic analysis, but there is always a danger. And it is often I can try to find the name of Cartoseto group, but I have to know that it is something like a boutade and something that could probably be wrong. Okay?
I would like to add something. In my view, the Cartoceto group, the interpretation of the Cartoceto group, started always to find a big name in Republican times. It started with this. So the experts didn't use their eyes at all. It was not about style. It was about, this must be a very special group, and so I need to find a historical person who dedicated it and who is depicted. So maybe experts, but no eyes.
So your case,
In
the way
yeah.
you showed it to me, that one problem with style analysis as it's often practiced is it's the last thing you do. Once you make a hypothesis based on other things, and then you do some stylistic analysis to support this. And you showed, I think, in the case of your Esquiline sculptures, that when you re-examine the data, this falls apart, and in fact, it wasn't really stylistic analysis at all. It was a support of some external thing. So that actually is not good connoisseurship, I would say.
My case is totally different. The sculptures were always, since they were found, they were always dated to the late 2nd century AD, always. Only in the 1990s, some archaeologists read an article by an epigraphist and said, oh, we have to change our mind. So they looked for reasons to date the style later. And you could find some reason. But in my view, it's the wrong way to do. First you have to ask, is it convincing to date the term komes and the term diasemotatos on the inscriptions so late? And why is it, must it be like this? And then you start looking for the reasons, and there is no reason. And so you start to look again if the style is really late or not. So my case is totally different. And I don't know why archaeologists, quite often I have to say, are influenced so much by epigraphists, experts' opinions or interpretations. This is why I use so often the term interpretation. It's an interpretation. It's not written there a name of a known emperor or a known person whom we can date exactly to a certain period of time. Why do archaeologists rely so much on inscriptions, on the dating of inscriptions? And why don't they look a little bit further? Because there are so many inscriptions. Now we know, there are several articles published later. Now we know that both terms show up in the late 2nd century AD. So maybe this is not astonishing at all. But we were fighting a lot about style. We were fighting about style, you know. And then the next question arises. I'm astonished that nobody asked, what style? Is the forum to build muscular on these Aphrodisian sculptures, is this form style or is it motif? In my view, it's motif, because it starts on the Pergamon altar, which you know very well, and then it goes through only the Aphrodisian workshop in the 1st century. We know a lot of sculpture now found in Aphrodisias. That's really awful. It's 3rd class or 4th class in quality. But from the 2nd century on, it's wonderfully worked. And it's always the same as motifs. But then how they chiseled the eyes, how they drilled it and so on, there are differences, are in the hair. But these are the details, and it's really hard. We are fighting a lot about this. But the background is always a political, let's say. Pagan statues were not anymore produced in late antiquity in Christianity. Something like this is in the background, and so you argue around this without looking at the style, really.
Unfortunately, we have to close with the debate, otherwise we won't have any lunch. So, but I think this is a wonderful topic, and maybe we can hang on that thought for the debate, the last debate on the last day, and also walking until the restaurant.
So good afternoon. I am delighted to welcome you back to this second panel in our conference, and we're going to move now from the ancient world into the early modern world with 3 papers that discuss aspects of painting and visual art in Italy and Northern Europe from the 17th straddling the 18th century. We have 3 speakers, the first of whom is Benjamin Binstock, and I will just introduce them each in turn. Binstock is an art historian specializing in Northern Baroque and Renaissance art historiography, and theory. He earned his PhD from Columbia University, where he taught, as well as New York University and also the City University of New York. You may know his book, Vermeer's Family Secrets, Genius, Discovery, and the Unknown Apprentice from Routledge, revising really the traditional account of Vermeer's art and life, and including the controversial claim that Vermeer's eldest daughter painted several works that have traditionally been attributed to the father. That kind of research on traditional concerns of biography and connoisseurship continues, and his genius, I think, is to do this work while remaining open and informed by contemporary theory. He'll tell us today about how he has refocused an expert eye on the young Rembrandt. Benjamin.
Thank you for having me, and my revised title is Less is More, Recognizing Young Rembrandt's Painting by Painting Development. A leading Dutch newspaper recently invoked a Wild West in attribution of paintings to Rembrandt which are not visually obviously by him, ostensibly in the wake of the late sheriff Ernst van de Wetering, head of the Rembrandt Research Project, or RRP, and their multi-volume corpus of Rembrandt paintings compiled over the course of a half-century. However, the RRP already displayed a lack of reliable method, changing the status of many paintings among their categories of A, Rembrandt, B, uncertain, and C, not Rembrandt, in successive volumes of their corpus. In Corpus Volume 4, they furthermore acknowledged that technical examination on which they primarily relied could only identify forgeries, not distinguish between paintings by Rembrandt and his various students, a task they did not address, nor did they revise their methods, and merely abandon their ABC categories in the last two volumes. Problems of method are compounded by questions of motive, because monetary and cultural investment in Rembrandt's name and reputation, there's been a long time a tendency to err on the side of more Rembrandt paintings and a corresponding lack of attention to possible paintings by his students which have never been identified. Inflation results in devaluation. More is less. My title's corollary, Less is More, means fewer Rembrandt paintings with more of his singular mastery and original vision. My three-pronged solution corresponds to the three sections of my paper. One, categories such as Rembrandt, not Rembrandt, can be replaced by Rembrandt and his specific individual followers. Two, paintings reassigned to Rembrandt's followers can be related to their exchanges with him. Three, Rembrandt's paintings can be situated within his unfolding painting-by-painting development. In my view, all these factors are predicated on and preconditions for the practice of an expert eye. The proverbial elephant in the room, an obvious problem that people prefer to avoid, could be an ostensible Rembrandt painting, motives for labeling it so, visual qualities indicating another artist, or the most likely specific follower. Most spectacular among recent Rembrandt discoveries and purchases was the Rothschild Standard Bearer, included in Abraham Bradius' standard 1929 catalog of Rembrandt paintings, revised in 1969 by Horst Gerson, as well as the RRP's Corpus, Volume 3 from 1989, and bought in 2023 by the Dutch government for 175 million euros for Amsterdam's Rijksmuseum, following 2 years of fervent debate in the Dutch press and concluding with a triumphal procession through all 7 Dutch provinces. No one broached the possibility that the painting was not by Rembrandt. I tried repeatedly, sending editorials to Dutch newspapers which were refused on various grounds. I am grateful to the organizers of Ojo Experto for the opportunity to put forward the possibility that the standard bearer was painted by Rembrandt's student Ferdinand Bol. The standard bearer is not, in fact, a standard bearer, or does not bear a standard. In place of a standard, a white tablecloth with lace pattern is draped over a pole that does not line up with the detached handle he grips in his left hand. The composition is characteristic of Rembrandt's workshop in piecing together elements of his works, such as his etched self-portrait as an Oriental warrior. In place of three-dimensional volume, the student substituted rounded surface relief in the impossibly twisted out-thrust hip and Renaissance elbow of puffed-up sleeve without a palpable elbow beneath. His plumed beret recalls a slashed beret in Rembrandt's earliest head study of a soldier, except with an awkwardly upturned front flap and fringed edge. Usually identified as Rembrandt, but slightly off, or in one critic's phrase, a non-self-portrait, the figure is more accurately a student's simplified and exaggerated portrait of Rembrandt, with thick upper and lower lids of staring eyes recalling a frog, draining him of psychological force. As a teaching strategy, Rembrandt had his students emulate his self-portraits. yet they inevitably distorted and diminished his skill and originality. The first entry in Bradius's catalog, BR1, is one such free copy in Kassel from before Rembrandt's self-portrait study, now in Amsterdam, came to light and was recognized as his original in the 1970s. The Kassel copy was most likely painted by Rembrandt's student Govert Flinck, although never officially recognized as such, whereas the date and function of Rembrandt's original have never been established, a symptom of the scholarly work that remains to be done. My solution's first prong is to use proper names, Rembrandt, Flinck, Bol, in place of the vague categories Rembrandt, not Rembrandt, that result in a Rembrandt oeuvre that is bloated, inchoate, and unconvincing, like the standard bearer himself, who effectively personifies or can serve as a standard bearer for Rembrandt's bloated oeuvre. All the qualities adduced thus far are characteristic of Bol's mature compositions: rounded relief in place of volume and space, comically exaggerated details, and Renaissance elbows to which Bol obsessively returned, yet never got quite right. Even closer parallels are found in Bol's possible paintings as Rembrandt's student that are still assigned to Rembrandt, such as the so-called Saskia as Flora in London, with frog-like eyes unlike Saskia's, and loosely based on Rembrandt's magnificent Saskia as Flora from 1635 in the Hermitage, St. Petersburg. Bol's corresponding drawings are said to be records after Rembrandt's paintings, yet numerous minor differences indicate these were Bol's preparatory drawings for his own paintings of Rembrandt as standard bearer and Saskia as Flora. Bol may have been responding to his fellow student Flinck's Rembrandt as shepherd and Saskia as shepherdess. Other unrecognized Bol paintings included in Bradius and the corpus likewise correspond to the standard bearer in several respects. The problem originated in Rembrandt's workshop, since he had the legal right to sell his paintings, his students' paintings as his own, often provided with his signature, as reflected in the notes in the back of a drawing referring to a standard bearer and Flora and works by Bol. Yet Rembrandt's scholarship does not need to continue this practice, whereas, by better understanding it, we can more closely approximate Rembrandt's development in autograph oeuvre. My solution's second prong, differentiating between paintings by Rembrandt and his individual students in relation to their exchanges, could be called letting the cat out of the bag, derived from the pig in a poke scheme of offering a suckling pig for sale in a bag that actually contained a cat. A second corollary example in this vein is Rembrandt's self-portrait with a gorget in the Mauritshuis, The Hague, recognized as one of his primary masterpieces by all scholars, including the RRP's Corpus I from 1983, up until 1998. After that time, the painting was demoted by all scholars, including the RRP's Corpus IV from 2005, to an unknown student's ostensibly inferior fine copy of Rembrandt's ostensible rough original in Nuremberg, previously considered an unknown student's copy. Either all scholars before 1998 or all those after 1998, except myself, were mistaken about one of Rembrandt's primary masterpieces and characteristic approach, with the RRP on both sides, a disconcerting circumstance for the expert eye in Rembrandt's scholarship. Klaus Grimm first proposed a reversal in 1997, adopted the following year by a committee, including members of the RRP, that performed technical examinations of the two paintings. They concurred with Grimm that the Mauritshuis figure does not resemble young Rembrandt, its fine approach is uncharacteristic of his rough paintings, and its composition presents serious flaws. Wedering in particular, von de Wedering, found fault, among other things, with the eye around the area of the left eyelid. Quote, "The transition of the shaded part is so abrupt that it gives the eyelid an oddly angular shape. The iris of the eye is a dark hole with a tiny point of light," unquote. A case of an ostensible expert's eye versus an ostensible master's eye. Un apparente ojo esperto contra un apparente ojo del maestro. However, the committee could not agree on who painted the Mauritshuis version. Rejecting Grimm's proposal, of Rembrandt's Leiden student Isaac Jouterville, because his paintings were too rough, and Jürgen Vadum's alternative of Rembrandt's other Leiden student, Gerrit Douw, because his paintings were too fine. Following earlier scholars, the committee also recognized direct connections between Rembrandt's self-portrait drawing in the British Museum and the Mauritshuis painting. Grimm furthermore claimed that there were changes in the Nuremberg painting and none in the Mauritshuis painting, which he accordingly identified as original and copy, respectively. Yet the committee found precisely the opposite: no changes in the Nuremberg painting and many in the Mauritshuis painting, including an underdrawing, otherwise unknown in Rembrandt's paintings. They posited that a student painted the Mauritshuis version and used an underdrawing to copy the Rembrandt's ostensible Nuremberg composition. This last proposal is particularly hard to follow, since underdrawings serve as structural foundations as opposed to a copy of an existing painting. And this underdrawing is part of the Mauritshuis painting, not the Nuremberg painting, regardless of the committee's projection. Perhaps they welcomed the prospect of a sensational discovery resulting from technical examination. Yet the data can be explained more convincingly in the contrary way, according to common sense, and in keeping with the previous consensus, in order to understand better Rembrandt's procedure. The connections between the British Museum drawing, Rembrandt's drawing, and the Mauritshuis painting correspond to its underdrawing, and Rembrandt understandably employed an underdrawing for his most painstakingly executed composition, as all agree, and subsequently recognized that he did not need that pictorial crutch. His composition is not either fine or rough, but rather, like his other paintings, combines detailed surface description with bravura impasto in his cloth and shirt, spontaneity in his unpredictable hair, three-dimensional depth, and bold psychological presence. Rembrandt's unique synthesis was dismantled in the hands of his students. Jouterville most likely painted the Nuremberg copy, which echoes his rough and uncertain copies and elaborations after Rembrandt's self-portraits and head studies, both recognized as Jouterville's and still assigned to Rembrandt. These include a free copy in Munich after Rembrandt's self-portrait study, a precursor of Flink's bolder free copy in Kassel. Conversely, the exacting and literal Douw, who went on to found the Leiden School of Fine Painting, did not copy Rembrandt's self-portraits, yet in my view, painted a portrait of Rembrandt in Boston's Gardner Museum, presumed to be a Rembrandt self-portrait, and both Douw and Jouterville also painted historical scenes such as Minerva in her study, Douw's version still assigned to Rembrandt in Berlin, as with Bohl's version of that subject. Admittedly, I have beat around the bush or delayed in addressing Rembrandt's autograph oeuvre. Yet in keeping with that idiom, driving animal from hunting, driving animals into the open, preparation for a hunt, it was necessary to differentiate between paintings by Rembrandt's diverse followers that have been absorbed into his oeuvre before proceeding to the third prong of my solution, recognizing Rembrandt's painting-by-painting development. The RRP exerted as an axiom that, quote, what one cannot do is establish the chronology of those paintings which Rembrandt made within any particular year, unquote. Yet any list of paintings is in some order, deliberate or arbitrary, whereas the RRP's impasse followed from the incoherent group of paintings they assigned to young Rembrandt, without a clear sense of his singular approach and development, which also made Grimm's proposed reversal plausible. Among these, I've identified possible paintings by Jouterville and by Douw, yet a last round of bush beating is required for a rival who became a de facto follower, Jan Lievens. The precocious Lievens had gained renown at the tender age of 13 in 1621 for a portrait of his mother, and likely influenced not only Rembrandt's decision to soon after to leave Leiden University in 1623 in order to become an apprentice painter, but also Rembrandt's earliest compositions and use of himself and his family members as models, and his choice to go on to study with their mutual teacher, Peter Lassmann, in Amsterdam in 1625. From the outset, Rembrandt oscillated between and synthesized Lievens' modern head studies and everyday scenes and their mutual teacher Lassmann's historical costumes, characters, and literary narratives, and ultimately surpassed them both. This process is evident in Rembrandt's 6 signed and dated narrative paintings from 1626, which are easily placed in the order of progressive mastery of figures in space, light and shadow, narrative complexity, and detail. Rembrandt further mediated his progression through 3 undated head studies, elaborating on ideas in Lieven's self-portrait study in a gorget, which is unexpectedly turned into shadow with highlights in his hair, and which he adapted in history paintings. Rembrandt's soldier is stiffer, yet far advanced in 3-dimensional form and detail, including his plume beret that was later a source for the standard bearer. His Oriental, included in Bradius's catalog, yet assigned after 1969 to the obscure Jacques de Rousseau, and not included in the RP's Corpus I, was reassigned by me in 1997 to Rembrandt based on Gerrit's turban in the Rembrandt's prior family concert and elaborated in turn as a background Moab prince and his following prophet Balaam and his donkey, infusing historical scenes with familiar-looking individuals and unprecedented depth and psychological interest. Rembrandt's self-portrait study directly challenged Lieven's on his own ground, radically advancing the play of light and shadow, detail, texture, and psychological force, including through Rembrandt's calligraphic scratches, indicating light catching his individual curling hairs. His boyish face and broad nose are more engaging than earlier conventional idealized self-portraits and make Lieven's study look timid, vague, and less obviously a self-portrait by comparison. Rembrandt then elaborated on his self-portrait study for the background soldiers in his following painting of unidentified subject, which I propose depicts Claudius Civilis, tribal leader of the Batavians or ancient Dutch, enlisting Wallonian soldiers in the fight against Rome, a stand-in for modern Spain. The leader enlists a pale, dark-haired Wallonian soldier kneeling on the ground who recalls Lieven's, yet the raised scepter crosses Rembrandt's face in the background, implying his own anointing as the chosen one. By 1628, with his Samson and Delilah chosen for the Dutch prince's collection over Lieven's Rembrandtesque and grotesque version, Rembrandt had surpassed his rival, a reversal already implicit in their respective self-portrait studies. Lieven's reacted to this predicament with his portrait of Rembrandt in a gorget, a revision of Lieven's self-portrait study, assimilating Rembrandt's convincingly naturalistic approach, applied to Rembrandt as sitter in a brutally honest, if not insulting fashion, with his pudgy, pasty, pimpled face, irritated expression, and bird nest of hair. Rembrandt responded in turn to this artistic slap in the face through his Mauritshuis self-portrait in a gorget. There's Rembrandt as he saw himself and as Lieven saw him. Here's his response, his most carefully executed composition, depicting himself as an aristocratic young prince, akin to the Dutch prince whose collection he had just entered, answering Lieven's, "I am more beautiful than you because I paint more beautifully." He went on to win the commission for a passion cycle for the prince in a contest with Lieven's in 1631, adjudicated by the prince's secretary, Constantijn Huygens. Yet we can ask, where are the other examples of their competition after Lieven's turn toward the Rembrandtesque? I propose that Rembrandt and Lieven's competed in versions of St. Paul in prison, as well as the Presentation in the Temple, and related subjects, including a penitent St. Peter that Huygens recorded as by Lieven's, as well as portraits of Rembrandt's mother and of Rembrandt himself. In keeping with their respective approaches articulated by Huygens in his diary, Rembrandt's concentrated attention yielded unsurpassably three-dimensional figures in space, subtle chiaroscuro, intricate detail, and profound psychologies, making the ostensible grandeur of Lieven's compositions look two-dimensional, heavy-handed, and rather dull. And all these paintings were later assigned to Rembrandt in Bradius and in the Corpus. When paintings are reassigned to Rembrandt's followers, his own paintings are left, which can be reproduced in color, relative scale, reordered, and supplemented by paintings not included in the A category of the RP's Corpus I. After his astounding progress in 1625 and 1626, Rembrandt reduced his narrative means and palette in 1627, integrating figures in delimited spaces through chiaroscuro in relation to his etchings. In 1628, he reintroduced local color and complex narratives, and in 1629, he painted his Judith and returning the 30 pieces of silver, which Huygens praised as surpassing all previous art. In 1630, Rembrandt focused on miniature and monumental heads, and in 1631, among other things, he depicted himself as a portly Oriental, secured the commission for the Prince's Passion Cycle, and executed his first commissioned portrait in Amsterdam, where he then moved. In conclusion, specific points of my account are complex and could be debated at length, yet I hope that all your expert eyes could follow the fundamental necessity of leaving behind numerous paintings unconvincingly assigned to Rembrandt and recognize young Rembrandt's outstanding paintings and coherent development that emerges as a result, which I submit should be the aim of Rembrandt's scholarship moving forward. Thank you.
Benjamin, thank you so much. Let's hold all the questions, keep them in your mind, write them down, and we'll address them all at once at the end. The second speaker of this afternoon's panel is Miguel Hermoso Cuesta, who is professor titular in the Department of History of Art at the Complutense here in Madrid. He did his doctorate at the University of Zaragoza, with a thesis about the stay at the court of Madrid of the Neapolitan painter Luca Giordano. Italian and Spanish 17th century painting really remains the focus of his publications. He's worked on Velázquez as well as Giordano, but also Baroque altarpieces as far away as New Spain. Other interests include the use of art for political purposes in the 20th century and then the dispersal of historic and artistic patrimony. He is a member of the editorial committees of Filostrato, the Revista de Historia y Arte, and of Esperide, Cultura Artistica in Calabria. We've talked a lot about the history of the expert eye, and what we're going to hear now is a chance to think about how the expert eye was defined and practiced in the early modern period itself. His title is Truco o Tratto, Ojo Crítico y Pintura en la Edad Moderna. Miguel.
Muchas gracias. Thank you for this introduction. Y dadas las fechas en las que estamos y el tema del Congreso, pensé que el título podía ser apropiado para hablar de ese trato que se establece entre el estudioso, el aficionado, incluso el que compra obras de arte, y el pintor que las genera. Y hemos tenido un ejemplo bastante reciente. A la izquierda Murillo, a la derecha otro pintor, anónimo, no sabemos de qué fecha. Era un cuadro que se iba a vender en una subasta pública en Christie's y se anunció en la prensa como una obra autógrafa. De hecho, en la parte inferior de la foto de la izquierda pueden ver que incluso un conocido estudioso de la pintura sevillana del siglo XVII afirmaba que se trataba de una obra de Murillo sin ninguna duda. Pero algo pasó porque la casa de subastas retiró ese cuadro acerca de las dudas de su autoría. E incluso en X, antes Twitter, vemos como otro profesor estudioso de la pintura sevillana afirmaba que efectivamente no había ninguna duda de que ese supuesto Murillo no lo era, ni de lejos, indicando que era de primero de Murillología, que quizás sea una asignatura que habría que instaurar en la Universidad Española. Empezamos, por lo tanto, con ese trato. ¿Qué está ocurriendo aquí para que nos pasen estas cosas todavía en pleno siglo XXI? Lo que ocurre es que desde el siglo XVII, ya desde finales del siglo XVI, la pintura se pone de moda, no solo como elemento de coleccionismo, que sustituirá poco a poco a esas cámaras de maravillas, sino también como tema de conversación, de discernimiento entre las élites, por supuesto. Y por eso tenemos aquí este cuadro, con estos caballeros sentados delante de un cuadro que se ha descolgado de la pared, para que puedan examinarlo con detenimiento, algo que muchas veces también echamos en falta y que en ocasiones no se podía hacer, puesto que muchos de estos cuadros estaban ubicados en lo alto de las paredes. Pero queda claro que todas estas galerías están pensadas para ser un espacio de conversación, de estudio y de cultura, y que en todos los grabados o cuadros que las representan siempre aparecen personajes, no solamente una representación arqueológica exacta de esos cuadros o de su disposición. Y esta tendencia se va a mantener, por supuesto, hasta esa Europa de la Ilustración y continúa hasta nuestros días, donde la conversación sobre temas culturales o temas artísticos tiene unas ciertas connotaciones sociales, como vemos en repetidas ocasiones. No nos extraña, por lo tanto, que algunos de estos coleccionistas se hagan retratar junto a sus posesiones más preciadas, indicándonos, por lo tanto, que son personas cultas, alguien que sabe lo que tiene entre manos y que se dedica, de nuevo, a ver de cerca, a estudiar, a contemplar con ese ojo experto y ojo crítico el cuadro de Rembrandt, al igual que esta galería en Ámsterdam en el año 1795, en la que vemos siempre a ese estudioso arrodillado, contemplando el cuadro, pues, apoyado en el respaldo de la silla. Por supuesto, la formación artística formaba también parte de la educación de las élites. Nobles, aristócratas, reyes y reinas tenían maestros de dibujo. Se entendía que el dibujo era la base de todas las artes y que, por lo tanto, no hacía falta pintar al óleo, pero que el dominio del dibujo permitía entender qué era lo que se tenía en esos muros de los palacios y poder adquirir nuevas obras con criterio, es decir, manteniendo siempre unos estándares muy altos y sin caer en el ridículo de comprar cuadros falsos o de los que se desconoce su valor. Por eso, muchos de estos miembros de las élites se representan junto con sus cuadros, su capital cultural, que llamaríamos hoy, y siempre con alguno de sus cortesanos o nobles contemplando el trabajo del pintor o examinando algunos de estos cuadros. Esculturas, como ven, hay menos, porque la pintura es ese arte por antonomasia en el siglo XVII, que todos aquellos que no son élites, la burguesía, las nuevas clases sociales, van a intentar imitar de alguna manera este tipo de comportamiento que se continúa todavía hoy en esas grandes colecciones de entidades bancarias o de propiedad particular que de vez en cuando se exponen. Así que surge también al mismo tiempo una enorme cantidad de literatura artística que indica a esos aficionados, que son una clase en sí misma, en qué se tienen que fijar para entender dónde está la calidad de un cuadro y cómo hacer que no te den gato por cerdo o gato por liebre, como decimos en español. El francés Abraham Bosch nos dice que, como pueden ver, es casi imposible que el arte pueda imitar exactamente a la naturaleza. La naturaleza siempre estará viva. Y lo mismo ocurre con los copistas. De tal manera que aunque tengas dos cuadros idénticos delante de ti, se puede saber perfectamente cuál es el original y cuál es la copia. Porque los maestros consiguen ese relieve, el volumen, la distancia entre las figuras y el fondo, esa unión y color del aire que rodea las figuras, las tintas y sombras diferenciados. Pero cuando esto lo recopia otro pintor, aparecen como tintas y sombras diferenciadas, muy contrastadas, con ese conjunto pegado al fondo y sin distancia, y mostrando ese esfuerzo y el sudor, o por decirlo de otra manera, su inseguridad. La inseguridad del copista, que está copiando algo que ya existe y no está, por lo tanto, utilizando su ingenio, su inteligencia, para crear una obra nueva. Continúa diciendo que los cuadros que están hechos con una técnica más libre son más difíciles de imitar que aquellos que están hechos con una técnica muy detenida, que muchas veces requieren sobre todo tiempo. Pero también se debe a que los grandes maestros customizan sus pinceles, creo que es un pasaje sobre el que no se ha reflexionado lo suficiente, y que los cortan por un lado, les dejan un extremo en zigzag para conseguir esos efectos en los rizos, en los arbustos, en las hojas, que por supuesto el copista desconoce, no sabe cómo cada uno de estos maestros trata sus instrumentos de trabajo y cuando intenta copiarlos no puede alcanzar nunca el mismo resultado. Todo parece fácil, ¿verdad? Pero no lo será tanto. Uno de los casos, uno de los escándalos más sonados, luego veremos otro de Luca Giordano, es el de Rubens, que él envía a Sir Dudley Carleton, al que le comprará su colección de antigüedades, una pintura hoy perdida con una cacería de un león y un tigre. Y cuando llega el cuadro a Inglaterra, donde hay muy pocos cuadros de Rubens, el Príncipe de Gales solamente tiene uno, dice que la pintura le ha sido mostrada a hombres de talento que dijeron que era forzada y floja y que no había mostrado en ella su gran talento. Aquí vemos a un artista que no se ha esforzado, quizá porque pensaba que su público no era tan entendido. Y que por eso mi señor quiere que se le devuelva el cuadro para que haga una mejor si puede, por lo que tendrá o un buen cuadro o ningún cuadro de Rubens, pero nada de cosas mediocres. Aquí está bastante claro lo que es la calidad y cómo se aprecia. Y todos los pintores opinaban que efectivamente ese cuadro no era de Rubens y era bastante malo. Vemos, por lo tanto, que esa sociedad aficionada a la pintura ha desarrollado un ojo crítico y lo ha desarrollado mirando mucha pintura y comparando originales con copias, llegando a diferenciar de manera, en ocasiones bastante sutil, las características de algunos de estos pintores. Porque es de nuevo George Gage, escribiéndole a Carlton, quien le dice que por mucho que usted estime allí su cuadro de Jacques Decaen, nosotros preferimos a Bruegel, puesto que en sus obras tiene nitidez y fuerza, y una morbidezza, está en italiano en el original, de la que carece el otro, pues es duro y anguloso para usar frases de pintores. Es decir, esas conversaciones que hemos visto delante del pintor en su taller realmente tienen un efecto, porque se incorpora el léxico de la pintura, trabajada por los pintores, al léxico de la aristocracia. Y estos dos cuadros, que nos podrían parecer comparables o muy similares, en realidad se han visto de manera completamente diversa. El de la izquierda como algo mucho más simétrico, mecánico, y el de la derecha como algo más natural, desequilibrado y por lo tanto de una calidad mejor. Y son cosas que muchas veces se nos escapan, porque advertimos siempre la precisión en el dibujo, el dominio del colorido, pero nos falta entender, porque no hemos leído toda esta literatura artística, cómo se ven estas obras realmente en su época. Pero todo tiene truco, por supuesto, y el truco va a ser muy evidente. Nos lo dice ya Vicente Carducho en sus diálogos de la pintura de la primera mitad del siglo XVII. Le pregunta el discípulo, ¿puede un buen ingenio, alguien muy inteligente, sin ser pintor, entender y juzgar de pintura perfectamente? Ni hablar. La pintura es para los pintores y son los únicos que pueden juzgarla con precisión. Aquel que no se mancha las manos con colores sabrá muchas cosas, podrá entender lo que es un buen dibujo o una perspectiva, pero nunca va a tener el conocimiento que tiene un pintor de su propio arte. Y cuenta esta anécdota de un personaje que estuvo en una galería de cuadros, dejó a todos admirados, incluso a Carducho con su conversación, pero en cuanto pasó al gabinete donde estaban los cuadros de verdad, se perdió por completo y no sabía nada de lo que estaba viendo. Cita a continuación un pasaje de Lope de Vega en el que decía, parecía concepto y era sonido. Esto, en realidad, recupera una historia narrada por Plinio, la famosa anécdota entre Protógenes y Apeles. Cuando Apeles va a visitar su taller, Protógenes no está en casa, entonces sobre un lienzo traza una línea recta, indicándonos la potencia de todos esos cuadros que están metidos en esa línea, que basta con verla para entender que eso lo ha hecho un gran pintor. Cuando Protógenes vuelve a casa, hace otra todavía mejor. Es decir, no hace falta dibujar un contorno, una figura, un paisaje, para entender que el talento de un artista no está en su producción, sino que está en su inteligencia. Y eso es algo que muchas veces se le escapa al que mira el cuadro sin tener ese conocimiento artístico. Quizás por eso, cada vez que hay que hacer un inventario, una testamentaría o una tasación de cuadros en la España de la Edad Moderna, casi contemporánea, a quien se llama es a un pintor. No se está llamando a un entendido. Se llama a Goya, a Maella y a Manuel Napoli para que decidan qué cuadros hay que llevar a ese Museo Napoleón en París de la Escuela Española. Hay, por lo tanto, una rivalidad patente, además de latente, a lo largo de toda la Edad Moderna, entre artistas y su público. Un público que cree que puede ser más entendido que los artistas y unos artistas que constantemente se burlan de ese público, donde hay auténticos entendidos y muchos que se lo hacen y que en realidad no saben nada ni de antigüedades clásicas ni de pintura. Por eso, Frère de Chambray publica también en el año... se me ha pasado una diapositiva. Bueno, y también Samuel van Hoogstraten nos dice que no es divertido escuchar a ignorantes y engreídos amantes del arte queriendo destacar la mejor parte de un cuadro cuando destacan algo tan ordinario que el maestro hizo casi sin prestarle atención, o cuando descansaba de tareas más importantes, lo que los antiguos denominaban parerga, es decir, esas cosas extra que no tienen importancia. Y el que no sabe cree que ahí está la clave del cuadro, en un paisaje de fondo o en un arbolito muy bien pintado. Y aquí está Frère de Chambray diciéndonos que esos aficionados han inventado incluso una jerga específica, con la que exageran con gestos y expresiones enfáticas para hacer admirar la frescura y belleza del colorido, la franqueza de la pincelada y todas estas cosas. Y todos hemos ido a museos y a exposiciones en las que hemos visto este tipo de conversación, en la que todo es absolutamente maravilloso y extraordinario. Pero, continúa, más allá de todas estas bellezas superficiales, dibujo, colorido, perspectiva, si la invención del tema no está bien razonada, el concepto básico del cuadro, las figuras no están bien ordenadas, si no tienen una expresión conveniente, si no tiene todos los acompañamientos necesarios, si la perspectiva no se mantiene siempre y el aspecto de figuras y luces y sombras no se conserva, y si el ropaje no tiene importancia, jamás una obra dará a su autor buena reputación entre los entendidos. Nos está indicando que hay que mirar muchos más detalles y muchas más cosas de las que normalmente miran los expertos. Pero es que además, uno de los problemas con los que se enfrenta la crítica del siglo XVII es que los artistas cambian de estilo. Y si no supiéramos que estos dos cuadros los ha hecho el mismo pintor, nunca llegaríamos a identificar el cuadro de la derecha como obra del mismo autor que ha hecho el cuadro de la izquierda. Por lo tanto, cuando uno ve un cuadro, o ha visto 3 o 5 o 10, pero no los ha visto todos, cree que tiene una idea de cómo actúa ese artista. Y de repente llega la dura realidad, la obra de arte auténtica, para demostrarnos lo equivocados que estamos cuando ejercitamos nuestro ojo. Pero es que además hay otros artistas que son capaces de imitar a la perfección el estilo de maestros del pasado, hasta el punto de confundir a sus propios contemporáneos, que creyeron que el marqués de Peñaranda se había traído el original de Tiziano a Madrid y había dejado la copia de Luca Giordano en Nápoles, cuando en realidad no fue así. Por eso, además, hay personas que recurren al conocimiento técnico. Yo sé que la superficie del cuadro me puede engañar, y puesto que no tengo una máquina de rayos X, quiero ver el cuadro por detrás, para ver qué tipo de trama tiene la tela, para ver cómo está cortada la tabla y cómo está ensamblada o engatillada, y es el propio pintor el que nos dice, como si un pintor no pudiera usar un fondo ya hecho o una tela de un mal cuadro antiguo para pintar encima. Todo puede parecer muy antiguo y completamente de Tiziano, pero hay que saber leer entre líneas o ver entre manchas. Este cuadro está hecho a la manera de Rafael. Hoy no nos engaña, pero hay que pensar que esto se ve con ojos del siglo XVII, donde no hay catálogos razonados de Rafael con fotografías en color y no hay Ryanair para ir a ver las obras de Rafael en directo. Y esto nos puede parecer un Rivera, y algunos de estos cuadros han estado catalogados, incluso en el pasado, como obras del Españoleto. El caso de Luca Giordano es el más conocido, pero el caso de Pietro della Vecchia también lo es, un artista veneciano que en el siglo XVII, además de pintar obras en su propio estilo, de repente hace estas adaptaciones de obras de la pintura veneciana del siglo XVI, sin que sepamos si se han vendido como falsificaciones o como homenajes. Nunca pensaríamos, si viéramos este cuadro sin una cartela, que se trata de una obra de hacia 1670, porque nos parece un Palma el Viejo o un Tiziano de juventud. Y de hecho este dibujo conservado en el Louvre, que hoy ya no nos engaña, tiene una inscripción antigua en la parte posterior en la que se dice que es un dibujo original de Giorgione, raro, precioso, que perteneció a Cosa, después a Nugui y por último a Constantin. Aquí tenemos a los expertos, Cosa, Nugui o Constantin, creyendo que tienen un Giorgione entre manos, cuando lo que tienen es una broma pesada. El propio Luca Giordano, en su juventud, realizó algunas de estas acciones para demostrar que esos aficionados a la pintura no sabían tanto como ellos pensaban. Y le vendió falsificaciones de Bassano, de Tiziano y de Tintoretto a un comerciante flamenco riquísimo que vivía en Nápoles, que era Gaspare Romer. Cuando Luca Giordano hace cuadros en su propio estilo, Romer se los paga mucho menos, y entonces Giordano le dice, vaya, pues lo que les traje el mes pasado me los pagó mucho más caros. Dice, si yo no tengo ningún cuadro tuyo más que estos dos. Descolgó los cuadros, les dio la vuelta y le hizo ver esas firmas, engañándolo por completo. Es este Sansón, que se supone que es uno de los que se habla en este texto. Pero su obra más famosa es este cuadro que pasó, cuando se hizo, por un original de Alberto Durero. Y aquí hay que entender también la inteligencia pictórica y la táctica del pintor, que en un contexto muy meridional, donde no hay originales de Durero, intenta hacer pasar este cuadro suyo por original, ya que no hay término de comparación en ninguna galería napolitana para entender si eso realmente es o no es un Durero. Y se lo vende al prior de la Cartuja de San Martino, que aseguraba en esa rivalidad entre aficionado y artista que Luca Giordano podía imitar a cualquier artista, es verdad, pero no a Alberto Durero. Después le pagó 600 escudos por esta tabla antigua original, que en realidad es el cuadro que acabamos de ver, y vanagloriándose el prior de esta adquisición, le oyó decirle que la tabla la había pintado él a pesar de que no sabía imitar a Durero. Y puesto que no le creía, le hizo ver su nombre escondido en el reverso de la tabla. Esto, por supuesto, tiene unas consecuencias que van más allá de lo intelectual y es una pérdida económica considerable. Por eso el prior lleva a juicio a Luca Giordano como falsificador, por supuesto, pero la obra se ha convertido en la comidilla de todo Nápoles y al final el príncipe de Sonnino le da el dinero al prior, de lo que le había costado, y se queda el cuadro para él. Porque se había aficionado a este cuadro, sin duda porque se había convertido en una obra famosa, pero también como en memoria de un hecho semejante. Y ahora se muestra a los aficionados y a los pintores como obra de Durero para después revelarles que esto es en realidad un Luca Giordano. El truco es más que evidente y el ojo queda defraudado constantemente cuando uno se enfrenta a estas obras creyendo que sabe lo que es un Tiziano, un Tintoretto o un Bassano y en realidad son todo obras contemporáneas. El límite llega con la serie de cuadros que el marqués del Carpio encarga para Carlos II en 1687, de los que Luca Giordano empieza a hacer copias sin parar. Y por eso el rey ordena que se dejen de hacer estas copias. Pero lo que está muy claro es que nadie es capaz de distinguirlas de los originales. Toda esa población, esa élite intelectual que se vanagloria de distinguir el estilo de un artista de otro, es incapaz de diferenciar entre la obra de un artista y de un copista. Y por eso se pide que diga Jordán la forma que cualquier mediano pintor conocerá los que son originales o copias, porque aquí nadie los puede distinguir. Y por eso se prohíbe que se sigan haciendo. Se sacaron copias, se retocaron por el mismo Jordán y dice ser copias todas y tales copias que cualquier pintor de mediana inteligencia las pondrá a distinguir de los originales. Cualquier pintor de mediana inteligencia, no un gran maestro. Así que aquí tenéis, aristócratas napolitanos y españoles, cuál es vuestro conocimiento real de la pintura. El original, la copia de taller, que se conserva ahora en Caserta, y otra copia de peor calidad del Hermitage de San Petersburgo. Pero podemos entender cómo es fácil burlar al ojo del siglo XVII contemplando estos dos cuadros, aunque el de la derecha pues, es, desde luego, bastante peor. Pero es que además los pintores podían adaptar su estilo dependiendo del precio que fueran a cobrar por su obra. Luca Giordano tenía 3 tipos de pinceles, de oro, de plata y de bronce, ajustando la calidad de cada cuadro al precio que iba a recibir por él, en una actitud muy moderna. Pero era lo mismo que hacía Amico Aspertini a finales del siglo XV, tal y como nos cuenta Carlo Cesare Malvasia en su Felsina Pittrice. Este tenía solo 2, los de precio asequible y los caros. Y con los primeros pintó cosas que a veces provocan risa, trabajando a veces por despecho o por venganza. Pero con los segundos supo llevar a tal perfección sus obras que dieron gran perfección al arte e inspiraron a otros pintores. El cuadro de la izquierda tiene unas figuras de pastores y de ángeles que dan risa, y el de la derecha casi nos parece un perullino. Así que es mucho más difícil entender qué se tiene delante de los ojos. Si es una obra de juventud de un artista, si es una obra hecha por poco precio, si es una imitación del estilo de un maestro del pasado, o si es una burla pictórica como las que estamos viendo. Giordano alaba incluso a sus adversarios, pero es interesante ver cómo los pintores afirman que lo que le falta es el don de la gracia natural, es decir, no es perspectiva, ni colorido, ni dibujo, sino algo que nos enseña y que no se aprende, y que De Dominici nos lo ejemplifica con los cuadros que pinta para esta capilla de San Agustín en el convento napolitano de Regina Coeli, diciendo que esas pinturas son muy buenas por la abundancia de sus composiciones, sus bellas ideas, sus colores, pero porque ha formado una magia tal, y es la palabra que se utiliza en el original italiano, que no tiene comparación y que satisface admirablemente a la vez al ojo y a la mente. El artista, por lo tanto, es un pensador. No se trata de alguien que imita la naturaleza o que hace cosas bonitas para que tú las cuelgues en tu casa y digas, tengo un Tiziano, un Bassano y un Veronés, sino que es alguien que ha pensado en lo que está haciendo y tú, querido noble o burgués, no tienes la inteligencia suficiente para poder entrar en el meollo del cuadro y saber qué es lo que estás viendo. Lo mismo exactamente decía Bernini en su diario del viaje a Francia de Chanteloup. Dice que esos cuadros que a veces nos gustan y otras veces nos gustan menos, procede del saber o de no saber del pintor, no de cómo maneja la perspectiva, la anatomía o el colorido. Porque aquellos que tienen solo un bello colorido o algún atractivo natural, esos cuadros no contentan más que a los ojos y no al espíritu. El artista trabaja para la mente, para provocar una reflexión. Y por lo tanto, ese espíritu, la mente, no encuentra nada de lo que está buscando y por eso en esos cuadros de aspecto muy bonito se cansa enseguida e incluso a veces los grandes maestros, como Veronés o Tiziano, tomaban los pinceles y hacían esas cosas en las que no habían pensado ni un segundo. Lo que importa, por lo tanto, para Bernini es el pensamiento, que refrenda la obra de arte y no la superficie. Hay que mirar siempre en profundidad. Y lo mismo ocurre con Luca Giordano en una de sus últimas obras, este fresco del triunfo de Judith en el tesoro de la Cartuja de San Martino en Nápoles. De Dominici exalta la obra, se deshace en alabanzas y trae al gran rival y sucesor de Giordano en la pintura napolitana, que es Solimena, al que se le pregunta a quién habría querido igualar de entre los grandes pintores, a los cabezas de escuela, Domenichino, Reni, Albani, a otros de igual calidad, o a Giordano en la pintura de esta bóveda. Y vemos que después de estar un tanto indeciso, el pintor piensa, respondió que todos esos pintores con mucho estudio se podían imitar, se podían copiar y se podían remedar, pero que la furia, el fuego y la sabiduría, aquí no hay perspectiva, ni color, ni imitación de la naturaleza, con la que había sido pintada aquella batalla, no se podían imitar ni por los grandes pintores, porque parece pintada en un momento y con un solo movimiento del pincel, es decir, parece la expresión perfecta del pensamiento del pintor en ese momento. Eso es, por lo tanto, lo que hay que buscar en estos cuadros. Lo que no se ha buscado ni en el siglo XIX ni en el siglo XX, y por eso nuestros museos y colecciones están llenas de falsificaciones que hacen que las visitas a estas instituciones sean muy, muy entretenidas. Yo las recomiendo. En el año 1947 se hace el famoso juicio a Hans van Meegeren, que demostró que estos cuadros que le habían vendido no eran originales de la juventud de Vermeer, sino que eran falsificaciones que él había realizado, porque los expertos solo veían formas, figuras, color y perspectiva, y no intentaban entender en qué estaba pensando el artista, supuestamente Vermeer, cuando había realizado estas obras, con estas cabezas tan grandes y estas sombras tan profundas, ese aire casi art déco en la dureza de los pliegues, que hoy ya no nos engañan, sobre todo cuando lo comparamos con un original de Vermeer en su juventud, pero claro, las fotos eran en blanco y negro en la época, había que viajar más. A la izquierda el original, a la derecha la interpretación, y esto pasó por un Vermeer, y por eso está en el Rijksmuseum. No solo Vermeer, sino también Frans Hals o incluso otros artistas fáciles de imitar. Uno, viendo tres características, cree que ya entiende lo que es el artista, basta con copiar esta pincelada rápida y los tonos terrosos, porque el que compra es justamente lo que está buscando, porque el que tiene el dinero para comprar en su vida no se dedica a pintar ni a filosofar, porque entonces seguramente no tendría ese dinero para comprar. Y por lo tanto tiene poco tiempo para reflexionar acerca de lo que le llega a sus manos. El último escándalo, este de 2011, que al parecer es obra de un pintor italiano, pero que pasó en una subasta como obra de Frans Hals, y hay que reconocer que la imitación es extraordinaria. Pero, por supuesto, siempre hay que mirar más allá de la superficie. ¿Qué me dicen de esta Virgen con el Niño, de Icilio Federico Ioni, uno de los más famosos falsificadores de su época, pero la cara del niño lo traiciona? o de esta Virgen del Velo, que ya no es un Botticelli, aunque se compró a comienzos del siglo XX como tal. Y podemos entender la confusión. Pero, una vez más, ese niño es un poco extraño para lo que hace Botticelli. Este matiz ya sí que es mucho más raro. En una mirada superficial nos parece un matiz, pero cuando ha pintado Matisse un desnudo de espaldas en este gesto, el que casi se está riendo del espectador, o con esta línea de la columna vertebral que no tiene ningún sentido. Es decir, esto a un pintor que ha estudiado como ha estudiado Matisse no le pasa. Pero cuando alguien tiene prisa, dice, me llevo el Matisse, el Frans Hals y los 5 Rembrandts que tiene usted en su galería. Hasta tal punto hemos llegado a este juego del truco o trato que en el año 2015 la Dulwich Picture Gallery en Londres encargó a un artista chino, de estos que hacen réplicas de obras antiguas, que copiara a la perfección uno de sus cuadros. Y ambas obras se expusieron en una sala de la galería sin cartela, para que cada espectador decidiera cuál era el original de Fragonard y cuál era el que se había realizado hace unos meses. Supongo que ustedes ya han adivinado cuál es cuál, porque es muy evidente. El de la izquierda es el Fragonard y el de la derecha es la copia, bastante más floja, aunque pretenda ser una copia literal. Así que, ¿qué está mirando este hombre? ¿Qué está mirando este aficionado o este entendido en pintura? Está claro que no ve nada, pero es lo que hay que ver porque es lo que está de moda. Por eso podemos entender que cuando uno contempla este cuadro de Jackson Pollock, vemos una superficie con ganas de concretarse, pero que no acaba de coagularse en nada, donde cada superficie de color está perfectamente compensado, el negro con el blanco, con el violeta, con el ocre del fondo, y esto le da al cuadro una vibración y una profundidad, casi hasta parece tener movimiento propio, que obviamente no está aquí, pero ¿quién puede pensar que esto es un Jackson Pollock? Cuando aquí no hay ningún tipo de pensamiento, aunque la superficie del cuadro nos parezca dripping painting, pero obviamente cuando uno ha estudiado de verdad a Pollock y entiende lo que pretende con estos cuadros, donde el azar juega algo pero poco, porque son cuadros muy equilibrados y con una enorme voluntad clásica, esto en la vida puede pasar por un Pollock vendido por $18 millones a través de la famosa galería Nettler, que después de este escándalo en Nueva York tuvo que cerrar sus puertas. Acabo ya, creo que me he pasado de tiempo, con el último escándalo que tenemos en Madrid en estos días. En la exposición que se ha inaugurado hace creo que 2 semanas, se acaba de denunciar un falso Romero de Torres en esta exposición de la colección Pérez Simón que está en Centro. No voy a decirles lo que yo pienso de este cuadro, les animo a que vayan a verlo porque sé que son espectadores inteligentes y auténticos conocedores de la pintura y solo espero que esta exposición les haya interesado. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Miguel, for that wonderfully deep dive into, in a sense, a period eye on the expert eye. The last paper in this panel is by someone who I don't think needs much introduction in this setting, but I will say a few words. Pilar Díez de Corral is an art historian who is unusual in wearing 2 hats at least. Her PhD was devoted to images of Ariadne in ancient Greek pottery, and she continues to work in the tradition of Greek art and its echoes, in a sense, and those echo all the way to the 18th century in her work on the Grand Tour, and this has motivated her with David Ojeda to be one of the principal investigators of fake, the perdurability of deceit, forgeries of antiquities in 18th century Rome. One of the other hats she wears is to be interested in the cross-disciplinary studies of the Settecento, and especially current areas of interest, the cultural, diplomatic, and artistic relations between Portugal and Spain in Rome at the very beginning of the Grand Tour. What she's going to talk about today is another case study, in a sense, of masters, apprentices, and copyists, and we'll hear about this in the work of Carlo Maratta and the Roman Portuguese taste. So I will say no more.
Muchas gracias por esta amable presentación. Bueno, el título de mi presentación es más ambicioso de lo que luego en realidad ha resultado ser el texto. Y además coincide, hay una feliz coincidencia, que es la publicación del esperadísimo catálogo razonado de Carlo Maratta por la editorial romana Ugo Bozzi. Hasta la fecha, estudiar a Carlo Maratta suponía básicamente bucear en bibliotecas especializadas, partiendo del todavía necesario trabajo de Amalia Mezzetti del año 55, así como continuar con los breves, aunque interesantísimos, artículos publicados desde los años 70 por la americana Stella Rudolph, una de las autoras de estos dos volúmenes de este catálogo. A ella, además, debemos la gran monografía de Niccolò Maria Pallavicini, que iba a ser parte del catálogo, pero que resultó ser una temática tan amplia que se convirtió en un volumen en sí mismo, que era en el momento en que ella lo publicó, en los años 90, el mecenas prácticamente desconocido de Maratta. Imposible también es no citar los dos volúmenes dedicados a Maratta y Europa y Maratta y su fortuna, que son dos resultados de dos grandes conferencias que demuestran que la temática de Maratta en todas sus declinaciones sigue siendo un tema inagotable. Muchos creíamos ya que a estas alturas este catálogo se iba a quedar como un proyecto inacabado después de la desaparición inesperada de Stella Rudolph en el año 2020, pero su colega y amiga Simonetta Prosperi Valenti Rodino, que es especialista en dibujo, decidió retomar la tarea que había dejado pendiente Stella y terminar este ambiciosísimo trabajo en dos volúmenes de más de 1.200 páginas. Como se ha publicado con un precio al público imposible, me presento hoy aquí sin comprobar si las atribuciones a Maratta en cuanto a dibujo han sido modificadas o no. O sea que espero que perdonen ese pequeño problema. Bueno, vamos atrás. Como esto es una conferencia que empieza en la antigüedad y llega hasta el siglo XX, me veo obligada a hacer un pequeño repaso de quién es Carlo Maratta, porque aunque básicamente es el último gran exponente de la escuela romana del Seicento y esencial para comprender toda la pintura del inicio del XVIII, no es muy conocido. Es el creador de una escuela artística que está apoyada en los fundamentos teóricos de su amigo Gian Pietro Velori y que influye en varias generaciones de artistas, no solo los que él formó, sino los que incluso después de muerto. Las raíces de esta escuela romana se encuentran obviamente en Rafael, Miguel Ángel, los Carracci y el estudio de la antigüedad, todo ello mezclado, digamos, con los modelos de los maestros del 500 e 600, Barocci, Caravaggio, Rubens, Van Dyck, Duquesnoy, Poussin y, por supuesto, el maestro de Maratta, Andrea Sacchi. Todo ello corregido con el uso del color de Correggio y de los venecianos. En pocas palabras, la gran capacidad o la gran virtud de la escuela romana, entre finales, el último cuarto del siglo XVIII y del siglo XVII y toda la primera mitad del XVIII, es haber sido capaz de aunar las características que podríamos decir locales o propias romanas junto con la de otras escuelas italianas y al mismo tiempo asumir todo lo que trajeron artistas extranjeros, como los mencionados, como Rubens o como Van Dyck, creando un lenguaje propio que tanto Velori desde el punto de vista teórico como Maratta desde el punto de vista práctico querían convertir, y así lo consiguieron, en un gusto romano que era un modelo europeo. Es decir, que surge de Roma pero se convierte en una seña de identidad europea. La enorme influencia de la obra y del magisterio de Maratta no se detuvo en sus numerosos discípulos, sino, como decía antes, se extendió inclusive una vez desaparecido el maestro, ya que este particular gusto romano, que encapsulamos en una formación sólida en dibujo y un estudio de las composiciones y el color de los grandes maestros antes mencionados, arraigó en las nuevas generaciones de artistas hasta bien entrado el siglo XVIII. Esto lo convirtió, digamos, aunque no sea el término más práctico, pero sí el más fácil de entender, en una especie de arte oficial. Lo que hizo que las voces críticas a mediados de 18 se levantasen con mucha fuerza y que llegase a hablarse de escuela maratesca como sinónimo de algo anticuado y carente de interés. Esto obviamente se debió en parte al cambio de gusto, obvio, y por otro lado al agotamiento de un lenguaje artístico que además había quedado, junto con la teoría artística de Bellori, muy enraizado en la formación académica y producía resistencia en las nuevas generaciones. Marata fue muy longevo, murió a los 88 años en 1713 y en parte su éxito tiene que ver con su longevidad, pero también con la pléyade de discípulos que tuvo, entre los que podemos destacar a Giuseppe Chiari, Giacinto Calandrucci, Giovanni Paolo Melchiori o Andrea Procaccini, entre otros. Todos mantenían una misma matriz estilística que luego iban declinando en distintas formas, pero son claramente reconocibles. No es mi objetivo aquí hoy en esta sede estudiar o adentrarme en la obra de Marata porque se aleja de mis capacidades, pero sí es necesaria esta pequeña introducción para contextualizar al artista que les voy a presentar como un caso de estudio que nos permitiría entender las dificultades a las que se enfrenta un investigador cuando quiere trabajar sobre uno de estos seguidores del gusto romano. Si bien nuestro protagonista, el pintor portugués Francisco de Matos, más conocido como Vieira Lusitano, no fue realmente un estudiante del taller de Marata, pero sí fue un seguidor a todas luces de sus enseñanzas. Vieira es una figura que permite analizar el proceso de naturalización del gusto romano del primo Settecento desde una perspectiva excepcional, puesto que gracias a sus cartas, que conservamos algunas a través de la raccolta de Bottari, y de su autobiografía que publica al final de su vida, aquí pueden verla, es posible adentrarnos de la mano del protagonista en la propia praxis artística. Uno de los aspectos más interesantes de este estudio de Vieira nos permite conocer o entender mejor esta idea de romanización artística o de naturalización, que es especialmente relevante para este caso. El recientemente desaparecido Christopher Jones señaló cómo la tendencia de la historiografía actual a concentrarse en el estudio de las escuelas nacionales tiene un efecto nefasto sobre la producción artística, porque básicamente devuelve a los artistas a su país de origen y los estudia como escuela portuguesa, escuela española, y crea un problema enorme, porque no comprende que son fruto, tanto esos artistas como sus obras son fruto del exclusivo ecosistema romano y que este y sus protagonistas no deberían verse por separado, aunque sí sean, pues este era un portugués, pero que había asumido los parámetros de una pintura del mundo romano. La formación de Vieira, más temprana, discurre en Lisboa de la mano del artista genovés Giulio Cesare Temine, que fue el que le puso en contacto con el marqués de Fontes, que cuando lo nombran embajador extraordinario en Roma y parte en 1712 para allí, decide llevarse al muchacho, a Vieira, que tenía apenas 12 años, como su protegido. Este viaje a Roma, que es su primer viaje porque realiza un segundo, es entre 1712 y 1719, le permite sentar las bases de una educación artística basada en los maestros de Seicento, particularmente Reni, Sacchi y Marata, al que no sabemos si llegó a conocer. Él, en su autobiografía, nos cuenta que entró a trabajar en el taller de Francesco Trevisani, del que no tenemos datos reales. Sin embargo, sí está confirmado, y él también Vieira nos habla, de cómo trabajó en el taller de Benedetto Luti. Sus intereses se marcaron muy tempranamente hacia el dibujo y hacia el grabado, y eso fue un recurso que le permitió sobrevivir en el segundo viaje que hizo a Roma, que fue entre 1721 y 1728, viaje que emprendió con sus propios medios y que, por tanto, en un ambiente altamente competitivo como era el romano, despuntar como pintor no era sencillo, y sin embargo, como dibujante y como grabador, fue capaz de abrirse camino y de recibir numerosos encargos. A su regreso a Lisboa, tras una serie de sinsabores, en el año 1733 es nombrado pintor del rey y consigue labrarse una carrera de éxitos en la capital del Tajo. Llegó a crear su propia escuela, implantó el estudio de los grandes maestros y del dibujo entre los jóvenes artistas portugueses y, por supuesto, implantó el gusto romano, que había hecho propio. Su longevidad le permitió formar a varias generaciones de artistas que estudiaron sus dibujos, y la colección que él había ido creando, creemos que comenzó esta colección cuando estaba en Roma en su primer viaje. A su muerte en 1783, él nació en 1699, por eso digo, también era un pintor muy longevo, era ya un artista retirado y muy reconocido, cuyos dibujos se cotizaban en las mejores colecciones europeas del momento y que había mantenido siempre contacto con colegas artistas de otros países y con coleccionistas de diversa índole, especialmente del entorno anglosajón. En la actualidad los dibujos de Vieira están repartidos por colecciones de todo el mundo. El núcleo principal se encuentra en Portugal, en el Museo Nacional de Arte Antigua en Lisboa y en la colección del Museo de Évora. Pero hay dibujos de Vieira en Düsseldorf, Florencia, Berlín, Madrid, Nueva York y en otras muchas colecciones a la espera de ser descubiertos y estudiados y sobre todo, para lo que hoy nos atañe aquí, bien atribuidos. Llegamos entonces al núcleo de esta presentación, que es básicamente mostrar cómo este artista foráneo llega a la capital pontificia, asume los presupuestos de la escuela romana y gracias a esa formación es capaz de labrarse un futuro principalmente como dibujante, aunque él era pintor de la corte y en algunos casos como grabador. En el estado en que se encuentra la investigación actual sobre Vieira, no se pueden aventurar más que hipótesis en relación a este éxito como dibujante. No sabemos cuáles eran sus redes, quiénes eran sus agentes. Esas son cosas que todavía están por ir descubriéndose poco a poco. Por un lado, es evidente que era un artista con personalidad propia y reconocible al estudioso. De eso no hay duda. De hecho, como decía, tuvo una notable carrera como pintor, aunque sus mejores obras se destruyeron en el terremoto que asoló Lisboa en el 1755. Sin embargo, la asunción de los parámetros maratescos le permitieron hacerse un hueco no solo en el mercado local en Lisboa, sino mantener su presencia en el mercado internacional, atrayendo a coleccionistas que deseaban llevarse un recuerdo de lo que era el dibujo romano, por así decirlo. En este sentido, es de suponer que la práctica comercial la aprendió de su maestro Benedetto Luti, que él mismo era un coleccionista ávido y que abría su taller a viajeros del Gran Tour, a coleccionistas que compraban allí la obra. Probablemente allí aprendió los rudimentos precisamente para crear esa red que le permitió en el futuro vender su obra más allá de las fronteras portuguesas. Tanto es así que Vieira fue el único artista vivo incluido en el elenco de los grandes maestros presentes en la obra del coleccionista inglés Charles Rogers, que aquí pueden ver en la pantalla un grabado de Simon Watts sobre el original de Vieira, publicado en su libro Prints in Imitation of Drawings, publicado en el 78 en Londres. La praxis artística de Vieira en cuanto al dibujo no difiere de la de sus contemporáneos en el sentido que básicamente se basaba, por un lado, en la copia de estudio de los grandes maestros, el estudio del dibujo del vivo, obviamente, la creación de su cuaderno de memorias, tanto con fines didácticos, como sabemos que lo utilizó cuando regresó a Lisboa, como con fin de crear un libro de memorias para él, sus propias composiciones. Nos consta, gracias a la correspondencia intercambiada con su colega genovés Agostino Ratti, que participaba de la práctica de envío de dibujos y de copias con otros artistas, del intercambio, aparte del regalo profesional. En este caso tenemos una cita específica dentro de la correspondencia en la que dice, básicamente lo traduzco del italiano, que perdone, escribiéndole a Agostino Ratti, que disculpe el ardiz y la confianza de enviaros calcos, porque no tengo en mis manos ya originales, porque todo aquello que he hecho no es para mí, sino para otros, ya que de mi trabajo solo me quedan recuerdos endebles. Esto nos da a entender la rapidez con la que vendía todo lo que dibujaba. Además de la copia de estudio habitual en los años formativos, se conoce y está atestiguada la práctica de los calcos o las contracopias y el intercambio de dibujos entre artistas. Esto les permitía hacer reproducciones, básicamente, que luego repartían entre ellos. Esta práctica explica, cuando uno empieza a trabajar sobre el catálogo de Vieira, la multiplicación de copias del mismo dibujo. Vemos que en el caso de Vieira algunas veces es tal el número de copias de un mismo dibujo que está ya prácticamente totalmente difuminada la obra. Esta multiplicación dificulta también la organización de esta obra gráfica. En esta labor de construir un catálogo razonado de la obra de Vieira nos encontramos principalmente con tres problemas. Por un lado, que la mayoría de los dibujos que con certeza podemos atribuir a Vieira se encuentran en Portugal y una parte muy importante de esos dibujos ha sido usada con fines didácticos y ha sido modificada y retocada en numerosas ocasiones por sus discípulos. Incluso es posible que varios de estos dibujos ni siquiera sean autógrafos, sino sean obra de sus discípulos. Esto lo que da es una imagen, me falta la última hoja, mi presentación, da una imagen muy distorsionada de la realidad de la obra de Vieira, y esto dificulta asimismo el reconocimiento de la calidad de la obra de este pintor. Aquí, por ejemplo, tenemos dibujos reales, dibujos de él, que se ve claramente la calidad que tenían, que no tienen, bueno, volvemos atrás, mucho que ver con estos. No hay más que ver los caballitos, por ejemplo, que se ven aquí en el carro, que son completamente escolares. Y luego ver, por ejemplo, esta Coronis, que esto es un grabado, que además está atestiguado en sus cartas, a quien se regaló, que él hizo el dibujo y el grabado. Aquí otros grabados suyos, especialmente interesante es el de la izquierda, que representa la muerte de su hermano, y además es un grabado bastante temprano, de su segundo viaje a Roma. La segunda problemática es la ya mencionada de la multiplicación de los calcos, que es más un incordio que un problema, pero es así. Y en tercer lugar, la confusión de la obra de Vieira con la del taller o círculo de Marata y viceversa, que ese es el problema principal al que nos vamos a encontrar. Es atestiguado que él trabajó directamente con dibujos de Marata y los copiaba, probablemente que formaban parte de las colecciones de los propios pintores con los que él trabajaba. Por ejemplo, esta barca de Caronte, el dibujo original de Marata no lo tengo, creo que además me parece recordar que no se conserva, y tengo este grabado. Hay también una pintura de Niccolò Berretoni, un desaparecido discípulo de Marata que murió muy joven, que copiaba el mismo dibujo para la realización de un reloj nocturno. Este ejemplo, por ejemplo, es muy interesante porque además se conserva uno de los dibujos aquí en Madrid y demuestra estas dificultades. Esta forja de Venus, el dibujo de la derecha es el original de Vieira y tiene una inscripción en la que dice que es un calco del dibujo original de Carlo Marata, que luego él regala a un buen amigo suyo en el año 31, a André Gonsalves. Lo curioso es que no sabemos si otra copia o el original se conserva aquí en San Fernando. Y sin embargo, aquí está atribuido a Giuseppe Chiari, que podría ser perfectamente. La duda que nos hace pensar aquí es, ¿sería posible que fuese un Giuseppe Chiari o sería posible que fuese un dibujo también de Vieira, copiando un modelo de Marata? El primero, como digo, es un calco, de ahí que esté tan difuminado. Un caso similar y también complejo es esta alegoría de la pintura. La imagen de la izquierda, que es de muy mala calidad, la que presenta la línea verde, supuestamente es un calco que realizaría, o una copia que realizaría Vieira lusitano. Está atribuido por Simonetta Prosperi, eso, bueno, siempre es una señal de calidad. Entonces, verdaderamente, más que una copia, debe ser un calco, porque tiene el mismo tamaño exacto que el dibujo de la derecha, que está conservado en la Albertina de Viena. O sea que muy probablemente puede que haya sido retocado con algunos toques de sanguina en esta parte, bueno, no sé si se ve en el pecho del dibujo y en los pliegues, pero muy probablemente estos dos dibujos sea difícil atribuirlos realmente a Marata. O sea, de hecho, tuvieron una atribución anterior, fue a Carlo Costanzi, que es un contemporáneo de Vieira. Esto muestra un poco las dificultades. Puede estar influido por los tipos de dibujos dibujos de la alegoría de la pintura con la cara de la hija de Marata, de Faustina Maratti, pero realmente no parece tener las características habituales que encontramos en Marata. ¿Será un Vieira? ¿Será de la escuela? Es muy difícil de establecer, pero lo que sí parece indudable es que es un calco del dibujo de la Albertina. Entramos ahora en un caso que es a la inversa. El dibujo de la Albertina, perdonen la calidad de la fotografía de la derecha, pero no tenía los originales del Museo Nacional de Arte Antigua. El dibujo de la izquierda está atribuido por la Albertina a Marata. Y sin embargo, tenemos la constancia exacta de que esto es un diseño de la mano de Vieira, que forma parte de una serie de dibujos con vidas de santos jesuitas, que no sabemos muy bien a qué tipo de encargo debió responder, pero que en la parte de atrás de los dibujos además está inscrito en portugués de una idea miña, o sea que era idea propia de Vieira, y vemos cómo, sin embargo, se le atribuye directamente a Marata. Para dar mayor peso a esta argumentación de que eso no se puede tratar de un dibujo de Marata, sino de un dibujo del portugués, nos encontramos aquí con otro ejemplo. El de la derecha vuelve a ser el original de Vieira, conservado también en Lisboa, y el de la izquierda es un ejemplo muy curioso que está aquí en Madrid, que es la copia que un joven escultor español hace directamente del dibujo de Vieira, al que conoció personalmente y que le ayudó en su viaje a Roma. Además, Simonetta Prosperi identificó este dibujo retocado luego con pincel en la colección de Achirreale, la colección Celantea, que es otra fase preparatoria del mismo dibujo de Marata, este también atribuido, a Vieira, atribuido obviamente también a Vieira. Este es otro ejemplo, si cabe todavía más complejo. La Albertina, el dibujo de la izquierda, la Albertina lo atribuye directamente, pone escuela de Marata, anónimo, no sabemos exactamente. Podría ser un Chiari o podría ser un Masucci, pero estoy aventurando cosas que, sin estar para nada convencida. A la derecha, en cambio, tenemos otro dibujo, firmado además como Vieira Fekit, que es una versión libre de este diseño, que probablemente nos haga pensar que también se encontraba en el taller entre los dibujos que él copiaba, con lo que se haría quizá más plausible una identificación con un artista del círculo, no con el propio maestro, o quién sabe, a lo mejor esto también es un dibujo de Vieira. Y este es el último caso que les voy a presentar, que es un caso para mí sorprendente, porque a todas luces es un Vieira lusitano, se conserva en la Casa Museo Anastasio Gonçalves, lo pude ver desmontado y además tiene la firma por la parte de atrás. Se puede comprobar comparando con el detalle de un dibujo que está en el British Museum, que también es de Vieira, como tiene los mismos genotipos, el mismo tratamiento de los rizos, la estructura que tiene el velo de la Virgen, la relación es obvia. Sin embargo, este dibujo se conserva, este otro en la Albertina, atribuido directamente a Carlo Marata, sin ninguna duda. Tanto es así que yo escribí al museo para decir no, es que no es posible que sea. Es una contracopia, probablemente. No he podido ver el de la Albertina, pero creo que sí vi el de Lisboa. Creo que el original es el de Lisboa. Vendría a testiguar una vez más toda la idea de los calcos que hacía y que él regalaba, o sea que no tendría no sería ninguna sorpresa. Pero lo más interesante es que este dibujo no tiene ninguna dificultad en identificarlo como no de Marata, por lo menos, porque solo hay que mirar la iconografía. Lo que se representa aquí, más allá de la técnica del dibujo, de las características, etcétera, son esta típica sacra conversazione, con esta estructura típica maratesca de los dos santos a los pies de la Virgen con el niño. Los dos santos son dos santos franciscanos, Santiago de la Marca y San Francisco Solano, esenciales para la evangelización de América. Aparecen allí la herejía, aparecen toda una serie de elementos, un indio que se refiere al mundo americano, que fueron canonizados en 1726 y tuvieron un octavario que casi un año después, en 1727, y que fue una importantísima celebración orquestada en la Basílica de Santa María in Aracoeli por Fray José María Fonseca de Évora, que le sirvió para alcanzar el título de comisario general de los franciscanos. Parte de esta celebración formaba parte de toda una política que estaba llevando a cabo de posicionamiento personal y posicionamiento también de la cultura del mundo portugués dentro de la ciudad de Roma, que le permitiría convertirse en plenipotenciario de Juan V en 1733. Además, por si hubiera más dudas, Este dibujo se corresponde con el óleo encargado para decorar el altar central que se montó con motivo de esta canonización en la basílica, como podemos ver en el grabado, que por azares de la vida cayó en mis manos y reconocí la representación. De forma que esto simplemente es un ejemplo más para mostrar aquí cómo es necesario complementar las cosas, no solo la necesidad de mirar bien la obra de arte, de comparar bien, sino también de entender la iconografía que la representa, que haría imposible que esta obra fuese de Marata, porque murió en 1713. Y también la relación con, digamos, todas las celebraciones efímeras, etc. Digamos que aquí hay mucho más. Este encargo, además, es un encargo muy complejo a nivel político, que vendría además a apoyar la argumentación obvia de que esto no puede ser considerado un Marata. Gracias.
So Pilar, thank you very, very much. Maybe we could bring the lights up a little bit to transition. I think we have time for some questions, so the floor is open for questions for one or more of our panelists. And if no one jumps in, I will. I was very interested, just to get things going, to think again about the method that you each used in these talks. And what I think you did so successfully is you paired demonstrations of ocular expertise with a kind of multiplication of the categories into which we can put these problematic objects that are in reference to other things. And so we may have started out with the idea of authentic or fake, but you've introduced other confusing categories like homage, practical joke, and Ben, I'm not even sure what to call your kind of challenges back and forth in real time in a sort of pictorial dialogue between rivals. Maybe you have a word for it. I was wondering how you see the raw practice of discernment with vision with this need to historicize and give a kind of a cultural context to this artistic dialogue. How do you balance, in a sense, the taking these objects out of history and just looking with putting them back into history and thinking, what's the story behind this pairing? Anyone who wants to answer?
I'm going to start. I think I don't balance it. My case was particular difficult because I start working on this Franciscan monk and his political use of art in order to gain this position as general commissary in the Franciscans in Rome. And I came across this drawing. Beforehand, I was spending some time working on Vieira, but for me it was a very complex topic because it's like a national hero in Portugal, and sometimes you have to be careful where do you decide to enter. So for me, I start the other way around. I start working on history, on diplomacy, and cultural history. And then I came across the drawings. And I think that most of the time, or at least in my experience, most of the specialists work only on the work of art. I mean, only drawings and nothing else. And for me, it's very similar as when I was working on Greek pottery. It's, very focused, and it's very interesting, but I have to confess that I love doing the other way around. So I'm kind of an intruder here. For me, it's very difficult to balance, to be honest. I think it's very difficult. And with drawings, I think it's even harder, because there is no trace. It's very difficult to find any trace. For example, we are very lucky because we have these letters. So we know for a fact that Vieira gave this drawing to this marquis, so this his friend and whatever. So it's very interesting to know that, but normally you don't have this information about drawings. Maybe with pictures you have, or sculptures, but not with drawings.
There's three very different contexts, but I would say the crux of the matter is perhaps the I and the modifier that comes before it. And you revealed in your plenary keynote that you had originally thought about connoisseur's eye. It moved to expert eye. I think that's moving away from the bad connotations of someone whose authority is sui generis or ex cathedra towards a sense of expertise. I would push it further in the direction of the informed eye, because I don't think you can ever discern anything without learning. And the idea of learning, you can have practical objects in front of you, but we all learn about historical things. We learn about the history of our discipline. None of these objects are tabula rasa. Everything's either said to be associated with a certain artist or a certain context from an archaeology in our own, an archival background in our own field. So I think the other thing that I thought was crucial is this idea of limit, that I think limit and knowledge go together. Knowledge is partly knowing what you don't know or what the other person doesn't know, or as Hans Goethe very sharply informed, suggested, an expert that is not an I. So we could also have an I that is not an expert in some authoritarian scheme, but the most important thing is bringing knowledge of what you're looking at. And I would have said that in what I did, I learned from what the field told me. I identify what I think are problems with the field having to do with motive or an incoherent account or how it can simply move forward in the most positive sense. And so you're explaining both the field and recreating original context. And I think it is also, again, about context, that you reconstruct a context of how things were done. It's the last thing I would say that I thought it was so fascinating when they're talking about ancient works of art that have no context. I think sometimes connoisseurs act about a Rembrandt painting like it was some ancient fragment of a foot that you found somewhere and you have no idea what, that's not true. You created your own context by a very careful, hopefully, but I think that there's sometimes the motive is not for the sake of the creative, the careful context, and has more to do with other people want the big name or they want the big discovery and reversal, whatever the motive is.
Thank you. Yo creo que, por lo menos en mi caso, lo que me ha hecho pensar es que están jugando sobre todo con una categoría muy clara, que es la categoría de la emulatio, la emulación de Quintiliano. Es decir, hay artistas en el pasado que han creado unas obras y yo, que he venido después de ellos, puedo crear obras exactamente igual que las suyas y otras que son distintas, veremos si mejores o no. En ese sentido, que esto ocurra durante el siglo XVII me parece muy interesante, porque es precisamente la época del mecanicismo, cuando la filosofía natural se está preguntando si el hombre es en realidad una máquina, dónde está la sede del alma, la glándula pineal. Por eso se desarrollan también autómatas, fuentes, jardines, etcétera, etcétera. Y creo que en esto hay también un deseo por parte de los artistas de decir, no me puedes encuadrar fácilmente en ninguna de tus categorías, no puedes crear un estándar artístico, porque cada vez que tú crees que has entendido un estilo y piensas que un cuadro es de Tiziano, ahora tienes que pensar que el cuadro a lo mejor es de Tiziano, o de Pietro della Vecchia, o de Luca Giordano. Y cada generación incluye un elemento más en la ecuación que lo hace más difícil. En realidad lo que están diciendo los artistas es no nos podemos sujetar fácilmente a reglas, porque las reglas están hechas para ser rotas por nosotros mismos, es decir, no te pongas en mi lugar si no sabes cómo pintar un cuadro. Y en definitiva lo que les están diciendo a estos aficionados, que a veces reconocen que hay algunos buenos, es no estás mirando donde debes porque no piensas como debes. Y por lo tanto el cuadro no es una decoración para tu casa, muchos lo son, claro que sí, pero las obras de los grandes maestros tienen ese extra, algo más, que te indica que aquí hay una forma de pensar que tú debes entender y no solo gozar con los sentidos. En ese sentido, creo que el ojo y ese ojo experto se plantean más como una puerta hacia el conocimiento, un conocimiento reflexivo y real del arte, del ser humano, de la historia, que manifiesta también las limitaciones del que mira. Puedes tener delante una obra maestra y no entender nada de ella. O puedes tener un cuadro mediocre, pero como brilla mucho o tiene un marco muy grande, pues crees que, como decíamos antes con las cabezas romanas, como es grande, pues tiene que ser alguien de una familia buena, si no, no le habrían hecho ese tamaño.
Behind the attitude of Giordano, for example, there is also a marketing operation. This is also a very big motivation for doing this.
Sabemos que Giordano era bastante ávido con el dinero y todas las fuentes lo califican de tacaño y le interesaba siempre ganar muchísimo dinero que administró muy bien. También que no quiso que ninguno de sus hijos se dedicara a la pintura. Quería que fueran abogados en Nápoles, que es lo que da dinero en el siglo XVII o XVIII si no eres noble. Pero sabemos también que quería ganar mucho dinero para que sus hijas no entraran en un convento si no tenían vocación. Y también para fardar, diríamos hoy, porque tenía 3 carrozas, una para él, otra para su mujer y otra para sus hijas, si querían salir por las calles de Nápoles. Entendió precisamente que esa manera de crear arte era también una forma de adquirir un estatus determinado dentro de la sociedad, que de esa manera le iba a respetar más que si fuera un pintor con una tienda abierta y vestido con harapos. Y no hacía más que seguir los pasos de José de Ribera, que tenía una villa en las afueras de Nápoles y que tenía su taller en la zona de San Nicolás la Carità, pero que luego se iba a su casa, que estaba cerca del Palacio Real, y que luego tenía una villa en la falda del Vómero. Y el mercado del arte napolitano era absolutamente imposible. O sea, al no haber un poder estable, ni político ni religioso durante mucho tiempo, al ser un virreinato, no había manera de convertirse en pintor de cámara y había que buscar siempre nuevas estrategias para intentar aventajar a todos tus rivales, que eran muchísimos. Pero hemos visto que incluso los propios contemporáneos entendían que tenía esos 3 pinceles y que no todo lo de Giordano es bueno, como no todo lo de Tiziano ni de Veronés, como decía Bernini, pero que cuando quería, entonces te hacía esa cúpula de la Cartuja del Tesoro, cosa que con la idealización del artista en el siglo XIX hemos perdido. El artista siempre es ese ser ideal que está en un mundo diferente y todo lo que hace es intrínsecamente bueno, como si los artistas no tuvieran una familia que alimentar o una hipoteca que pagar. Pero somos nosotros los que no hemos entendido nada. No es culpa de Luca Giordano o de Dominici o de Bernini, es culpa de los historiadores del arte que todavía estamos pensando como hace 60 o 70 años y no como deberíamos pensar tratando arte del siglo XVII, en mi opinión.
Much as I would love to continue this panel all afternoon, we have another, so we're actually over an hour late, and I think we need to break for coffee, if this is a good time, Pilar? Yeah. Thank you very much to our 3 panelists.
We will meet here at 10 to 6. Okay.
Buenas tardes. Let's go with the last session, but not for that, the less interesting. La primera ponente de esta tarde va a ser doña Beatriz Candera Gutiérrez. Doña Beatriz es conservadora jefe del Departamento de Investigación de Antigüedades Medievales de este museo. Recibió su doctorado en 2003 por su tesis sobre un maestro trasmerano en Castilla, Martín de Solórzano, y el convento de Santo Tomás de Ávila, en el que además es una gran especialista en este edificio y del que tiene una monografía muy reconocida. Ella además se dedica al estudio de la arquitectura, de los objetos y colecciones medievales y los proyectos expositivos que se desarrollan aquí en el Museo Arqueológico sobre las colecciones medievales. Tiene también un área de especialización dentro de lo que es el mundo de Al-Ándalus y esta tarde nos va a hablar precisamente del Ojo Experto en las colecciones medievales. Beatriz, tú tienes la palabra.
Muchas gracias por tu presentación, Ana. En primer lugar, quiero agradecer a los organizadores de estas jornadas, la Facultad de Geografía e Historia de la UNED y al propio Museo Arqueológico Nacional y a sus coordinadores científicos, Pilar Díez del Corral y David Ojeda, la oportunidad de participar en esta reunión. En lo que respecta a mí, como conservadora del Departamento de Antigüedades Medievales, me saldré de la tónica de lo dicho hasta ahora y se intentará dar una perspectiva desde lo que es una institución cultural, como es un museo, el Museo Arqueológico Nacional y un departamento concreto, el Departamento de Antigüedades Medievales, que se sale de lo que hemos estado viendo hasta este momento. Un departamento cuyas colecciones en muchos casos tienen unas características específicas y se encuentran entre la arqueología, la historia del arte, las artes decorativas, suntuarias, artes menores, yo prefiero llamarle artes suntuarias, si me lo permiten, y así entre las numerosas tareas que se desarrolla se incluye el informar con el objeto de realizar, como ha dicho muy bien esta mañana la directora, adquisiciones en sus múltiples facetas, compras, donaciones, ante una solicitud de un certificado de autorización de exportación definitiva o temporal con posibilidad de venta, un eventual expolio del patrimonio histórico español o una petición de préstamo para una exposición temporal o un depósito. Así, nuestra tarea tiene unos aspectos ligeramente diferentes o implementados. Por ello, el eje de mi intervención no está saliendo en pantalla.
Creo que tienes que poner aquí abajo, ¿sabes?
A ver.
Desarrollar aquí. No, en la otra, aquí en la barra. No, un poco más arriba.
¿Sí?
No, en el otro lado. A ver si ¿me dejas un momento?
Sí. Vale. Bueno. Pues el eje de mi intervención va a ser realizar una panorámica breve de unas colecciones que son muy amplias, tanto desde el punto de vista cronológico como desde su propia naturaleza, el trabajo que realizamos el personal técnico del departamento y, finalmente, el tipo y contenido de esos informes. Comenzaré por la amplitud de las colecciones custodiadas en este museo y, en concreto, en nuestro departamento, que tiene un fondo de cerca de 27.000 piezas entre exposición permanente y almacenes y que constituyen nuestro ámbito de actuación. Estas colecciones comprenden un amplio periodo cronológico que va desde el siglo III-IV en todo aquello que tiene relación con el cristianismo hasta la caída del Reino de Granada, siempre entendido que esas fronteras son laxas, evidentemente. Estas colecciones, además, tienen una amplia tipología de objetos. Tenemos objetos arqueológicos entendidos en el título V de la Ley de Patrimonio Histórico Español, 16/85, como aquellos bienes muebles e inmuebles de valor histórico y susceptibles de ser estudiados con metodología arqueológica. Hasta aquí puedo leer, no voy a continuar con la definición. Si bien hay que tener en cuenta que desde esta ley, desde la ley del año 85, el museo dejó de recibir objetos arqueológicos, ya que las competencias en esta materia pasaron a las comunidades autónomas. También se custodian objetos incluidos dentro de las denominadas bellas artes, especialmente pintura, escultura o en las artes suntuarias, marfiles, orfebrerías, cerámica, textiles. Todo ello se encuentra dividido en diversas secciones, entendidas solamente como un modo de organizar y estructurar, si bien las conexiones son evidentes, por ejemplo, entre los objetos andalusíes y los objetos de los reinos cristianos. Estas, evidentemente, no son unas fronteras fijas, sino que son unas fronteras flexibles. Dentro de la antigüedad tardía, entendida desde los inicios del cristianismo hasta la llegada de los musulmanes en el año 711, la mayor parte de los fondos son arqueológicos, tanto elementos arquitectónicos como los que podemos ver aquí en la imagen, procedentes de las huertas de Guarrazar, entre ellos la famosa lápida de Crispín, localizada en los trabajos arqueológicos realizados inmediatamente después del descubrimiento del tesoro por uno de nuestros primeros directores, José Amador de los Ríos, fragmentos escultóricos como la lápida que tienen ustedes en el otro lateral, el fragmento del sarcófago, de Alcaudete, que tiene entre sus imágenes la resurrección de Lázaro, u objetos de metal, placas y broches de cinturón u objetos litúrgicos, también cerámicas, más bien de carácter común, y especialmente todo ello de las necrópolis visigodas. Pero también conservamos el famoso y extraordinario, en el sentido de exclusividad y unicidad que le compete, tesoro de Guarrazar, uno de los elementos más significativos y que fue expoliado en el siglo XIX. La sección de Al-Ándalus comprende objetos procedentes de diversos yacimientos en el área cordobesa, como los que pueden ver ustedes en la imagen general, también de la Alcazaba de Málaga o el Castillejo de Monteagudo, de donde proceden estos fragmentos murales, fragmentos cerámicos. Los fragmentos cerámicos se conservan desde fragmentos de cerámica de Madinat al-Zahara hasta la cerámica de reflejo metálico nazarí, y se conservan también tesoros encontrados y tesoros escondidos, como los que fueron los tesoros de Mondújar y Ventarinque, que ustedes pueden ver en la vitrina. Pero también se exhiben y se custodian objetos que han sido descontextualizados y que hemos incluso recontextualizados antes de tener esa nueva recontextualización en el museo y que hoy consideramos como artes suntuarias. Y como ejemplo les pongo aquí el famoso bote de Sub, o podemos pensar en los vasos de la Alhambra, los textiles andalusíes o objetos científicos como el astrolabio de Ibn Salib. La última sección, la sección de reinos cristianos, que incluye todos los vestigios materiales desde los primeros núcleos astures hasta la caída del último vestigio andalusí en la península, el reino de Granada, se encuentra definida por un menor número de objetos arqueológicos y un aumento considerable de los objetos fruto del coleccionismo. Hay que tener en cuenta que el desarrollo de la arqueología medieval, centrada en los reinos cristianos, se desarrolla tardíamente y que coincide ya con el momento en el que no llegan al museo los objetos procedentes de yacimientos. No obstante, custodiamos elementos arquitectónicos, como los que están viendo ustedes aquí, procedentes del monasterio de Santa María la Real de Aguilar de Campoo, escultóricos, en ocasiones ligados a la arquitectura, como esta piedad de taller toledano, que se correspondería con un tímpano de una portada del siglo XV, independientes, esta Virgen entronizada con niño del siglo XIII y escuela navarra, y también se custodia evidentemente patrimonio pictórico, como las tablas procedentes del retablo de la iglesia de Nueno. Y aquí tenemos otra problemática con esos retablos facticios y esa nueva factura que se hacen de los retablos cuando ya en el 19 llegaron al museo. Y también encontramos objetos comprendidos dentro de las denominadas artes suntuarias, como una gran variedad de materiales, como la cruz de Don Fernando y Doña Sancha, cerámica como la de Manises y Paterna, en la que vemos aquí un objeto que es un plato de Manises que ha sido recientemente adquirido, artes del metal como los esmaltes de Limos o la Cruz de Morella, o textiles en muchos casos procedentes de talleres andalusíes, como es el caso de los textiles procedentes del sepulcro del infante don Felipe y su mujer en Villalcázar de Sirga. Con estos fondos, los técnicos del departamento realizan una serie de tareas como su inventariado y catalogación, lo que implica un trabajo detallado tanto de identificación, fundamental, catalogación, ahí entramos ya más en el ámbito de la investigación, en temas muy variados, y que no solo implica a los nuevos objetos, puesto que paralelamente se procede a la revisión de esas antiguas catalogaciones y a su actualización a la luz de los nuevos datos y nuevos medios actuales. Este trabajo tiene igualmente como fin el conocer el uso y función de las piezas, en definitiva, hacer una correcta interpretación de los objetos que permita ponerlos a disposición del espectador con una lectura correcta. Un ejemplo es el trabajo de nuestro compañero recientemente fallecido, Luis Balmaseda, en relación al tesoro de Guarrazar, descubierto en el siglo XIX, cuya fragmentación para su venta impidió en ocasiones una correcta interpretación a posteriori. Por ejemplo, es el caso de los revestimientos de la cruz que les presento tanto por el anverso como por el reverso, y de la que colgarían un alfa y un omega, puesto que aparecían diferenciados. Fue nuestro compañero Luis quien lo interpretó conjuntamente. O incluso la macolla de cristal de roca de la corona de Recesvinto, que hoy se apunta a que pudiera formar parte de un cetro que vieron los lugareños cuando se descubrió el tesoro. Esto es una de nuestras principales tareas como técnicos de colecciones y que conlleva un amplio y privilegiado conocimiento del patrimonio que conserva el museo. A estas tareas se añade la constante revisión de catálogos, de galerías y casas de subastas que permita la localización de piezas de interés tanto para el patrimonio histórico español como para nuestras propias colecciones. Tras trazar esta panorámica, nuestro trabajo, el departamento es requerido tanto por el Ministerio de Cultura, el juzgado con el auxilio de las fuerzas y cuerpos de seguridad del Estado o por nuestros propios compañeros o comisarios de exposiciones, como ese ojo experto, como ese especialista del que se está hablando en estas jornadas, para realizar informes con el objetivo de, por un lado, incrementar las colecciones a partir de una oferta de venta, una subasta, una donación, en el que incidiremos en el interés para el museo. En otras ocasiones se tratará de evaluar esa autorización de una salida o no de una pieza del territorio español o un posible expolio. En este caso se valorará especialmente el interés para el patrimonio histórico español. También se examinan las solicitudes de obras del museo para exposiciones temporales o en depósito, donde el conocimiento de las colecciones, tanto en exposición permanente como en almacenes, es importante, pues para evaluar no solo el estado de la pieza, sino lo que aporta esa pieza al discurso expositivo y, en caso de estar en la exposición permanente, su detrimento si la pieza sale, o en caso de que se autorice su salida, que no se autorice, su salida, las posibles piezas que puedan sustituir en el discurso de la exposición temporal la pieza solicitada y que además tiene otro valor añadido, que es el poner a disposición del público una pieza que en ese momento no tiene visibilidad en la exposición permanente. En la mayor parte de las ocasiones, si antes hablábamos, David hablaba pues de la rapidez con que se debe publicar, pues los informes nos los solicitan con un plazo bastante limitado y siempre, evidentemente, son desde la perspectiva de una institución pública, cultural. En estos informes se analiza, en primer lugar, la titularidad del objeto y su procedencia, siendo esto uno de los elementos implementados: el actual propietario, las antiguas colecciones de las que pueda haber formado parte, a través del rastreo de catálogos, cartas arqueológicas, elementos gráficos y escritos, y con ello me refiero a fotografías, dibujos, láminas, antiguas descripciones. En definitiva, lo que se trata es de reconstruir la biografía o, si me lo permiten, el currículum vitae del objeto. Sin embargo, con el material arqueológico nos enfrentamos con algunos escollos, como puede ser la destrucción de los yacimientos en conflictos bélicos o por actos de vandalismo, y que tiene como consecuencia el expolio y descontextualización de los objetos. Asimismo, se valora el interés del objeto. En ello se incluye, es decir, la materialidad del objeto, materiales constitutivos, integridad, estado de conservación y como vestigio material de nuestro pasado. Todo ello conduce a exámenes muy minuciosos del objeto. En este apartado, en muchas ocasiones, es necesaria la colaboración de la ciencia, de la que ya hemos hablado, y de los científicos que interpretan sus resultados. Es el caso de análisis geológicos que determinen posibles adherencias en el origen de los materiales constitutivos, por ejemplo, en el caso de materiales pétreos. Los análisis de rayos X que deslinden partes originales y posibles restauraciones. Las reflectografías de infrarrojos que permitan ver el dibujo subyacente, como ya quedó o como puso de manifiesto la exposición del trazo oculto en el Museo Nacional del Prado en 2006. El análisis con el espectrómetro que permite concretar la composición o existencia de determinados metales, o el análisis de los pigmentos que nos permita, cuando menos, establecer fechas ante-quem o post-quem de una pieza. Un aspecto importante es la diferenciación en nuestro trabajo, y que el ojo del experto, el especialista, puede llegar a valorar, es la diferencia entre copia o falsificación y el original, así como los repuestos históricos de los repuestos contemporáneos. A este respecto, y por poner un ejemplo, tendríamos los broches de cinturón visigodos, como el que vemos, donde es habitual reponer algunas de las piedras preciosas o semipreciosas por vidrios, etc. O en otros objetos de orfebrería compuestos por diversos elementos, donde es habitual que una vez amortizado o pasado de moda se añadan y modifiquen ciertos componentes, y hay que valorar si esa modificación es histórica o es una falsificación, como es el caso conocido de las fíbulas aquiliformes que determinó Martín Almagro en el año 40, que eran falsas y que estaban en el Museo de Barcelona. Muy específico del ámbito de las colecciones medievales es el expertizaje de los vestigios de la cultura nazarí, donde el movimiento de los neos, en este caso el neoalambrismo, movimiento surgido a finales del siglo XIX, reinterpretó los elementos nazaríes muy próximos espacialmente, o incluso se llegó a reponer esas reinterpretaciones junto a elementos propiamente nazaríes, como es conocido en el caso de la Alhambra, o se hicieron nuevas reinterpretaciones ex profeso para las exposiciones internacionales de finales del siglo XIX, principios del XX, o salas en las que se reproducen dichos ambientes, como la que ustedes están viendo, que ya, lo lamento, no la pueden visitar, sala neoárabe que estaba en la antigua sede del Museo del Ejército, hoy en el Salón de Reinos. No obstante, este gusto ha durado hasta nuestros días, y de ahí la importancia del experto que alcance a diferenciar si es original, reinterpretación del siglo XIX o falsificación posterior. Otro caso muy abundante es con los esmaltes de Limoges. En el campo de las bellas artes, y como ejemplo la imagen de la tabla que les presento, la Virgen de la Misericordia de Juan de Nalda, de finales del XV, principios del XVI, hay exigencias de las que ustedes han estado hablando, como la autoría de una obra, elemento que nos diferencia respecto, por ejemplo, a lo que hemos estado hablando con la Edad Moderna. En la mayor parte de los casos, nuestras obras ni están firmadas ni tenemos documentación que las acredite. Bueno, y por tanto se trata de discernir una autoría, una pertenencia a un taller, a un círculo, o el concepto de copia, teniendo en cuenta lo que hemos comentado. Esto también es importante en el caso de la escultura, cuya situación es similar. Nuestra mirada se dirige tanto a ciertos estilemas de algunos autores, el modo de tallar un ojo, el modo de hacer un pliegue, la forma de tallar por la parte posterior, o incluso en otros casos simplemente hacemos referencia a esas tallas a esas marcas de canteros que suelen aparecer en capiteles como el de Aguilar de Campo, que nos muestra quién ha tallado la obra para que se la pague. Otro aspecto en el que quiero incidir es el análisis iconográfico, que permite discernir determinadas concordancias o disonancias. Como muestra tenemos este tríptico devocional de los Embrianchi, en el que las distintas placas han modificado su posición, en especial la de la Santa y la Virgen con el Niño, y que no nos permite o no nos deja interpretar a primera vista la escena representada, el matrimonio místico de Santa Catalina. Finalmente, hablaré de la especificidad de las denominadas artes suntuarias, como puede verse con el marfil, el alabastro, en el que la producción de talleres nos da una gran variedad. No es lo mismo dentro del taller de los Embrianchi la atribución a diversas manos. Y como ejemplo tenemos aquí, y eso lo ha dejado muy claro, tanto lo dejó Elena Merlini como Williamson en el magnífico libro que realizó sobre los marfiles del Victorian Albert. Con la cerámica de Manises estamos ante una situación similar, así hay una diferencia notable de calidad y como ejemplo un plato vendido en Christie's en Nueva York en 2023 con la heráldica del Duque de Borgoña, de gran excelencia en calidad y de unicidad por la heráldica, y los botes maniseros con unas series absolutamente comunes. Finalmente, se deben incluir paralelos con el conocimiento a lo que nos ayuda ese currículum visual y el conocimiento de la materia, y las publicaciones. Con todos estos aspectos trabajados, se evalúa el interés histórico-artístico y documental de la pieza para el patrimonio histórico español y para el museo. Entonces, el conservador posee un conocimiento privilegiado de las colecciones y, por tanto, puede discernir si esa pieza, esa adquisición puede incrementar ciertas lagunas o si puede iniciar ciertas novedades de investigación. En definitiva, y por todo lo dicho, podemos llegar a una serie de conclusiones desde la perspectiva de una institución cultural y de un departamento concreto, el de antigüedades medievales. Así, en primer lugar, destacar el trabajo que se desarrolla dentro de la institución, el técnico de museos, de inventariado, catalogación, incluyendo la investigación para una correcta lectura, la revisión de catálogos, de subastas y galerías. Por otro lado, considerar la gran amplitud de la colección que hace necesario recurrir en algunas ocasiones a especialistas en materias, a epigrafistas, arabistas, o la necesaria participación de la ciencia y del personal especializado en la interpretación de sus resultados. En definitiva, se trata de un trabajo interdisciplinar y multidisciplinar que confluye en un elemento, el análisis del objeto. Por otro lado, nuestra labor dentro de la institución cultural tiene unas particularidades específicas, como el examen de la procedencia legal de los objetos o el interés para el patrimonio histórico español o para la propia institución, que aporta, además, a la hora de valorar de los objetos, el conocimiento de las colecciones. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Beatriz, por darnos esta visión del día a día en vuestro departamento. The next speaker is Eduardo Lamas, but not, he is only to talk not only on behalf of himself, but also of Isabel Lecoq. Both are art historians at the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage in Brussels. Isabel's research projects mainly concern the study of stained glass windows in their artistic and cultural contexts, and she is also involved in various site supervisions expertise, and science studies involving stained glass windows. She's also specialized in matters relating to 16th century art in the Netherlands, and the Eduardo's area of specialization concerned, on the one hand, Netherlandish artistic presence in the Iberian Peninsula, and on the other hand, painting and drawing produced in Spain in the 17th century, with a special focus on cross-media collaborations between painting, sculpture, and architecture. Both work at the photographic inventory published on the database Ballads of the Research Institute. This afternoon, Eduardo is going to talk about the inventory at the service of the expert eye. Eduardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you for this presentation. Good afternoon. Isabel and me, we have decided to adapt the title of the paper to the inventory as a tool at the service of the expert eye, changing into, or maybe proposing to change it into the inventory, a tool that shapes the expert eye. I like my neighborhood in Antwerp, and I like to take a walk to look at the houses, the facade, where in reality nothing is exceptional. Essentially the typical Belgian houses of the 19th century, with their characteristic elements. However, one of my last walks, I discovered that one of my favorite had been demolished. And that made me think about the tendency we have to consider as granted what has been preserved to come down to us. I think we can relate this to the artistic heritage of the churches in Spain, many of which do not have yet scientific photographic reports documenting them. In recent years, there have been many press news lamenting the absence of an inventory of the assets of the Spanish church. But what is an inventory? Let's examine what this term refers to. Inventories are tools that can be classified into 3 different types, depending on the services that they provide. Sometimes these types are complementary. An inventory serves as a protection tool against theft, vandalism, neglect, climatic disasters, and more. An inventory acts also as a management tool for the owner, such as a museum, the Catholic Church, or a supervisory authority, like a department responsible for heritage at a national, regional, or local level. But there is one more kind of inventory which function is to be a research tool. This type of inventory must offer a systematic, richly documented, interdisciplinary set of data, making it available to a wide audience. This tool opens to a heritage approach of the history of art, which means an approach grounded on the specific study of the preserved objects. Here we will set aside inventories intended as tools for preservation and management, which falls under the responsibility of the institution that own and manage the artworks. That's another topic. What we will focus today here is the inventory intended as a scientific research, an inventory that, unlike the others, must be published and accessible to the scientific community as sine qua non condition, accessible through books or through databases. This is slow science, don't trust fast food. And this scientific inventory must be a photographic one, which implies that it's based on direct photography. What escapes the possibilities of the photographic lens also escapes the inventory. The aim is not to make art photographs with colors or light filters or seeking contrast of light and shadow. The aim is to record the visual aspect of an object at a given moment and to produce objective scientific data. As the photographer Firlens wrote in 1860, the photographic document may eventually be all that remains of an object. The inventory has to be complete. A complete inventory means that it's exhaustive, covering the entire collection, all the objects of a certain typology, all the production of an artist, or the total heritage of a city, region, or country. It can take the following forms. Indicative inventory or concise catalog. This implies that the indication of the objects is not very advanced, at least not beyond the point where in-depth research and developed argumentation become necessary. The goal is to make them accessible for researchers, and we have here 3 examples. The other kind is the catalogue raisonné. This implies that the identification of the object is highly developed and thoroughly justified. Here 3 more examples. Most catalogs and inventories are the result of the individual initiative and often have been the work of a single author, at least until the 20th century, when several coordinated and sometimes even international projects came into being. Corpus Vasorum Antiquorum is probably the oldest research project of this kind. It was launched in 1919 on the initiative of the chief curator of the Department of Greco-Roman and Oriental Antiquities at the Musée du Louvre. The project is still ongoing today and has evolved. It is now focused exclusively on Greek and related ceramics. The initiative for the systematic working on medieval stained glass came from the close contact with the artworks due to their removal during the Second World War. The removal of the ancient stained glass windows from many European buildings during the war made it possible to study them up close, to photograph them, to understand their great value, to organize major exhibitions and to write summary publications. It is in this context that the Swiss art historian Hans Losa presented a draft structure for the publication of European medieval stained glass windows at the 16th International Congress of Art History in Lisbon in 1949. At the next Congress in Amsterdam in 1952, he presented his Directive pour l'établissement d'un plan d'ensemble, and with this, the Corpus Vitrearum was officially launched. Today, the collection of the Corpus Vitrearum contains approximately 130 published volumes. This is a real miracle, bearing in mind that at present, generally speaking, the task, material inventorying and cataloging is devalued in favor of research that is more conceptual, more speculative, and focused on interpretation. The methodological, qualitative, and formal consistency of the publication of the Corpus Vitrearum is ensured by directives, formulated for the first time in 1958 and revised several times. They are today in the 4th edition. The directives apply to monographs in particular, which are based on the systematic and meticulous analysis of works supported by high-quality illustration and with the cornerstone being the distinction of the ancient parts from those that have been restored and added at this moment. It is therefore very clear that as much more than a basic corpus reporting systematic information in a similar manner, the volumes of the Corpus Vitrearum are enriched by rigorous analysis, which makes them a unique tool, the usefulness of which goes far beyond the context of stained glass. The research unit, known as the Center for the Study of Flemish Primitives at our institute, Kikirpa, aims to study and inventory the preserved paintings of the 15th century from the southern Netherlands, which can be found in museums and collections worldwide. The entire program is based on heritage approach of the history of art. To this end, the Research and Documentation Unit has launched the Corpus of Flemish Primitives, a collection project aimed at inventorying, photographing, and analyzing at laboratory all the paintings by the Flemish primitives that have survived to the present day. The primary goal is to make this inventory and its scientific and photographic documentation available to the entire scientific community. For this monumental task, which began in 1950, 22 volumes have been already published, with the last release in 2014. These volumes illustrate how research methodology and concerns have evolved. It is now widely recognized that artists of the modern era employed collaborators to create altarpieces, large-scale decoration, as well as easel paintings or statues. This observation, which now seems a commonplace, we said it before, Was not the case in the 19th century or even the 20th century, when the myths of the artist as a romantic genius working alone distorted historical perception. The demystification of the artist is one of the significant achievements of nearly 2 centuries of art history as a scientific discipline, even if the market and the museums not yet realize it. For nearly 50 years, 2 major initiatives have been steadily working to catalog 17th century paintings. One of them is the Corpus Rubenianum Ludwig Burckhardt. This ambitious project catalogs nearly 2,500 compositions and 10,000 works of art. It is based on the documentation of Rubens specialist Ludwig Burckhardt that was given to the city of Antwerp in the 1960s. The first part was published in 1968, and work on the remaining volumes will continue over the next few years. Every work produced under Rubens' supervision, regardless its size, is described, explained, and inventoried in the catalogue of the Corpus Rubenianum, from drawings and sketches to prints and tapestries. Quality copies made after Rubens by his pupils, collaborators, or successors are also included in this catalogue. The Rembrandt Research Project, about which Vince told earlier, was initiated by the Nederlandse Organisatie voor Wetenschappelijk Onderzoek. Its purpose was to organize and categorize research on Rembrandt and his studio, providing a solid foundation for study and research. The project also started in 1968 and was terminated in 2014, even though approximately 1/4 of Rembrandt's work has not been yet investigated. The documentation generated by the project was transferred to RKD and made largely available through the website. Initially based primarily on connoisseurship, the work of Rembrandt projects shifts towards acknowledging workshop practices and the role of assistants. Another noteworthy initiative is the project undertaken by Professor Frédéric Elsig at the Université de Genève. This research program, entitled Painting in France During the Renaissance, has generated important publications. The entire program is also grounded in a heritage history of art, theorized in the essay Connoisseurship et Histoire de l'art, considération méthodologique sur la peinture du 15e-16e siècle. At the same time, the Institut National d'Histoire de l'Art in Paris, in collaboration with the Musée du Louvre, has launched a survey of paintings produced in France during this period, the result of which work have been entered into an online catalogue on the Agora website. The survey of this little-known French production, which is essentially religious, often damaged and lost in churches and museum storage rooms, was launched between 2012 and 2014. Many other inventories exist and would have been worth mentioning, such as the Inventaire Général du Patrimoine Culturel en France, initiated by André Malraux at the French government, but that was not the purpose of this presentation. Also, we could comment the future catalogue raisonné of Samuel van Hostraten, or a series of inventories and catalogs hosted at the website of Kikirpa. In addition to the inventories and catalogs framed in vast projects, we can mention dispersed initiative born from master theses and PhD dissertation programmed by universities. Smaller in scope than the project presented until here, some do not enjoy the same notoriety and visibility. However, the interest of their approach deserves to be highlighted. I will just mention as an example the establishment in France since the end of the 20th century of a series of catalogues raisonnés for the 17th century painters. The goal has been to better understand the production of the so-called secondary figures and their pupils. While some artistic personalities have been identified and their work characterized, certain phases of their careers, as well as the contributions of many of their peers, remain shrouded in mystery, with some works resisting classification, hence the importance of cataloging them. We must emphasize the continuing relevance of the inventory and cataloging campaigns of the past, which in many ways remain significant today. The Second Vatican Council of the Catholic Church introduced numerous liturgical changes. As a result, certain religious objects and church furnishings lost their purpose and gradually disappeared from the buildings. In Belgium, it is led at the Royal Institute for Cultural Heritage to undertake an extensive nationwide photographic inventory of the context of the Catholic churches in the country. 250,000 photographs were taken during the vast campaign. This inventory was published in a series of 14 volumes between 1968 and 1981. It is primarily available and continually updated today in the Institute's photographic archives through the online database accessible via our website. This inventory is the base for the research of the art historians working at Kikirpa and led to major discoveries made on the last years. One of them, Pierre-Yves Kéris, has thus rediscovered the lost painting by Nicolas Poussin, The Death of the Virgin, in the church of St. Pancras in Starbeek, near Brussels. This painting, whose existence was already mentioned by Bellori in 1672, had disappeared from the radar. While taking new photographs of medallions painted on glass for the publication of an inventory of small stained glass panels preserved in public collections in Brussels, Isabelle, my colleague, identified a medallion that can be linked to the work of Dirk Bellert, praised by Guicciardini in his Descrizioni di tutti I paesi bassi, as well as another one which is considered the oldest known depiction of the now destroyed St. Donation's Cathedral in Bruges. For my part, I started in 2008 a systematic inventory of the Iberian art in Belgian public collections. And the main milestone of this project was the rediscovery of the Murillo y Lir, whose whereabouts were unknown. The work had been inventoried and photographed in 1944 within the frame of another critical inventory campaign organized by the Institute during the Second World War. But if in Belgium the painting was correctly inventoried in relation to Murillo, it was thought to be part of the enormous group of copies, versions, and creations in Murillo's style that exist in the country. The photo in the Kirpas inventory was published in the Artist Catalogue Raisonné of 1981, but it was discontextualized, believing the photo to be made in a private collection. In reality, the painting had been in the same museum in Lier since 1935, forgotten by everyone. I will mention two more cases in which the inventory of Iberian paintings in Belgium has made it possible to locate major works by artists who were mentioned in ancient sources as among the most outstanding of their production, but whose whereabouts were also unknown. If there is a field of study, as mentioned before, in our history in which connoisseurship and cataloging is inexcusable, is that of drawing. Generally speaking, no other source than the object itself can serve as a solid basis for the study of the drawings. The preparation of the Catalogue Raisonné of Francisco Rizzi's oeuvre has made it possible to reconstruct missing sets and to demonstrate the artist's participation in projects in which his involvement was not even suspected, thanks to a series of cross-reference and superimpositions provided by the work of inventorization itself. The processes discussed above remind us that the importance of the inventory. There cannot be a better way of learning about the objects by cataloging them. Through the process of identifying ruling patterns, characteristics, methods of execution, ornamentation, vocabulary, grammar, and iconography, one develops the ability to see and recognize the physical details that are so crucial to understanding an artwork. Inventorying and cataloging serve as an intellectual tool. The act of cataloging shapes the intellect, and no one's engaged with the inventory as a tool more fully than those who create it. The scientific approach of the inventory enhances our diagnostic and analytical skills in visual interpretation. In the words of Patricia Stirnemann, it compels us to observe a structure and to structure our observations. This method forces us to apply logic to visual distinctions and it leads us to explore texts and disciplines we might otherwise have never encountered. The collaboration of a catalogue raisonné is a good example for this. Due to the vast amount of and diversity of the material we handle, we developed the tools to reconstruct sites, circumstances, and production rhythms, to reassemble collections or decorative ensembles and displays, and trace lines of transmissions, and to delve into intellectual history in ways that no other approach allows. We could apply to the inventory and cataloging what the American writer Flannery O'Connor said referring to literature. The writer must have the quality of having to stir, of not getting the point at once. The longer you look at one object, the more of the world you see in it. And it's well to remember that the serious fiction writer always writes about the world. This is ultimately the purpose of the inventory, as well as the expert eye behind it, to broaden our understanding of the world through the objects we study. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eduardo, for this amazing and very clear explanation of the inventory as a tool for us profession. And let's go with the next speaker, Sasha Sadanov. Sasha is member of the Académie royale d'archéologie et d'histoire de l'art de Belgique and a lecturer at the University Libre de Bruxelles and project manager at the Foundation Perrier de Yettelen in the same city. He studied art history and law in the Université Libre de Bruxelles and at the University of Cambridge, before completing a doctoral thesis on the export of Flemish paintings to England in the 15th and 16th century. His research focuses on questions of attribution and production processes in Southern Netherlandish painting. He is particularly interested in the movement of the artists, works and ideas in Europe during this period, with a particular focus on the resection in England and Spain. Sasha is going to talk this evening about interrogating Erwin Panofsky's artistic relativity, methodological reflections on the aesthetic diversity of Netherlandish pictorial production around 15. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna, for this presentation. Good evening, everyone. The paper I'm going to give you today will present research whose first results were published in the Revue Belge d'Archéologie et d'Histoire de l'Art. This research is part of a wider, long-term project to have a new look at the history of Flemish painting in the 15th and 16th centuries. Today, I will focus on Panofsky's principle of artistic relativity and the difficulties of its application due to the last 20 years' development in this field of research. Erwin Panofsky arrived in Princeton in 1933. 2 years later, he was appointed permanent member at the School of Humanistic Studies, and in this context gave a lecture on the history of art as a humanistic discipline in 1938. This lecture will later be published as an essay, and in 1955 will be reprinted as the introduction to his book, Meaning in the Visual Art. The text, with its theoretical scope, reveals the diversity of the problems Panofsky tackled throughout his career and the multiple methods he brought together to solve them. Among the many important elements of this publication, Panofsky defines what he calls artistic relativity, a notion that underpins all writing on the history of art. Artistic relativity is based on two parameters: the date of a work's creation and the place where the work is created. It thus enables the expert to give a relative identity to a work by situating it in time and space, which will then enable it to be placed in the context in which it was created. For Panofsky, artistic relativity is a necessity to the search for artistic intention by making possible to situate works within the same dated and localized system of reference. The temporal and spatial dimensions of a work awaken in the researcher's mind a repertoire of aesthetic references, enabling him to relate the object to other similar objects. An aesthetic canon is then established in relation to the place and time in which these works were created. For example, a Bruges school or style around 1500 can be defined by a succession of artists such as Hans Memling, Gerard David, and Adrian Isenbrand, contributing to create a homogeneous aesthetic. Back in the 17th century, Giulio Mancini introduced the notion of school, scuola, to group together artists active in the same place. He distinguished their output geographically and organized them chronologically, as did Giorgio Vasari in his Vitae during the 16th century. At the beginning of the 20th century, art historians began to associate these criteria with the notion of style. Heinrich Wölfflin considers that works are deeply marked by their period of creation and place of production. They therefore belong to the same style, which thus corresponds to a specific local or national geography, often with a school. By compiling information about the same school, art historians could write artistic development in a given place. And we see here an example of this conception of art history organized by the succession of the main school of Italian painting, a history based on the main cities of the peninsula, like Siena, Rome, Florence, Venice. This is also what Panofsky did with the study of Flemish painting. In his 1953 book, Early Netherlandish Painting, Its Origins and Character, Panofsky compiled a series of public lectures given at Harvard University 5 years earlier. The book is conceived, like other publications of its kind, as a development of art history for a particular school, placing each style and each personality in its chronological sequence and geographical space. Other fundamental publications for the discipline take up a similar structure. A clear, precise, and didactic history is thus written through a succession of its representative figures in the main cities of production. However, several limitations occur with this method. Recent research has revealed contradictions in the logic of classification used by experts in both the art market and art history. Three main problems linked to this artistic relativity should be highlighted. Firstly, the principle presupposes the existence of a unitary figurative culture within a strict correspondence between space and time, which is unfortunately not always the case. Secondly, artistic relativity has difficulty in integrating so-called international artistic movements, which transcend geographical borders, do not present homogeneous developments, and are not limited to a precise area. And thirdly, artistic relativity does not know how to deal with hybrid works that combine various influences and artistic traits, blurring the boundaries between schools and styles. Indeed, were to classify in the Bruges school around 1500, defined earlier, these three works, a triptych by the master of the legend of St. Godliva, an anonymous virgin in the Capilla Real in Granada, an altarpiece by the master of the legend of St. Lucy in the Groningen Museum. The three problems highlighted regarding artistic relativity underline the fact that the classical model of attribution and classification is based on a restricted corpus of works, while leaving aside a significant part of artistic production. Let us therefore address these three methodological problems in turn. In his writings, Panofsky stresses the importance of the temporal and spatial dimension in understanding an artistic style. This association between time and place has led to the idea, among many specialists, that each geographical and temporal context could be the bearer of a unified artistic expression. To put it simply, at any given time, a city develops its own unified style. Let's take our example again, painting in Bruges in the late 15th and early 16th centuries. What experts refer to as the Bruges style is, from this perspective, a coherent aesthetic developed by artists such as Memling, David, and Isenbrand, suggesting an artistic homogeneity. However, this idea of stylistic unity is contradicted by the works themselves. Panofsky himself, without developing his opinion, acknowledged the existence in the field of early 15th century Parisian illumination of another minor stylistic trend in the same city. And to continue with example from Bruges, the research I carried out with my colleague Didier Martens from the ULB on an anonymous painter, the master of the legend of St. Godliva, revealed the existence in Bruges of an entirely different style, which we have described as vernacular. This style, which breaks away from the mimetic representation inherited from Van Eyck, coexists with that of Memling and David in Bruges. Hence the problem. This type of production has not always been understood by art historians, who have often seen it as a work of inferior or less skillful artists. This shows that what our contemporary expert eye perceives as inferior quality does not necessarily correspond to the aesthetic standards of the time. In fact, these so-called minor or secondary masters were part of a highly valued system of artistic production, reflecting the wide range of tastes and expectations of their patrons, who are sometimes far removed from the canons that we now use as a reference for attributions. The master of the legend of St. Godliva, for example, seems to have been an important painter in the Bruges milieu, since he received commissions from the local bourgeoisie, but also exported extensively to the Spanish market, as did his contemporary painter Hans Memling. Thus, what experts identify as the dominant style in Bruges around 1500 is just one of a number of non-exclusive expressions within this city. Admitting this stylistic plurality, therefore, has the consequence of calling into question the basic principle of artistic relativity. Let's move on to the second problem. Panofsky's notion of artistic relativity conflicts with the existence of international artistic movements, styles that can be associated with several places of production. Panofsky had already perceived the difficulty of dealing with these international movements. However, according to him, with the exception of the international Gothic style, and I quote, all the great historical styles owe their existence to the genius of one particular nation or even region and conquered others by way of unilateral expansion. He uses the same vocabulary of war and conquest when he talks about the European spread of Ars Nova, which originated in the Low Countries. However, recent research has clearly shown that this is a more global phenomenon, the origins of which are not necessarily to be found solely in the Low Countries, and that the developments of Ars Nova did not take place vertically from the center to the periphery, but horizontally, with a great deal of cross-fertilization across Europe. The circulation of ideas must be taken into account, as must the mobility of artists. A good example of this phenomenon is Memling's Virgin of Sorrows, a composition known through several copies. The Granada version was painted in Spain, as can be deduced from the composition of the preparatory layer of gypsum and animal glue, unlike the Melbourne version, whose preparatory layer is composed of chalk, as is traditional in Flemish painting. We therefore do not know the origin of the painter who produced in Spain the Granada Virgin. According to artistic relativity, who can we attribute the work to? Should a work be attributed on the basis of the personality of the artist or the place of production? Should the Virgin of Granada be considered a Bruges or a Spanish painting? The movement of artists and style across Europe makes it difficult to simply associate a style with a particular place. This calls into question traditional attribution criteria based solely on the work's geographical origin, underlining the need to integrate this mobility into our analysis of art history. The mobility of artists and works has an even greater impact on the evaluation of hybrid works by experts and art historians. And this is the final problem in the use of artistic relativity. I speak of hybrid works when a production combines stylistic, technical, or compositional elements from traditions specific to different territories. When painters in the Low Countries received commissions from foreign patrons, they had two options. They could create a purely Flemish painting or altarpiece, or they could propose a hybrid work, modifying certain aspects of their aesthetic to meet the commissioner's expectations. The result is a work that blended the visual culture of the artist with that of the patron. An emblematic example of this phenomenon in Bruges is the altarpiece of St. Nicholas by the Master of the Legend of St. Lucy. Although the style is traditionally associated with the work of this painter from Bruges, who was active from the last quarter of the 15th century onward, the form of the work is resolutely Iberian. The altarpiece consists of a central panel framed by two fixed-size sections, each divided into two scenes, a configuration typical of Spain. The central composition borrows directly from Spanish models, particularly those of Bermejo, while the side scenes reflect the characteristic style of the Master of the Legend of St. Lucy. Despite these multiple influences, this hybrid work is mainly classified as a Bruges painting. This type of classifications demonstrates the limit of traditional expertise. Few art historians approach these works as unitary objects, preferring to dissect the parts and only talk about the painted panels, for example, in this case. By way of example, the significant contribution of my colleague Didier Martens in the study of Flemish painted panel altarpieces of Iberian typology illustrates this tendency. In his analysis, the emphasis is mainly on the panels themselves, neglecting the overall structure of the altarpieces and the relationships with similar altarpieces that are entirely Iberian. In this major contribution, there are few references to similar productions entirely made in Spain. For example, Didier Martens does not address the question of the altarpiece of St. Anna in Berlanga de Duero, even though the painted panels are directly related to Brussels painting. Nor does he study the large altarpiece of the Luna in Toledo Cathedral, even though the question of the work's authorship has arisen, in particular because of the technical execution of certain parts of it. There is no doubt that these researchers have made an essential contribution to the recognition and understanding of circulation phenomena. But it has been achieved at the cost of accentuating national categories. Works are dissected to identify the foreign parts, thus highlighting their hybridity. At this stage of the presentation, I have noted the problems posed by the application of artistic relativity in the field of Flemish painting. Let's now look at future directions for research. Two directions of research borrowed from other fields of art history will provide clue to the specific study of painting. On the one hand, global art studies, and on the other, taking the study of paintings out of the realm of fine art and considering them as craft objects, as it's often done for other artistic productions such as tapestry. Other methodologies have been implemented to analyze works linked to circulation, this time in a global context. This is the field of global art studies. The displacement and confrontation of cultures are essential elements. This concept of hybridization, which has its roots in post-colonial studies, describes the mixed-race nature of global relations between colonizers and colonized. It allows to study objects born of the fusion of two artistic traditions without reference to a single culture or a single place. This often includes Christian artistic productions, such as those seen on the coast of Africa in the early 15th century, with ivories and which evolved through New Spain and the Viceroyalty of Peru, culminating in creations from Macau and Japan. And I show you two examples of this kind of production. To address this hybrid production, global art histories have developed the notion of third space. This concept encompasses the cultural space of the colonizer, that of the colonized, and as well as a mental third space, which represents a fictive place where these two entities meet. By focusing on Flemish painting, this notion of third space led me to develop the concept of aesthetic place, a mental or fictive place which is distinct from the physical place of creation. This dissociation is already implicitly recognized by researchers who do not base their research on the place of creation of a work to determine its style. They preferably favor the cultural situation in which the work emerged. This practice was questioned by Panofsky when he talked about the significance of a Burgundian school or style in the early 15th century. Panofsky wonders whether the Burgundian style should be applied strictly to the territory of the Duchy of Burgundy or to the vast territories under the rule of Philip the Bold and John the Fearless. He opts for the second solution, pointing out that most of the works produced for these sovereigns were by sculptors and painters from the north. He thus makes a distinction between the physical place of creation and the intellectual or cultural place of creation. The location of a work should be seen as a space where artistic intentions meet. Secondly, we should consider the painted work as an object more than just an image and return to a genuine object-based study of painting. Painting is still too often perceived as a two-dimensional medium, often unconsciously associated with the photographic image used by scholars to conduct their studies, but this approach does not correspond to the initial status of the object. Like other artistic productions, such as tapestries, their creation is the result of multiple diachronic authorship involving the designer, the commissioner, and the executors, and sometimes undergoing subsequent transformation. It's also the result of economic strategies, distribution and success, revival of compositions. All these elements have an aesthetic impact on the work created. We now know that all works are the results to varying degrees of a collaborative process, whether conscious or not. Research should therefore be carried out not only on the painters and their artistic intentions, but also on the other players and their motivations. In conclusion, although Panofsky's theories have had a profound impact on the history of art, it is necessary to reassess some of his ideas, particularly those concerning artistic relativity, in the light of recent research. We have seen that Panofsky himself adapted this approach when studying particular styles or schools. However, the study of paintings still focuses mainly on the painter as the sole creator and painting as a two-dimensional figurative work. It would thus appear to be in our interest to adopt a more flexible approach that takes account of trans-regional exchanges and stylistic hybridizations. Recognition of painting as an object outside the fine art could provide a structure and a path to follow for their study. We would thus move more often from the analysis of an artist to the analysis of a production on aesthetic grounds. It is tempting to think that this new approach to painting in the Low Countries and its interaction with Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries will revigorate this field of research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sasha, for this enlightened speech with a lot of questions for you, and very link that Pilar talked before with the questions of the place and date when she was talking about Via Lusitano. So the final speaker of this evening is Rafael Villa. He's a doctor of art history and assistant at the University of Geneva. His work focuses on the artistic production of the Renaissance in France and its connection with the art of the Low Countries in Italy. His doctoral thesis examines the family of stained glass painters, les Princes of Beauvais, with a specific emphasis on the materiality of the works and the technique of the creations. He published recently a monograph devoted to the Dutch painter active in France and Italy, known as the Master of Dinteville, and he also studies the Renaissance portrait as well as French illuminations around 16th century. This evening he's going to talk about the connoisseurship and French stained glass on the abandonment of a method. Raphael, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for the absolutely fascinating theme and for having accepted my proposal. As you can probably tell right away, my French accent is horrible, and I apologize for it. In any case, I promise you that the images will be beautiful. In Geneva, I participate in the research program Peindre en France à la Renaissance, painting in France during the Renaissance, led by Professor Frédéric Elsig. Here you can see the books published since 2011, each corresponding to a conference, and we are working on authors. At the center of our approach is connoisseurship, which gives a key role to the expert in his eye. I must say I have never seen a conference aligned so closely with the questions and observations we frequently raise in our work. In January, I defended my doctoral thesis on the Le Prince workshops, a family of French glass painters from the first half of the 16th century in Picardy. Still in Geneva, I will now conduct a larger study of stained glass painting in Normandy during the Renaissance. To contribute to this conference, I propose to present a specific case of abandonment of the expert prerogatives, the prerogatives of the connoisseur. I will try to understand the reasons behind this and to show how I am trying to revitalize research in this field. This specific case is the study of the stained glass windows made in Rouen, Normandy, in the mid-16th century. France, along with Germany, preserves the largest number of ancient stained glass windows. They are primarily in two regions, Normandy and Champagne. Most of these windows date from the first half of the 16th century. It can be divided into two distinct stylistic and technique groups. The windows from the first 2 decades of the 16th century and the windows from the other decades of the first half of the 16th century. The second group is by far the largest, and in Normandy alone there are several hundred stained glass windows from this period. They were produced in Rouen, where we know that around 15 stained glass painters were generally active simultaneously. These artworks, largely preserved, present a unique opportunity to reconstruct the production of Rouennaise stained glass painting, to distinguish the artworks of different stained glass painters, and to try as much as possible to identify them. This work is comparable to the classification undertaken by the great painting experts on Western corpuses. Yet, and this is the subject of my presentation, this has never been done for Normandy stained glass. The study of these artworks, still very incomplete today, has been largely carried out by Jean Lafont. Jean Lafont is the founder of the modern studies of French stained glass. He was from Normandy and he published many studies on Rouennaise 16th century windows, but he was mainly focused on the stained glass of the first 2 decades of the century, but not on the later, the larger corpus that concerns us today. His approach was primarily focused on the artworks. He paid particular attention to their materiality, the techniques of the stained glass painters, and the study of their stylistic characteristics. Based on precise criteria, he was able to recognize the hand of a stained glass painter and attribute artworks to specific artistic personalities that sometimes is successfully identified. As I said, his work on Normandy is focused on the first 2 decades of the 16th century. However, in 1958, he published a short paper on the stained glass of the Church of Saint Vincent in Rouen, created during the 1520s and 1530s. This ensemble is remarkable because it provides an overview of the production of 2 decades. St. Vincent Church was destroyed by the Americans in 1944, but the stained glass windows were partially reinstalled in the Church of St. Jeanne d'Arc that you see. With a careful study of these stained glass windows, Jean Lafont made stylistic and technical observations that enabled him to isolate several anonymous masters, the Master of St. Nicholas, the Master of the Martyrdom of St. Vincent, and the Master of the Passion. He attributed them some stained glass windows. These anonymous personalities are essential for understanding Rouennais stained glass of this period, yet his work remained embryonic and his artistic personalities were never fully developed. After his death in 1975, his principal student and successor, Françoise Perrault, who played a decisive role in the history of stained glass studies, published a text in which she rejected the conclusions of Lafont without offering alternative. She described them in these terms, and I quote, Jean Lafont distinguished the Master of St. Nicholas, the Master of the Martyrdom of St. Vincent, and the Master of the Passion, but it is very difficult to differentiate them as no window shows such homogeneity of characteristics to be precisely attributed to one painter or another. She continued, we must be careful not to make overly precise attributions. This artistic personality described by Lafont have been rejected, and this situation has not evolved since. After that, we spoke only of the St. Vincent workshop or the Rouen workshop. These are vague labels that group together at least 100 windows under one banner. In 1995, an exhibition and publication focused on St. Vincent windows in Rouen, in which Françoise Perrault and part of her team reiterated the same conclusions. They claimed it was impossible to make attributions to individual personalities, while recognizing that the term Rouen workshop or St. Vincent workshop could not reflect the complexity of a dynamic artistic environment in which more than 10 masters worked. A discovery made by Françoise Perrault during the 1995 exhibition reveals just how far we have moved away from the idea of reconstructing artistic personalities in this vast Norman corpus. On the stained glass window depicting the life of Saint Anne in St. Vincent Church, the scholar read the inscription Le Viel in two places, but she did not show or transcribe them. She associated with the stained glass painter Jean Le Vieil, documented as active from the late 15th century until the 1530s. Despite this signed work, which clearly shows the technique and style of a Rouennais master, and will logically allow the creation of a body of work around this name, no attribution was made for Jean Le Vieil. We know, however, that Jean Le Vieil was the master of a workshop. In 2001, the publication of the Recensement des vitraux anciens de Haute-Normandie, Census of all stained glass in Upper Normandy, by the French Corpus Vitraearum and by nearly the same team of specialists, continued this renunciation in the field of connoisseurship. If each Norman window received individual entries and parallels in their design were often noted, some authors of the census once again wrote that it was impossible to make attributions and reconstitutions of personalities. Véronique Chaussé, in particular, wrote about the St. Vincent windows. I quote, "It will be futile to try to identify a distinct personality behind each of these windows. Several artists may have collaborated on the same work. But this is true for almost any stained glass painting or any painting of the Renaissance. Yet this has never prevented scholars from making attributions. In fact, this statement is pure negation of the method and work of Jean Lafont. This is surprising because the attribution Lafont made for identified stained glass painters, such as the Le Prince or Arnold of Nijmegen, were repeated in the same book, even when they are sometimes completely wrong. This brief overview of the history and approach of the study of the Rouennais stained glass from the mid-16th century illustrates an exceptional situation. Even if this body of artworks is one of the largest and presents an unparalleled opportunity to reconstruct the activity of the various masters active in this city, no artistic personalities have been reconstructed since Françoise Perrault rejected the work of Lafont. To give you some figures, Upper Normandy preserves 750 stained glass windows from the first half of the 16th century.
if we estimate very generously that 50 masters were active in Rouen during this period, it is highly probable that we still have work by most of these glass painters. This makes Normandy an exceptional field of study for the expert and his eye. In an age where manuscript scholars are able to distinguish the hand of multiple painters within a miniature just a few centimeters wide, it is incredibly surprising that the consensus around these stained glass windows is that it is impossible to identify their creators, even if they paint like in any pictorial techniques. Likewise, the often repeated idea that the reuse of cartoons prevents us from differentiate the executors is nonsense. If there are more than 20 early versions of the Bridgewater Madonna, only one is attributed to Raffaello himself. The same applies here. Cartoons were used from one window to another, sometimes from one workshop to another, but it is perfectly possible to distinguish the hand of one stained glass painter from another. And I think you can perfectly differentiate here two stained glass painters, even if they work from the same invention. For me, the research on Rouennais stained glass should be reconsidered for two main reasons. The first concerns the state of research on other regions. Why it is possible to attribute stained glass windows to Engrand-le-Prince, Jean Lécuyer, or Jean Chastelain, three of the most important French glass painters during the reign of Francis I, but impossible to attribute windows to Rouen painters. Moreover, the idea that it is not possible to attribute windows because they were made by a workshop is problematic, since that is the case for many artwork of the Renaissance. This also contradicts the archival documentation, as the records always specify the name of a master leading a workshop and not some abstract collective producing work together. This paradox, in my view, comes from a rigidity in French research dedicated to ancient stained glass windows. This tension focuses on artists' names and the legitimacy of Jean Lafont. Almost all of the identified artists were discovered by Jean Lafont. Works are attributed to these painters, and their corpus are still in expansion today. However, when it comes to anonymous artistic personalities, it seems to be a sort of fear that prevents the reconstruction of a corpus with attributions, using the excuse that it was a workshop effort involving several executors. It is as if the great masters identified by Lafont did not also work with assistants, and as if only Lafont possessed the eye to make clear attributions to anonymous personalities. The most telling example is that of the Master of the Life of Saint John the Baptist. This figure was defined by Jean Lafont, who considered it a cluster of several artists. It remained a vague group of stained glass windows sharing similar designs, but with varied techniques and painting habits. Michel Herold did remarkable work on these pieces, based on the inventions they reproduce, but without making clear distinctions among them from the perspective of the execution. However, this is precisely the research I am currently doing. By training his eye, it is possible to distinguish groups of artworks made by different masters and most likely different workshops. It is really easy to do and really obvious. Again, I think that you can see it perfectly. We have here three distinct masters. The fear of making attributions is evident in each of the researches I have mentioned since the death of Jean Lafont. What I consider to be a form of extreme caution is fueled by the incomplete assimilation of the method developed by Lafont. It is true that Jean Lafont never explicitly outlined his method in the field of attribution. His successors are perfectly capable of conducting the material examination of a stained glass window and drawing its authenticity scheme, but often they don't establish strict criteria for determining whether the same artist is truly the author of two windows. With a few exceptions, such as Michel Herold and Françoise Gatouillat, I am greatly in debt to them, the authors limit themselves to mentioning similarities without proceeding to the stage of attribution based on the expert's ability to establish appropriate technical and stylistic criteria. In my opinion, this issue is involving the expert's eye to refine the study of stained glass windows must be surpassed by two major improvements. I have shown in recent years
that the simple acquisition of semi-professional photographic equipment and systematic visits to churches to reproduce the artworks allow us for obtaining sufficiently detailed documentation to conduct a remote examination. As experts, we cannot rely on the removal of stained glass windows for their study, or we will need an entire career to be able to make general studies. Current digital photography technology, without insurmountable investments, allows us to transition from this type of image on the left to this type of image on the right. And it completely changes our perspective. The photographs produced can only be useful if they are analyzed according to a method that has already proven effective for stained glass in the writings of Jean Lafon or Louis Gros-Decky. This method is based on the careful study of stained glass painter's technique, including how he applies and removes material, particularly when determining the so-called Morellian details. The study must be carried out independently of the analysis of the invention, which should be conducted at a later stage, as it is not necessarily the work of the stained glass painter. For my doctoral thesis, I had to acquire a fairly precise knowledge of Norman stained glass to understand the interactions between the glass painters of Beauvais, that I was studying, and those of Rouen. Regarding the stained glass of St. Vincent, it quickly became clear to me that several masters could be distinguished. And as you might guess, they closely align with what Jean Lafon proposed in 1958. I cannot discuss all of St. Vincent's stained glass here, but by focusing on 8 of them, the most important, I can revisit what Jean Lafon proposed, what research has missed so far, and what can be done today. These windows are the life of Saint Anne, the tree of Saint Anne, the window of Saint Nicholas, the childhood of Christ, the passion of Christ, the crucifixion, the glorious life of Christ, and the martyrdom of St. Vincent. In my view, we should not look for 3 masters in this window, but 2 workshop leaders active over a period of 10 to 15 years with assistants, naturally. The first corresponds to the master of St. Nicholas, created by Jean Lafon. He did not paint just his window, we also easily find him in the childhood of Christ. The second master is the master of the martyrdom of St. Vincent, again created by Jean Lafon. Is responsible for the life of Saint Anne and the tree of Saint Anne, the glorious life of Christ, and probably somewhat later, or based on different drawings, the Passion of Christ. So for me, the master of the Passion is also this one. In the last window, the crucifixion, it is possible to observe the intervention of both masters, who evidently collaborated on the execution of the various panels. Furthermore, when studying the decorative motifs visible in these different windows, we can see that these 2 masters reuse the same ornamental designs from one window to another, the same tool. You will remember that in 1995, François Perrault read the signature Le Vieil on the Saint Anne window and suggests that it was the signature of Jean Le Vieil, known from archival records. Let me show you what this inscription corresponds to. The first appears at the end of an incomprehensible string of letters. We can read Ville and not Le Vieil. We might imagine that is a contraction common in the French of the time, but it's difficult to be certain of that. The second is more explicit. We can read Le Viel, leaving little doubt about the name of the stained glass windows creator. However, contrary to what François Perrault observed, it is possible to read Richard before Le Vieil with the R partially hidden by the lid. This inscription, Richard Le Vieil, clearly refers to another person known from the archives, most likely a younger relative of Jean Le Vieil, the stained glass painter Richard Le Vieil, who is therefore the painter of the life of Saint Anne, and so the Jean Lafon master of martyrdom of St. Vincent. This observation, which I made several years ago, led almost immediately to another. When Jean Lafon distinguished the master of St. Nicholas from the master of the martyrdom of St. Vincent, that now we know to be Richard Le Vieil, he noted that the former must have been older than the later. The master of St. Nicholas is indeed much more influenced by early century models, while the windows of St. Vincent were not installed until the early 1520s. We also saw that these 2 artists were close collaborators, sharing the same tools and trust with the execution of St. Vincent's main windows. and jointly working on the crucifixion window. This element led me to consider that the master of St. Nicholas could be identified as Jean Le Vieil, known to be active from the 1490s on projects that include models used by the master of St. Nicholas, and he would naturally have worked with Richard Le Vieil, likely his son, nephew, or younger brother, in the 1520s and the 1530s. When applying the same type of observation to the stained glass windows of numerous Norman churches, it is possible to reconstruct the entire career of these two artists. The one I believe to be Jean was indeed active from the beginning of the century, as older windows from his hand can be identified, and Richard was still active in the 1540s, confirming that these painters belong to two different generations. Furthermore, we can observe that they collaborated in other churches, which demonstrates strong professional ties. Today, Jean and Richard Le Vieil, in my ongoing work, have two developed bodies of artworks that allow us to trace the activity of this very important family of stained glass painters. As you see it, I found their work in many churches, even in England and in Paris. But they are not the only ones. As I mentioned earlier, a detailed stylistic and technical study of the stained glass windows of Rouen allows for large-scale research of classification and reconstruction of stained glass workshops. From the 1510s to the 1550s, around 15 workshops, each led by a master, can now be isolated. It is even possible to identify some of them, as in the case of Maucerteau and Robert Lecourt, that I propose to identify with his restoration work on stained glass windows. I am extremely confident that other stained glass artists known from archival records will be identified as well. The implications of such work go far beyond a compulsive need for classification. It helps us to understand the interactions between these artists and their collaboration with painters, designers of the windows. This type of study also allows for a better understanding of the diffusion of certain models, the origins of certain technical innovations, and the position of these artists in the art market of the time. All these insights contribute to our knowledge of art in Normandy, which could not be achieved by simply assuming that it is impossible to differentiate painters. In addition to fully realizing the potential that digital photography offers, and soon the tools that artificial intelligence will provide for analyzing collected photographic materials, I believe that this field of investigation must break free from preconceived notions about the possibility of making attributions. It is a matter of reclaiming the method of Jean Lafont, perfecting it, and fully embracing the fact that it does not have a monopoly in this field. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Rafael, for this wonderful talk about the stained glasses work and for sharing with us your attribution to Jean Le Vieil and the Master of St. Nicholas. Well, now is open the time for questions. Please, to Professor Amaya Alzaga.
Hola, buenas tardes. Felicidades a todos. Congrats to everyone. Thank you. Yo tengo una pregunta para cada uno de vosotros. Entonces, voy por orden. Beatriz, muchísimas gracias. Quería preguntarte, ¿cómo os enfrentáis en un museo como el Museo Arqueológico a las piezas que han sido repensadas, rehechas, llámalo emulación, falsificación, como queráis, según la intención de la pieza, con elementos técnicas me da igual, del 13, 14, 15, 16, rehechas en el 19, por ejemplo, ¿no? Para intentar colarlas como piezas originales medievales.
O antes.
O antes, claro. ¿Qué hacéis con esas piezas? ¿Pasan a ser 19? ¿Se mantienen?
Vamos a ver.
¿Qué hacéis? No, porque hemos entendido muy bien en el Congreso el concepto de transnacionalidad, ¿no? Y de cuestionar las nacionalidades. ¿Cómo está la transcronología?
Vamos a ver, es que a veces esas piezas son de una cronología similar. Es decir, en el caso del tríptico de los Embrianchi que he mencionado, es un tríptico que las piezas son de esa cronología. Otra cosa es cuando en un momento dado han decidido hacerle un nuevo enmarcamiento y han movido las piezas y ya no conocían posiblemente la interpretación original o la escena original. En otras ocasiones es por el uso, pero en un mismo momento el cáliz que les he enseñado posiblemente se hizo en el mismo momento, se hicieron las distintas partes. La parte quizás de mayor calidad es el pie, que es el que viene punzonado, pero luego el ástil y la copa son posteriores. El ástil de un momento muy parecido al pie, mientras que la copa es una copa del siglo XX. Es decir, hay veces que se ensamblan, o en el caso ya de los retablos, ya es un caso legendario, ¿no? Cómo se rehicieron en el 16 por necesidades devocionales, necesidades de adecuación a la arquitectura, etcétera. Entonces nosotros tenemos que trabajar con todo eso y luego, claro, tenemos muy claro lo que dice la ley de patrimonio, que cualquier adición posterior es una adición histórica y no se vuelve hacia atrás, salvo que perjudique la estabilidad de la pieza. Y en ese caso debe quedar documentada. No sé si te he respondido.
Absolutamente, muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias. I have many questions. I can keep on going. Okay. I do, and there's only one.
No, you have the microphone.
Rafael, with your Spanish name, I don't know if to refer to you in English. You don't speak Spanish even though you're named Rafael Villa. Okay, okay. Okay, perfect. So in English, well, thank you very much. I wanted to ask you, do you apply the same cataloging methods to stained glass that you do in painting?
No, it's not really the same thing because I think that the stained glass painting is more close to drawing than to painting, oil painting, because we can see perfectly the gesture of the painter, because he only, almost always only inscribe lines, but not the glacis of the oil painting. So it's very, there is no brush, yes. So it's very different and more close to engraving or drawing.
Why do you ask this? That's an interesting one. Because I do paintings, so I was looking at his stained glasses, and I perfectly agree with your catalogations, and but I was looking at the noses, as Burkhardt showed us. The noses, the ears, no elements, physiognomic elements that help to catalog.
Yes,
but you don't use that.
See, I use the Morellian details to catalog the artwork, because the last one I show you, the Robert Lecourt, paint always the same eyes, always the same.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah?
Same
always
eyes.
The same nose, always. It's very repetitive.
Yes, because it's a primitive painting, so they do have to do the eyes very marked and the noses. So, and another question: with your great photograph equipment, are you finding more signatures? Because I imagine there's a big difference with the 1940s, 50s, 60s. That now you have this marvelous camera.
I would like, but I'm able to read for the first time the signatures described by Françoise Perrault, because she didn't show us the signatures, but that's all. We read a lot of inscription, but always there is always nonsense. The language of the angels, I don't know.
Thank you. Y Eduardo, I know you're Spanish, so quería preguntarte, ¿crees que es más, fuera de España, es más fuerte proyectos, equipos como el vuestro, IRPA, respecto a la presencia en España de equipos, instituciones más formalistas que se dedican a la catalogación? O sea, ¿está más fuera el formalismo que en España o está perdido para todos?
Está claramente aún presente, aunque desfavorecido, fuera de España. En España, no.
Bueno, tenemos a Ana aquí sentada, que igual quiere salir.
No, pero quiero decir, de forma programática, en España está ausente. Aquí vemos que son proyectos dirigidos, hay una intención detrás de la selección de los temas que se dan para máster y para tesis. Eso no existe en España. Hay una voluntad de construir catálogos razonados, de hacer inventario. De hecho, se habla muchas veces de los inventarios de la Iglesia, pero son inventarios de gestión, no son inventarios científicos, no están publicados y realizados para que seguir siendo completados de manera colectiva por la comunidad científica.
Comparto plenamente lo que está diciendo Eduardo. Aquí no se promueven, de hecho se ve algo como de modé, de cómo te puedes estar dedicando a comparar estampitas, que a veces, por eso quizá, y aquí lo saben bien, cuando se eligió el título del Congreso, yo estaba completamente en desacuerdo de la utilización del connoisseurship y del experto, porque yo creo que eso echa para atrás, no porque no sea cierto, sino porque yo prefiero hablar de las personas especializadas. Tú te vas, igual que hablas de un médico especializado, no hablas de un experto en el estómago o un experto en pies. Entonces, yo creo que ahí nosotros tenemos que defender la especialización de nuestro trabajo. Creo que Panofsky hizo mucho daño en su momento porque no fue bien entendido. Sasha ha mostrado muy bien por dónde iba Panofsky, pero en los años 80 y 90 se hizo una interpretación de Panofsky que parecía que vale, pero es que lo que tú me estás mostrando es una copia mala de algo que ni siquiera sabes diferenciar si es un original o es una copia. Y volviendo a tu pregunta y a la importancia de los inventarios y los catálogos. El inventario, como muy bien ha mostrado Eduardo, es una herramienta fundamental. En España no se promueve desde las instituciones que tenían que promoverlas. Esto es el Instituto de Patrimonio Español. De hecho, no sé si aquí hay alguien en la sala, pero es como un ente que parece que tienes que conquistarlo porque no vas allí y todo es no. Lo mismo ocurre con los inventarios de la Iglesia que hemos pagado todos porque se han hecho por provincias para los extranjeros y demás. Es imposible hoy por hoy, y os puedo asegurar, porque Sasha y yo, nuestros respectivos centros tienen un proyecto común en el cual estamos trabajando y precisamente lo que nos interesa es no tanto la catalogación correcta, sino recoger todo lo que hay, en este caso arte flamenco, porque es lo que nosotros trabajamos. Entonces es una herramienta muy útil. Esos inventarios que están hechos, las administraciones se niegan a darnos acceso. Con instancias, sí, con instancias incluso a través de registro.
Sí, porque son otro tipo de inventario.
No, pero es que nosotros no, o sea, yo no voy a copiar lo que ellos hacen, pero a mí me ayuda mucho llegar a una caja y encontrarme morata de Tajuña, por ejemplo. Y entonces me pongo a ver, y entonces, pues esto me interesa, esto me interesa. Entonces yo tomo nota y luego voy yo, con un buen equipo, a hacer la fotografía. Pero si a mí, como profesional, no me facilitan ese trabajo, que sí tienen que hacer ellos, las administraciones, es que están cercenando algo que Eduardo está explicando muy bien, que en otros países, como en Bélgica, en Francia y demás, lo tienen muy asumido y además lo ponen a disposición de...
Pero va más allá de los inventarios porque también se puede decir la ausencia de catálogos en la mayoría de los museos. El propio Prado por fin está retomando sus catálogos razonados, pero el que acaba de sacar Pérez Preciado rellena una laguna enorme, que solo ahora se rellena. Y lo mismo para los museos de provincias. Y después el estado de la cuestión sobre la mayoría de los pintores del siglo de oro está muy atrás de lo que se conoce para Italia, para Francia, para Flandes, porque casi todos los artistas carecen de catálogo razonado.
Ya, voy a soltar el micrófono. I'm going to give it back to you, but I still have Sasha. I'm sorry, Sasha. I wanted to ask you a small question. You said formalism, catalogizing needs to get actualized with the words, you said the vocabulary and the concepts of visual culture. I can agree with that, but I think we should need a new structure in case we accept those terms. Because if you start thinking that even if an artist is born here, but works here, and has been colonized, and then gets back here, and then spends 2 years in Rome, we won't know if he was Portuguese, Roman, oppressed, colonized, or I'm not sure we're going to find a structure which we could all agree with. That's my fear. But I accept you accepting new terms and, of course, actualizing discipline. That I do accept. But please explain if you have a structure
Yes,
in view for these flying, traveling artists all over.
It's very difficult, but the aim of this new method or new methodology is to understand the intention of the artist. I don't know how to say in English. The place where he works is not important. It's the intention that is important, and how this intention translates in the aesthetic of the work. And that's allowed to group several artists in the same kind of intention, place of intention, wherever they are working in. For example, I'm working on Hispano-Flemish artists, and by bringing together both artists working in Spain, but also artists working in the Low Countries, but for the Spanish market, and with the intention to propose to the Spanish clients a product that meet their expectation, as well as did the artists working in Spain, with when working in Spain, the intention to give like a Flemish flavor to their works. So it's the intention that is important, I think, in this approach.
I agree with that.
But yes, I agree that it's difficult. Yeah. Sorry?
Because if you change the client, you change the artist.
Yes.
Yes,
that's the point. Yeah.
What do you do with that artist?
The artist doesn't need to be catalogued in a region or in classified in a category. Artists evolve throughout their career when they are making copies, when they are making fakes, as we have seen. And so it's really the intention that is important, not really to catalog artists. I completely agree that the monography, the catalogue raisonné, is an essential tool to bring information on singular works. But then the next step for art historians, and that is the difference, I think, with experts, is to understand why is there art, why a human being decided to do a work or something in this way. Why, I don't know, when someone constructs a chair, well, he decided to put ornaments on it, and which ornaments and why, and it's by bringing together artists who have the same intentions that we can have another approach, and we can integrate in that works like hybrid works, or works by artists that are considered minor artists. So it's a way to integrate works that were délaissés by art historians. Yeah. That's the difference between art historians and experts, I think. Experts analyze a work deeply to have the precise data on the work, and art historians...
Since 5 minutes ago.
So.
Miguel.
No sé si está encendido, sí. La situación en España es dramática porque el catálogo razonado está muy mal visto. Y cuando alguien tiene la intención de investigar o hacer una tesis en ese sentido, inmediatamente se le desaconseja. Como si el catálogo fuera una labor mecánica y estuviera por debajo de lo que se espera de un historiador del arte, que tiene que trabajar con conceptos y con otro tipo de material. Quizás en ocasiones algo que está más de moda. Yo, en mi opinión, creo que sin catálogos razonados, los haga quien los haga, estamos perdidos, porque es la base sobre la que después piensas. Cuando conoces todo lo que hay, puedes tener una idea un poco clara de cómo funcionan esas estructuras. And in relation to the structures, just embrace chaos. Amaya, that is, yes. I think we have to differentiate between what were considered artworks and what were considered decoration, images, or something that you can have at your home, but is not as important as a piece by Rubens, Velázquez, or Bernini. Those are different concepts. And there is also another category that we have seen, for example, in the Namban triptych, that is exotica. In that kind of work is not really important the craftsmanship of the painter, but the idea that you have something that no other one has in your town or in your country. And at the same time, when you think that way, you see how these structures become bigger, bigger, and bigger, and being part of the Hispanic world or of the Chinese world or some other different entities like Catholicism, for example, gives you some points in common. But when you are looking, for example, at Madrid, Toledo, Bruges in the 16th century, what you find is an absolute variation. Because the society have different tastes, and some people like paintings from the old and better days, some like avant-garde artists, some have inherited a painting and want a pendant for that painting in a style that resembles that. And there are so many concepts that are playing at the same time that when we are trying to give some strict compartments and categories to that art, we are just missing the point. Because one of the main concepts, for example, was luxury. I want to show to the rest of my colleagues that I am very rich, so I decide in this specific area to have a painting with a golden background, because this is something they are going to understand perfectly well. And that doesn't mean that I cannot read Latin, or that I cannot know what is happening in Florence or in Rome at the same time, but I live in a very concrete circumstances and in a very concrete context. And the society around me has to understand that too. So I think we shouldn't be doing a history of art just focus on the styles, because that's a road without an end. So that makes no sense. And I think Alejandro here wanted
I just wanted to add something, is that the catalog brings you to the broader. As Pilar said before, that she arrived to the drawing from the study of the context of the Franciscans, the catalog brings you to the Franciscans, because you have to control the iconography, the patronage, and you start to see links that before putting together in the catalog you will never have been able to see. So it takes you out from the object. It's a cliché that you stay to approach of them.
Sí, yo quería incorporarme al debate este que acabamos de abrir acerca de los catálogos razonados, que es una cosa que a mí en lo personal, por ejemplo, me preocupa mucho, porque yo lo veo entre mis compañeros a nivel doctoral, mis compañeros españoles y compañeras, obviamente, ninguno hace un estudio monográfico, ninguno está estudiando tal artista, tal pintor, tal escultor, reconstruyen fenómenos, estudian otro tipo de circunstancias, y por el contrario en Italia, que es donde yo hago mi doctorado, todos y todas hacen monografías. Entonces, mi pregunta es, ¿queremos cambiar el contexto español? Me refiero, estamos todos de acuerdo en que creo que son necesarios los catálogos razonados, ya que hace 40, 50, 60 años que se dejaron de hacer. O sea, no sé, creo que a lo mejor Angulo, Pérez Sánchez, con esos catálogos de la pintura en el primer tercio del siglo XVII en Toledo, que creo que nos quedamos ahí, ¿no? Del CSIC, ¿no? Claro, estamos todos de acuerdo en que hay que a lo mejor hacer un catálogo razonado sobre un artista, sobre un pintor, un escultor. ¿Por qué no empezamos a hacer tesis doctorales, monográficas? No lo sé, tú decías, Ana, que está un tema bastante de moda. Nos planteamos cambiar la situación porque, por ejemplo, a mí este congreso me ha sorprendido muchísimo, porque yo nunca he visto nada parecido aquí en España. Quizá no he coincidido, quizás ha habido otras cosas, pero cuando lo vi dije, ¿qué hace esto aquí? ¿Qué hace en España este congreso? Porque yo estoy acostumbrado a esto en Bolonia, que es donde yo me he formado, donde la connoisseurship está al orden del día. Entonces, claro, mi pregunta es, ¿queremos cambiar la dirección de la historia del arte de este país? Y si queremos hacerlo, ¿empezamos desde la universidad o cómo lo hacemos?
Pues mira, yo creo que tu pregunta enlaza con lo que David comentaba hoy a la mañana. Es imposible hacer un catálogo razonado cuando a ti te piden que una tesis doctoral la tengas en 3 años. En 3 años, si tú te metes de lleno, y sobre todo en artistas del mundo moderno, en 3 años conoces un poco toda la bibliografía que hay sobre eso. Entonces, como el sistema es el que nos han impuesto, y es el sistema NECA, no solamente, digamos, que eso por un lado, ¿no? Y por otro lado, que aquí yo no quiero hacer daño a nadie, pero es que es que tienes que tener a gente que te enseñe a ver. Vete, por favor, con la nómina de profesores de todas las universidades de España. ¿Cuántos han llevado a sus alumnos a lo largo del año a un museo a ver cosas como nos mostraba por la mañana Collins, ¿no? Entonces, es decir, no se fomentan porque mucha gente no sabe cómo hacerlo. Y además es que en la universidad, como todo tiene que ser rápido y todo tiene que ser ya, un catálogo razonado lleva mucho tiempo. Yo creo que aquí estamos varios que nuestras tesis doctorales llevaron un tiempo largo, ¿no? Y una persona con una tesis doctoral sobre un catálogo razonado de un artista del siglo XVII madrileño, fantástico. Entonces, es decir, y no se sabe nada y ha tenido que hacerlo fuera de España, por ejemplo, es muy significativo. Entonces, no sé si contesto a la pregunta, pero y no sé si hay alguien más, porque
sí,
creo que
bueno, yo voy a dar la perspectiva desde el mundo privado, no desde el mundo de las instituciones públicas que se dedican al mundo del arte. La principal diferencia entre Italia y España, independientemente, es que hay toda una serie de editoriales dedicadas casi en exclusiva al mundo del arte, que todos los años sacan continuamente los catálogos razonados de esos alumnos, compañeros tuyos, que acaban de terminar su tesis doctoral. En España, pensad ahora mismo, si no es una institución pública, sea museo, diputación o cualquier otra, no hay iniciativa privada que saque estos catálogos. Bueno, sí, pero tú sabes mejor que nadie que son excepciones a la regla. Entonces, ya eso mismo, yo creo que todos tenemos una experiencia, salvo las circunstancias personales. Well, first of all, I prefer to speak in Spanish because this takes me a lot to think in English all that I would like to say. Besides the time, you are right, I agree you. Entonces, el segundo problema es que efectivamente el trabajo se hace, pero no sale del mundo de las tesis doctorales, etcétera. Yo estoy harto, estoy pensando ahora mismo en una tesis doctoral que me descargué gratis de la Universidad de Valencia, interesantísima sobre este pintor, el que estuvo Rafael Jimeno y Planes, el que estuvo en México. Nadie se ha preocupado por sacar esto en una edición, en un libro, que es la diferencia que yo veo con Italia. Yo ahora mismo cojo cualquier autor importante de todas las escuelas italianas, del Seicento, del Cinquecento, y te salen no solamente exposiciones, sino que te sale el catálogo razonado, pues, pero además el de los años 70, el de los años 90 y el actualizado del 2020, ¿no? Esa es una diferencia fundamental. Nunca ha habido en España interés por sacar una editorial como Electa en su momento, o las que todos conocemos ahora que no, que en Italia están haciendo ese trabajo. O sea, eso ha sido fundamental. Y luego hay un tema que yo vivo personalmente. Bueno, yo he trabajado, una cosita que quería decirle a Ana, yo he estado trabajando durante 30 años en el inventario de la Comunidad de Madrid, de la Iglesia Católica. He visto 2 veces el inventario está hecho, quedará a lo mejor alguna iglesia o capilla, pero está hecho y está metido además en una base de datos. La Dirección General de Patrimonio está en la calle Arenal, enfrente de la iglesia San Ginés. Sí que es verdad.
Lo sabemos perfectamente,
Claro.
y ahí es donde hemos ido y hemos pedido, pero no nos dejan ver.
Sí,
nos
sí que
hacen...
es verdad que hay un problema, que la gente que trabaja allí cambia con mucha velocidad, porque son muchas veces cargos políticos, los de jefe de área, dirección general, y son gente que cambia tanto que realmente luego no hay una política con respecto a los investigadores. Yo eso se lo he dicho por activa y por pasiva, porque es verdad, o sea, las cosas que hemos descubierto en las clausuras de Madrid, etcétera, obras firmadas importantísimas, etcétera, pues están ahí, y están puestas ya, porque lo hemos puesto, está puesto en la base de datos. Se llama Cibeles, para que no te lo pierdas, a través de algún madridista al que la hizo. Pero es verdad que el trabajo está hecho. Como muy bien dices tú, simplemente ver las fichas es más que suficiente para darte cuenta de que este cuadro que no se sabe, o este fresco que no se sabe, a mí me ha pasado así de veces. Y me consta que en otras comunidades autónomas se ha hecho ese trabajo. Lo que pasa que es verdad que, como volvemos otra vez a lo público, y son inventarios que están estrictamente compartimentados y no tienen relación con el mundo exterior, por decirlo de alguna manera, al final se desconoce todo ese trabajo. Pero vuelvo a repetir, porque luego también la línea editorial de la Comunidad de Madrid no está interesada en divulgar todo ese conocimiento que se ha ido haciendo durante muchísimos años. Y podría seguir hablando y no me quiero, que como muy bien ha dicho nuestro compañero, ya es tarde. En resumen, creo que uno de los errores que hemos cometido, yo soy investigador, yo soy historiador del arte, pero trabajo para clientes fundamentalmente privados. También trabajo para clientes públicos, como la Universidad Complutense, que acabamos de terminar el inventario, pero fundamentalmente yo trabajo para clientes privados. No hay relación entre el mundo académico y el mundo privado, de los coleccionistas, etcétera. Y ese es un problema también. O sea, la posibilidad de que los grandes catálogos razonados que se podrían publicar lo hicieran no editoriales de diputaciones, etcétera, sino que lo hicieran editoriales privadas cuyo objetivo es ganar dinero, vamos a hablar con claridad, eso no se contempla. Y eso espero que de aquí salga una reflexión. Si yo monto una editorial, yo como que tengo una empresa privada, que es una sociedad limitada, yo quiero ganar dinero. Y se gana haciendo certificados, estudios. Eso no quiere decir que no sean estudios, certificados de los diferentes artistas, de los cuales, como el Instituto Wildenstein, etcétera, has hecho el catálogo razonado. Lo que tú estés diciendo es que no sea auténtico o no. No sé si me estoy explicando. Aquí muchas veces tenemos la idea de que lo privado es incompatible con la verdad, y no es cierto. Al final todos estamos interesados en que todo salga bien, sobre todo si queremos que haya un mercado y un gusto, porque los dos siempre han ido acompañados. O sea, si queremos que nuestra disciplina salga de los espacios, de los museos, etcétera, al final tenemos que hablar con aquellos que lo compran, aquellos que están interesados en tener una colección. Y esa colaboración entre lo privado y lo público en España está rota. Y ese es un tema que me gustaría que reflexionarais. Yo mañana ya no puedo venir, pero que reflexionarais sobre ello, porque España tiene lo veo además continuamente en la universidad. Yo tengo muchos amigos en la universidad, gente que, bueno, creo que incluso algunos estudiamos juntos, me parece, Beatriz. Yo creo que tú y yo estuvimos juntos en la universidad estudiando. Sí, ahora te voy a coger por banda. Joder, pero estudiaste en la Autónoma, ¿no? En los años 80, sí, me acuerdo de ti. Sí, exacto. Bueno, termino. Que yo creo que las cosas que he dicho, yo creo que serían cosas para pensar. Pero me quedo con la última, ¿vale? Y perdonad.
De todas formas, respecto al inventario, yo quería decir dos cosas. Lo primero, desgraciadamente, el inventario de la Iglesia no se ha terminado. Siguen en él, porque la ley sigue diciendo que de momento se tiene que acabar y todos los años lo tienen que actualizar porque no lo han terminado. Y segundo, los inventarios desde la Administración, lo que son inventarios de gestión, es decir, de conocer simplemente los datos del bien, no son razonados, son datos del bien para proteger el bien, exclusivamente. Y ahí está la diferencia.
Sorry, the last question of the evening, Professor Hans-Gert.
We were talking about the necessity of corpora, and I would want to underline that this is really, really important. And as you probably know, the Germans started with such corpora in the 19th century, and they were really useful to work with. And now they decided they don't want it anymore because they are too expensive, which I think is a big mistake. But there is a new possibility, and maybe we at the German Institute just start with this, and we should do it internationally on a much larger background. Such corpora can be done in the internet as well. And the wonderful possibility is then it's just not just a corpus, so one object and the next object and so on, description and literature, bibliography, but you can combine it with, for example, how was it used in bibliography? So you connect it with a bibliography, or you connect it with a biography of the objects. In archaeology, you know, there's a find spot. And at this find spot, on a certain level, it's Roman. And on another level, it's Greek. And on another level, it's prehistoric. So you can combine these histories of this find spot, or you can combine the history on one level and say, okay, this object has been found at that time together with those other objects. So there are so many connectivities which make the loss of a corpus, if you really do it, less bad, let's say. Such a corpus in the net where many people, knowledgeable people, connoisseurs, work with and add over the years would be a wonderful corpus. And you could do this internationally. So let's say here in this museum are Roman portraits from Rome. Why do not work together with Italians who have their own Roman portraits in Rome or in Naples or so on, or in Berlin or in, and then you get a level of, let's say, the Roman portraits around 150 AD everywhere. and you combine this, and together with a bibliography, with a find spot, with a context, and so on and so on, that would be a different kind of corpus. And I think for such a corpus in the net, you get the money by the politicians, because that's fashionable, that's sexy. If you want to print a nice book with, as it has been done, with nice photographs, you don't get the money anymore. Politicians are not interested in reading. If it's in the net, then it's good. And I think we should think a little bit more in this direction, not only in classical archaeology, that's my field, but everywhere. Why not with stained glass windows in churches and so on and so on? It's really a good possibility, I think.
Yeah, the initiatives goes on that direction. For example, the website of the Kikirpa or the RKD, the idea is to federate all these kind of approaches and create a multiple corpus. And if you see all the projects, international projects I have presented, they all were born at the same time. That it was an international movement. We have to recreate that movement, or to give force again to it, because it still exists. All these corpus are alive, but they are in decadence. For example, the Corpus Rubenianum is close to be finished, and the Rembrandt project was abandoned in the way it was intended. It was continued in another way. And the Corpus Vitrearum is now hard to find new recruitment to continue it. Well, we have Raphael, hopefully. He knows this better.
And the Corpus, the project in France, the original project of Hanover and the Grodecki, Lafont, has been abandoned because it was to make monography for each monument. So they did some books, and after that, it will need 300 years to make the corpus. So they did the census, but there is too many stained glass windows in France to illustrate the census. So it's the little notice with a little image, maybe. So it's work to do. And in France, there is nothing in online except the l'inventaire. But the Corpus Vitrearum in Germany and in England has a very spectacular website. The German website is exceptional, and the English website doesn't have the text, but all the database, the image database online.
And the Belgian one is maybe not spectacular, but it's online.
Yes, but there is.
I'm afraid that it's very interesting, but we have to finish here. But of course, we can follow discussing about this topic in the dinner for the people that want to join us. And well, this is the end of this day, but tomorrow more and better. And at 9:30 we will be here. Muchas gracias a todos. Mañana nos vemos a las 9:30 aquí.